Hey YouTube, how is it going? I hope all is well. Today we're going to try to make some serious progress on this guy. I'm also going to try to keep this somewhat interesting while moving and stuff like that. I have not done much of anything in the past week. As you know, if you watched my show last night, I talked about how I kind of just did some prep work. We got some we got the plates in that are actually for the base here to go inside of the amp cabinet. So we got that. I did CNC out the cabinet. I got a little bit of work to do. So obviously I got to route this side out here. That's the area that I need to route out. And yeah, this wood that I got, I'm not happy with. We'll talk a little bit more about that, but more or less, let's see if there's one that's like kind of more done. So here's another one that's a little more done, but focus, you back. So as you can see, this is the top, of course. So you can see where we routed out to fit the side panels and stuff like that in. So we got little things like that. Now, the reason I didn't show any of that work is because none of you probably have a CNC machine. It's very, very noisy. There's really not much to see. It's just a machine that moves back and forth and routes the pieces out. You've seen it before. So this is the giveaway amplifier here in front of us, and we've got a lot to do. I'm gonna try to keep things exciting and fast-paced a little bit today. I've noticed lately, and I think some of it's just kind of due to some frustrations, that my attitude hasn't been as bright and jivey. I'm gonna try to keep it up today. Well, he's probably not gonna win again. I don't know. I get the feeling that once this is actually built and everybody can see it, that there's gonna be a lot more entries. I think we're gonna probably exceed 60, to be honest. We're, I think, right around 20 right now. So, yay. So, a little bit has been done outside of this, as I've already mentioned. I did order some pots, or not pots, excuse me, some knobs. I'm sorry, I'm turning my back on you. So I got this knob here, which is an aluminum knob. I think you'll like it, right? And that's actually not painted white. It's just like an aluminum, it's just polished aluminum. So this one is nice. I like this one a lot. But if that doesn't suit your fancy, we also have this style here, which I kind of like this style. It's easy to read, it's easy to manipulate and all that stuff. But to give you an idea of what we're working with here, I'll put that there. So obviously we'll have those there, right? And or we can put that style there. All right. So you can kind of see why I like this one. It definitely pokes out at you a little bit more and kind of gives you a realistic idea of what your setting is. So we can decide on that when the time comes. But I got those in. As I mentioned, I did do some ordering of parts. I got the plates in. What else did I do? I have ordered a backup plan. So currently one of these pots in here is a dual pot, kind of like this. But this pot here moves both of them together concentrically at the same time, right? So I guess not concentrically, but it moves them together at the same time, right? Whereas the one that I ordered, it's not here yet, it'll be here tomorrow, but the one that I ordered to replace that one is a dual concentric pot, which is to say that the back pot and the front pot can be adjusted differently from each other. So it'll make it more like a 3-channel amp or 3 gain stage amp, right? You'll have 3 volume controls instead of 2. Right now, it currently only has 2. And if I do have to go that route, that means I am gonna have to redo the faceplate yet again, but I'll end up putting something up here that helps you denote, inside and outside, if we have to go that way. There are a couple modifications I know I'm gonna have to make to this guy. Initially, I set everything up so that I would use all the coupling caps all the way across. I'm gonna start with the amp by not using the coupling cap on the first stage. The way that I do my EQ controls leaves a lot of gain on the table. It doesn't suck the gain out like most other tone stacks do. And since this one doesn't really have a tone stack, I usually get a lot more gain on the first stage than is needed to drive the remainder of the amp into Crazyville. So, yeah, plastic. I don't like the plastic knobs, but I like the cupcake knobs. So those ones are really cool, but the cupcake knobs that I have that are black and white, the white isn't as pure white as this is. It's more like a cream color in comparison. And I don't like the dual tone thing, so I wanted to get something that was similar to a cupcake knob, but actually had something that looks white or, whatever. So in either case, what are we gonna get done today? A couple things. This guy here, I just kind of placed it there. This is the wire that I had to extend for the center tap on the output transformer. All right, and I hope you don't mind, I got some background music that's on repeat, so it'll just kind of play over and over again. Maybe it won't, I don't know. It's supposed to. I can see that it's playing, but it's not actually playing. I don't know. I don't know what happens, but here's another one. We'll put that on. I just wanted something to help kind of keep the mode going while I'm not talking. Because my plan is to kind of just focus and hone in on this. I just want to load you guys up a little bit before we get rolling big time. I did get the correct size screws that I was talking about, and I did install these guys. It's the only actual work that I've done on this without you guys. So a few things that need to go on. These guys here are going to get taken back out, and this one here is going to get left long intentionally. We're going to wrap it up a couple times and then stick it in. The reason why is that this guy here and this guy here, I got a 50-50 shot of getting them in the right orientation, right? I don't know which way it needs to be yet, and based on what I can see how this thing is going to lay out and land, those are going to be the easiest things to swap instead of trying to swap the phase inverter wires. So, oh yeah, she's going to be a 50 watt, probably closer to 60 to be honest, if not more. It's going to be a healthy 50 watts for sure, like clean watts. So she going to be a beast. So it's got a high watt output section, and it's kind of got my idea of, it's loosely based on like a Dumble ODS kind of thing. It's loosely based on it. Obviously I got my own little things going on. We have a parallel triode here and a parallel triode there. So what we're going to get rolling on here pretty quickly is getting all of the, you know, the stuff done here. So I got some jumpers I need to add onto this tube. I got some jumpers onto this tube. I got a couple resistors I need to put in here, as well as a jumper that goes across. We need to get the screen grids put in and the wires for the screen grids done up. We got a couple things we need to do. I can attach these, but I just need to, you know, make sure that I keep them as long as I can. This one I'm not so worried about, because if it has to go here, obviously we know it's long enough. This one here, I need to keep it at least about this long, because it needs, if I have to swap them, this one needs to be able to get over to this point there. You can see I obviously finished the bias circuit. We did that in the last video. Nothing's changed there. I got this guy in. It is permanent now. It is not ever coming back out. So we're going to have to work around it from this point on. I did do some double checking of the wiring here. I mentioned that I was going to clean up the wiring on the transformer leads. I did that, and I made sure that all the things were going to come out correctly to attach to this guy. This guy is going to be kind of one of the last things to go in the amp, and it's mainly because we got to work around all this other stuff first, and this thing hangs out over the top of my board a little bit, so we don't want to be trying to work around that if we don't need to. This isn't needed to put the amp together, so we can wait on this until later. So that will be one of the last things to get put in. Same with the PEM, the power entry module. We don't really need that to get rolling with what we're doing. So we need to run a red wire alongside this black wire here. I don't know if you can really see it, but this black wire here, we need to run a red wire along with that. That will go over into this area here, right about in here. That is our screen node, if you will. As I mentioned, I already did just kind of pull this one over here. This is the center tap for our output transformer. So without any further ado, let's enjoy this drink that I've already opened. And just, I'm just going to kind of keep going. So that's kind of the other thing I've done. I've done a little bit of math too. I think I put like 46 hours or something worth of videos out so far on this thing. I can tell you right now, I put at least another 46 hours of back-end work. We're talking just from coming up with the idea for how the layout's going to be and stuff like that. And as this thing starts to come together, you'll see more and more how this is literally like playing 4D chess. So let's stop wasting some time and let's get some work done. So I need to run a red wire, and we're using 22 gauge for a lot of this stuff here because it's not high current in this ass end of the amp here. Once you get past once you get to the HT rail, it's really not high or it's high voltage, but it's not really high current anymore. We're talking, milliamps worth of current, when these things here are rated for watts of current. So we're not too concerned with that. And I think I already cut that one, to be honest. I had a length of this already available, so it was just like, okay, cool. We'll just get it out and get it ready. Yeah, I think this is the one. Okay, so let's cut some zippy ties and make sure we don't cut something we don't want to. Uh-oh. I'm kidding. I didn't cut anything. I didn't want to. So there's you, little brat. Oh, where did I put it to? I need my little trash receptacle. So I told you we're going to fill a couple of these things up at least. This one's almost full. It's not uncommon for me to fill it up a couple times. Nice. That came out real nice. Then I got another one here in the middle. And I go through a butt ton of zippy ties. The reason I go through a bunch of zip ties is I like getting things kind of in place and then coming back and finishing up the work on it. And then if it needs to move, I'll move it. So that kind of stuff. So let's get some zip ties out while I'm thinking about it. So it's a real show already. That's how we know we're rolling well. A lot of people will use shrink wrap tubing to kind of put all this stuff together. Of course, by the time you start using shrink wrap tubing to do that, you kind of already worked out much of your design. So you know what wires are going to go where and all that fun stuff. The reason I don't like using shrink wrap tubing is you're cramming a bunch of wires together and you're literally sucking them up to each other, which could be good, could be bad. Generally, it's not good. So I tend to not, if I don't have to, try to suck the wires up so close to each other with that. Second to that is if you have any kind of a problem in there, you're not really going to know until, of course, it's, out of your control because it's buried underneath all this stuff, right? So there's that. Let's see here. I don't think I'm going to be able to get one down in there, and I do see that I had one in there. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do some extraction because there is one down there, but I want this to go underneath everything. So we're going to work this so it goes down underneath everything. I apologize if I'm going fast here. I am trying to make up for some lost time this last week. So I'm going to try to explain what I'm doing, but if it seems like I'm running ahead of you here or something, my apologies. Okay. And I will change that song out after a while too. It's just there. Let's get this guy in here after we push this wire back. Now, what's kind of funny is you're never really going to see much of this stuff because most all of it is going to be buried behind the two caps that are going to be put there. So, whatever. I knew this one was going to be a fun one. I can't remember if I did it this way the last time or not. That's the way I did it last time. Okay. So what I'm going to try to do is not let it go. There it is. I don't want to zip tie all of them together necessarily, so that's also part of the reason I'm not going super crazy, like zippy tying these ones in there. I know you can't really see what I'm looking at and doing, but just know that there is several different runs of wire down there, and I am not trying to run them all together necessarily. I do want some room and space, because I'm also hoping that I can use this zippy tie, which I'm about to rotate here, to try to hold some of this stuff back a little bit. There it is. So I can use the zip tie as a way to kind of like nudge up against this wire that runs back behind it. Again, you can't really see what I'm looking at, but it's just a way to kind of keep things tightened up a little bit. I know I did good on this guy here because it went back underneath when I had it out earlier. So I did well on that. Darn it. Now I want it to come back out though. There it is. There it is. So I want this guy to be back behind all that. And then this guy will go, yeah, I got this nicely tucked around there. Sorry if my head's in the way or anything like that. I'm really trying to keep the ball rolling here. And if the music gets old, just post a little thing. Maybe I'll catch it. Maybe I won't. Okay. So this guy here is going to go pretty much right in this zone right in here. So I'll leave that kind of as it is. I think we have all the wires down there that we need all put in. So I'm going to put a zippy tie down there. We're not going to include these guys, and I shouldn't have put that thing up there yet. Now it's kind of in my way. I want these to be, oop, don't want that to go into there though. There it is, that's what I wanted. There we are. There it is. So let's see here, is that everything? That is kind of more or less everything. So this is going to be kind of a dangerous move I'm doing here because I am kind of bundling everything, which is going to kind of semi-permanence. It's a little bit of permanence going on there. Click. And then we will take this and there it is. Alright, so all these other wires are kind of living up in this area here. I'm going to just tucking these back for now because they don't need to be where they currently are for me. Just want to keep them tucked away. So this guy here is just going to be a little more difficult to get back in. I know it's tough to see, but I had to slide it out this way before and then pull it out. Now getting it underneath is going to be a little bit more of a challenge. So yay. All right, what's going on here? Effects loop purchase. Yes. Oh, hey, Riley, I didn't really get to talk about this much. So I talked to, I'm not going to say his name, but Elams. And I need to put the link, and I will put the link. Elams has more of those units available. He has also made an update. He was explaining some of this to me. I'm sorry, I'm going to take a little break because this is worth noting to everybody. So this guy right here is a very special unit. I'm not kidding. This is the effects loop that you want, period. This one, you can do the wet, dry, wet. It won't do it in stereo, but it'll send mono, and it will not interrupt your signal, right? So the way this is working is that you have your send level and your return level, and you've got your polarity swap, and I believe it's not, I don't know if it's for the input side or the output side. I don't know. But then you also got the bypass, and the bypass is on there. The new version that he has, if you want that version, it has it so that these are off board, so you can use full-size pots. Love that idea. Love that idea. The second thing it is that it's a little less deep, so he squashed it out a little bit more. It's roughly the same width as this, but he's got the two jacks on this side. He's got a space to put all the connections for the pots there, and then on the other side, instead of having all the switches on the pots, he's got I think it's a 3-way toggle switch or something like that. I believe it's polarity and bypass or something like that. Maybe that's all it is. Maybe it's just a 2-way switch, so it's polarity or bypass or something like that. But in either case, same level of componentry. And he's using literally all the top-notch componentry on here. Teats, man. Teats. So, super excited about that. Super excited about that. But let's see here. I'm going to do something real quick. There we go. I'm going to switch songs because I can. Because I like this other song. Apparently I need to go into the properties though and figure out why. Okay, yeah, that looks all good. Okay, cool. Anyway, right. So I think he said he's got 9 of that particular unit readily available, but he is working on, I guess it's a V3 technically of that. And he does, he is aware of the offset that was in there for those jacks. Remember, I had to replace those jacks because I wanted them center line to add up. He is aware of that, knew of it. But I think what it was is that he couldn't find the jacks with the offset that he had with the brand that he was trying to use. It's all top-notch stuff. Super cool effects loop, like it unbeatable in reality, unbeatable. All right, let's keep on moving on. So I'm gonna just kind of do things here. So I am going to loop this around a couple times at the very least. And let's get this guy. I'm just gonna try to get the low-hanging fruit right now is more or less what I'm gonna do. So I apologize again if I seem like I'm jumping around a little bit. I'm literally just gonna get the low-hanging fruit right now. Sometimes you just gotta get the shit that you can out of the way. This side here is pretty much done. There's really nothing left over here that I have to run other than zip tying a couple things together, but zip tying is easy enough, like, right? You know what I mean? One of the last things that's going to go in is going to be those, whatchamacallits, you know, the caps here. And I think literally the last thing that's going to go in is probably going to be this PEM module and the voltage selector. All right, that's up to temp. I am going to, let's see here. Do I want to get brave? I kind of do, but I kind of don't. I want that to go in the hole. I try not to work over the top of the amp if I don't have to. There it is. And if you wouldn't mind sucking up. There it is. There it is. All right, cool. So we'll probably go back and use some heat on these if we can. This one, I want it to coil up right there, and you know it's just not going to do it because that's what I want it to do. But I want it to go right there. So that should be pin number 3 if I'm not mistaken. I think. Come on, baby. What I need to do is just get this thing to like coil around a few more times. Overcoil it, you know what I mean? So it wants to stay pretty much where you put it. Yeah, we're gonna have to move on. All right, moving on. All right, so let me do something here real quick. I'm gonna just double check my work elsewhere. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, and I'm gonna go ahead and just use this because I can. Maybe not. It's not gonna play the way I thought it was. No, definitely not. We're gonna have to do this with my hands. All right, fine. Low hanging fruit, come on. Melt. In the hole. We'll come back up and touch that up here in a minute, but for now, you can kind of get an idea of what I'm trying to do here. And why I'm trying to do it. So I need that, like I mentioned, to be kind of full length there. There it is. I think that'll work. And it'll keep it where I need it to for a bit anyway. And maybe what I can use is one of these guys. This is gonna kill me later on because it's gonna want to stay in that nice little coil that I've created, of course, you know, but we'll deal with that later. And yeah, I want that right freaking there, I think. That'll hold it just for now. Keep it so it's not in my way at least. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. I don't want to coil around anything. Alright, that'll hold for now. Yay! See, I don't know why it does that. There's no reason for it to just stop and... Oh, it's just restarting is what it is. Sorry, it's just a little song I had freaking some AI work done to make for me. Alright, let's get this guy. So this guy here I can pretty much cut where it's at, so I'm not even going to bother with it. We're just going to give it a little extra length here. I think right there is good. I probably should have done that after stripping it, but I don't know, whatever. right to there, I think. God, this stuff is freaking brutal. Damn. Made me bleed already. You know you're doing it right when you're freaking bleeding already. Alright. Let's get going here. This one we can't take out, so we're just going to have to do it over the top here. Oh, you dirty little... Yeah, I don't know if this is the solder I'm going to be using for the remainder of this build. I'll get through these bigger wires, I think. But it seems... Damn it. It just gives me too much. More solder than I want. Not the end of the world, it's just pain in the butt sometimes. I think we're just going to do this one by hand again, but we're going to be careful here. Come on, dude. There it is. Oh! Probably needs more solder in there, to be honest. It is a slightly big hole. It's holding steady. We need a little more... more sauce. Yeah, just a little more sauce. Oh yeah, I can feel it too when there's more sauce. The freaking heat definitely comes. That will have to get touched back up again a little bit later. That's probably not where it's going to stay. I wish it would go on the other side of this guy too. I probably could tighten that up a little bit. We'll come back to that in a minute. But for now, no, we're going to finish this. We want it. Want it right. Get where I want you. Let's see here. Let's just put a little more on then. There it is. Ow. Okay. There it is. Like that. Ish. There it is. See, this stuff, like, you can't really see, but there's this, like, little globules in there and stuff I don't like. And I try to clean it up as I go along, but it slows things down a little bit. We don't want to go too slow, but I'm going to just nip a little bit of this off. And we will go back and touch that up with just a little bit more solder here in a bit. Again, shooting for the low-hanging fruit. Okay, we need a jumper that goes across for our screens. God damn it. Nobody makes me bleed my own blood. Time for a drink. That makes not too much cases. Tuned for more exclusive news. No, nobody said too much yet. Not yet. But yes, if you're interested in that effects loop, let me know. I'll try to load Mr. Elam up about that. So this is going to jump from there to there. Did I leave enough? Yes, I did. Alright, so we're going to go in the bottom with this one. The reason we're going to go in the bottom is because we're going to use the top to get the whatchamacallit's in there. Words. Actual screen grids. I'm going to put those on a little bit later. Sorry. Kind of gross, but so it's bleeding on the amp. There it is. And let's go ahead and get this one. So this goes down here on the bottom. See, that one I put enough juice on. This will run across the bottom into that other bottom one there. So I need to get it more appropriate to length here. So we're gonna go maybe more to like here. Yeah, we'll go right there. I'm gonna leave it a little bit longer than I'd like it, because we can always go back and oh, God, there it is. I got it. Yes, that will work. Okay, I think on this one here, I'm gonna put it in first, because getting it to work around that's gonna be a batch and a half. Or do I want to go around the other side? Those are the questions. So there's a couple different ways we can run this wire. We can run it around from the inside. Ooh, I kind of like that. I prefer that. That's the way we're going to run it. Except for I almost made a mistake. I need to run 2 wires into that because one of those wires goes into actually feed that run there. So pay attention. YDNA takeover. Oh damn, here they all come, everybody. Hey Amber, how's it going? Thank you. Amatronics, Phantom Boner, Leaderman, etc. All of you, thank you for coming in. I appreciate that. You're finally done with your live. I think that thing's gonna be a beast when you're done, dude. It's certainly gonna be a beast. I get the feeling that you're running it into class AB2 mode, which is why you're getting that extra wattage. Being that the phase inverter, unfettered, can probably put out more wattage than you are expecting. I get the feeling that you're running into class AB2, which is not a bad thing. It's just class AB2 just means you're actually getting the grids of the output tubes to start to conduct, which means more power, This thing's gonna make me fucking work too. Let's see if we can get this thing to play a little bit nicer for me. I'm trying to get it to stay put. I want it to stay put and go in whole. Oh, what do you know? What do we got here? Slamming the grids. That's right, slamming them grids. Oh, you dirty mother. Kind of had a feeling that might happen. I was hoping to get a little bit of solder in there before it did it, but I kind of figured it would do that. We got a little bit in there now. We can load it up a little more. There it is. We'll add some more a little bit later once these things are kind of more locked into place. So for right now, this one is going to kind of ride along that way and then pop out this way. I can't recall exactly where. Let's see here. The screens for me are coming off of turret number, I think it's number 5 or 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Number 6. It's close. Number 6. Where did I put that little turd? There it is. So that's 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. So it's going to right in here. So I'm going to cut it a little bit long. I'm going to cut it right there. All right. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Dirty. If you like amp-related videos, you're in one of the right spots. Leaderman, 1976 there is the other one, if you're into this kind of stuff here. All right. Let's make some jumpers for our, whatchamacallits there. Are you 20 gauge? You're a little bit heavier than I want. You're not 22 gauge, you're 20. Out with you. All right. I'm gonna bust into a newer roll somewhere. I haven't, there we go. Maybe it's the same. Maybe that's the same. It's starting to feel the same now all of a sudden. Nah. You know? No, they're not the same. One is not like the other. And I can feel it. I can feel it. Feel it in my bones. All right, I'm just gonna make a bunch of this. I'm gonna turn that off for a moment there. So what I like to do with these, I know some people like run them in parallel and then kind of jump them together somewhere else. I like to do the jump ring right on the freaking turret thing, or excuse me, tube socket. So I like making little hooks. So I'll make like these little jumpers that kind of go up in a little U shape, and then they'll kind of, one will be short, one will be a little bit longer, and then one will be a little bit taller still. So they all kind of go at these different heights, right? That sort of thing, as a crissy-cross. Now the way I do it is I put the anode, the one that goes for the anodes, on the bottom. Okay, so closest to the heater voltage. The reason why should be pretty obvious, right? At least I would hope. But I try to get a fair amount of distance between the two sides. You know, you want it to have at least some level of distance from the heaters. The more the merrier. So what is that? What, 3/4 of an inch, maybe thereabouts. And then hold on, let me clock there. Okay, and then you just make the other one a little bit longer and the other one a little bit longer still, right? So you don't want them all to be the same height or length. So you get them kind of together like that, and then you cut the other one just a little bit longer. And we're talking just about, you really only need about a wire width, but just a little over a wire width is probably not too bad. And then you get the third one and you do the same, right? So you kind of just do that sort of thing. So now I got 3 different lengths, shortest to longest. Make sense? The flask. Colby, how's it going? Nice to see you. Thank you for coming in. All right, so let's just do this here. Now the way this is going, I am gonna probably, it's a lot of the times what you end up having to do is put these things in but leave like one side kind of not really tacked in all the way. The way I got this all kind of wired up right now, I think I'm gonna be able to get away with not having to worry about that. I think I'll be able to just solder them in there and I'll have enough room inside of the thing to just go for it. So sorry, I'm kind of not doing it on camera really. There it is. Oh yeah. Now we go for the long one. This one's probably a little bit longer than I want it to be, but whatever. Long doesn't really hurt. It just makes a larger loop. But you'll see what I mean here in a minute. We'll get this input side done here. My sinuses are starting to get peeved. I don't know what's going on, but the wife, she's not doing so hot right now. She's feeling pretty under. It's not COVID or anything like that, but her sinuses are killing her. But apparently it's starting to work on me too. No, it's a Drago. So it's in the shape of a figure 8. But yeah, that's Drago. And then my tattoo artist was like, I'm putting pink on you. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, well, you're getting pink flowers, cherry blossoms. I'm like, okay. I want to do this side one day. I want to get a koi fish in the ocean scene or whatever. And then I'll go up here with like a phoenix or something like that. I like Japanese artwork. That's my favorite. All right, so let's turn this back on. Whoa. Nah, no, she's gonna feel all right. She's just a little bit, her sinuses are just killing her. She'll be all right though. Let's see here. What kind of transformer are we using? Toroidal? No. I am using a very, very, very oversized power transformer for this build. I am using a, it's a 372KX, which is a 300/0300, but it's 575 milliamps. So she's a beast. There's a reason for that. The reason is I don't want a power supply that sags. I want the power supply to be not the weak link. But I also don't like having butt tons of voltage. I don't like running like high voltage. One of my ethos things about my builds is that I use lower than is typical voltages and higher than is typical output primaries, output transformer primaries. In this case, that's not exactly what we're doing. We're using a slightly lower than is normal voltage and a slightly well, more normal, I guess you could say. It's a more normal output transformer primary. Let's see here if I can do this here. So I want to get just the bottom of this thing, but I do want to get it in there. Something. I want to get something in there is what I want. So then what I do is I'll stick one side in there. There it is, like that. Perfect. And then I'll kind of get it to loop over the other side. What do we got here? That is Grant Us Glorious Tone saying what's up. And these is a little bit longer than I'd like. Let's see here. Like freaking shrink it up a little bit here. Ow. That heat travels fast. Okay. Let's see here. Click. So what you end up with then is like this little loop here, as you can see. Right? Well, let's see what John has to say here. What? Oh. I'm not going to go into it right now. Grant, we're not going to go into that right now. Not at the moment. Alright, we want to get a little bit in there, but we want to make sure that we stay down on the lower side. It hurts. Alright. Then we'll go back and clean those up. We'll tighten those up just a little bit. Once we get all three of them in there, then we can kind of gauge where we're going to be at. So now we're going to take the next longest one and do the same sort of thing. I think I'm going to... I already know. I'm not even going to bother with this crap anymore. I can already tell it's going to make me work. Is that the 63? That's the 63. Here we go. There's our normal 60/40 stuff. I'm going to wait for a different build to do that 63 stuff. For now, I'm just going to go with this 60/40. I know it, I like it, and it works every time. There we are. Oh, it's like home. Feels like home. Does everything you expect it to do. All right, so now we go in for the middle. So this is the grid. The grid is in the middle. Okay, let's explain what we got going on here. So this is pins 4 and 5. So those two are jumped right there, and then this is pin 9, right? So it's 1. That's the anode. 2 is the grid, and 3 is the cathode. So 3 is the next one that we want to do, because that's the next highest one. So that's this one. Let's get this guy. And let's see here. There we go. Oh yeah, that just works like it's expecting, like I expect it to. Damn, that freaking gets hot though. And let's see here. If you do it right, you shoot it over, and then when I twist this over the top here, it'll rest just above. Now this side here, I think I can get the whole way. There it is, something like that. Okay, I see you guys chitty chatting, that's okay. Don't blink, you'll miss something. You might. We're gonna try to start moving a little bit quicker here pretty soon. What I don't like is that I'm starting to see that. We don't want that. We want that. There it is. But I want it to go down a little bit. There it is. Ish. Something like that for now. Again, we'll go back, and all these are going to get touched up again. So never fear. It looks a little weird at the moment, but these do get kind of locked into place, and then we come back to it a little bit later. All right, now the grid, this is the important one. So this one we don't want to goof up. That one I went all the way across, of course, but whatever. There it is. There it is. Okay, let me go up and over and in. This one's a little bit taller than I like, so we're gonna do something here. I'm gonna take it out, and we're going to shorten it up just a little bit. How are we gonna shorten it up? Honestly, we're gonna make a new one. When they get that short, it's not that easy. So we're just gonna make one that's just a little bit shorter. So you know how you done it right? Done it at least twice. Ooh, I want it to be now that long, I think. Yeah, right in there. Okay. So I just made it a little bit shorter. That's all. Do 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 do. And I don't know if I want to save this one. Maybe this one will work for a different one later. Nah, it's not gonna work. We're just gonna get it going. All right. What do we got going on? Pleather pants incoming. All right. There it is. Oh, that's so much better. Yeah, that is so much better. So what was happening before with the other one was I was just getting like a giant glob of, you know, solder that I didn't need. And it's just, you know, you don't need it. Too much of a good thing is still too much, right? Right. All right, so let's get this thing lined up and point it down. There it is. So now you know why I say we're gonna go back over this thing at least a couple times. And I can't really show you what's going on here, but from the side it just looks like there's, you know, like a layer between each one. And then there's enough space in there to get another wire to come out and out. So the wires have space in them. So when you look at it from the side, there's just space, that's all. That one needs a little more of a touch on it though. So let's get that one to lock in a little bit better. There it is. Mo better. So, well, obviously you can just kind of see they got a nice little crissy-cross pattern going on, but then you just kind of do the tighten up on everything, but they don't touch each other. There's a little bit of air. That's great. All right, so we got to do the same thing to this guy there in the middle. So we'll do the same thing again. Probably should have just cut two of everything, but whatever. So same, we go that guy first. I'm gonna go like so. And right about there, I think. And what a hell of a week, everybody. Work is a hell of a drug, man. Let me tell you. Hell of a drug. And I don't think I need that much length. I might end up cutting that one a little bit shorter, to be honest, but I'm gonna go just a little bit longer. Boink. All right. Cool. I have not checked the bias yet. I have not actually turned the power on yet on this thing. And I'm not too worried, to be honest. So another thing I did kind of without you guys in the back end, just more back end work, as I did double check, you know, like things like that, you know, like did I make this connection? Did I make that connection? That sort of stuff. So I am real, you know, like I'll show you what I mean. Like this guy here and all these things on the back there, like I went through to double check to make sure all those were connected and in the right order. and that everything on here, this actually goes like that, like everything on here is going where it's supposed to go based on my schematic. Double checked my schematic to make sure that that was right, all that fun stuff, right? And then I double check my layout, etc., etc. We just go down the list and around. So yes, I am not as worried. Now, where things will change is I do not know if I will have enough bias voltage or too much bias voltage, or if I will have the range that I need. I may not have the range that I need. So we'll see about that. I won't know for sure, but I'm generally pretty good with my math on that kind of crap. And again, I'm not doing anything so far off the map that someone else hasn't already kind of gotten the values figured out. So I know it'll be close enough. It'll work. If I want to really fine tune it so that like the center point is exactly where I want it to be biased, I could go crazy in that regard, but sometimes that's a little crazy to go that crazy. But dang it. Is that a printed board? No, that is not a printed board. That is that is a tone board. That is the tone board. I'm laughing because it's kind of a joke right now. So Andy likes to tease me because I use pre-printed, not pre-printed, but get in there. What's the word for it? Pre-perforated boards. So I buy the boards in a full length, right? So the one you saw is the full length that it comes in, but it's got all the holes in it already. So this is the 3mm G10 Garolite, whatever you want to call it, perforated turret board. So nothing crazy, nothing special about it. It's just turret board. So he tried using something similar to what I use, but his came what's the word for it? Preloaded with turrets in it. You can buy them with turrets already in them. I don't do that. I'm not that crazy, but needless to say, he didn't like it. He didn't like it because when you do things linearly, like literally all the turrets are just straight across from each other, you lose a lot. Like you lose a lot of real estate. It's not optimized, if you will, for what we're trying to do. So I like using the pre-perforated stuff, but I like using the pre-perforated stuff because I like, what's the word for it? I like creating my own, ow, that's freaking hot. I like being able to design everything to go where I want it to go, which is why all these turrets are in, odd little spots, right? So everything has a place and a place for everything, that sort of thing. Now, the next step, the next evolution is let's say I know I'm going to end up building this amp 10 times, right? Like this amp ends up being perfect the way it is. Well, what I can do is go back and be like, okay, I know this amp is going to be this way. It's not going to change, or at least the component values aren't going to change or anything like that. So the placement of them is obviously going to stay the same. Well, then you can be crafty and do this thing where you, darn it, get up there. I'm trying to get the little arc in this thing that I want. Then you can kind of be a little bit more of a jerk with it and make your own turret board. Like literally get the G10 board and just, solder it the way you want it, exactly where you want it every time. So it never changes, that sort of thing. But I'm not at that point with this yet. So no, I'm not that crazy yet. Eventually I will get there. I'm not worried about it at the moment. Soon enough though. Soon enough. All right, that one is the longer of the two, so I will put this one in next. So next we want to go, so that's the anode there, right? So this is number 9. So this is 1, so that's the anode. So next is the grid. So now we want to go across this way. So I'm going to get this back one there now. Come on, you little fuck, melt. There we are. And you were the slightly of the longer. Oop, starting over again. Hold on. Now that I noticed it, it should be way in the background. There it is. All right, something different. It's gonna be the same Sue songs the whole time, so sorry, not sorry. This one is definitely gonna end up getting redone a little bit, but for now, I'm happy with this. I just want a little more air underneath it. I have the room to get the air, so let's go ahead and do that. There it is. There it is. So what you can do too is you can bend these things out a little bit. Sorry, did I click something? No, okay, great. So you can bend them out just a little bit, the tab that is, and then when you push it back in, it'll allow you to get a little, you know, it'll go from like this to like that sort of thing. We can do that. And we may or may not do that. I don't know. Okay. So see, yeah, they're a little bit tighter than I want, but there we go. And this one can get stretched out a little bit. That one gets stretched out. There we go. Now we got the air I want. What's that? Instagram. We don't care about Instagram. I have no freaking clue what that software is about, to be honest. One more to go. That was a good one. That was a good one. Sorry. That was a good one. That's all I can say. This is a man show. You get the burps. There it is. I want that. And just a little bit more for the road. A little bit more for this road. We're going to punch it in the hole. All right. Okay. Up and over. And down and in. Now this one I'm not as worried about. But I need this one to be pretty tight because that board runs right along here. So these ones I can't bend them out too far. So we're just gonna get that one kind of locked in there a little bit. We're gonna do it. We're going for it. Yeah, going for it. That one I'm going full gusto on because I know this one. So these three here, they're never gonna change. Like they're not going anywhere. Those are done. So let's go ahead and polish these ones up because I know that they're not going anywhere. Ugh, darn it. Let's see here if I can get this to go where I want it to here. Well, you know, I did what I wanted it to do. Yay. Okay, so we're gonna cut off some of the excess here that we don't need. Just a little bit. Just the tip. Just the tip. All right, and we'll clean up any flux that might have gotten anywhere. Okay. And we've got air everywhere. So there you go. There's the next one. All right, so now we've got one that's gonna go from, I believe it goes from here, which is the cathode, to the grid of this one here. Now that one I got to keep pretty tight, and I am going to use a different color for that. We're going to go with black on that one. So let me make sure I'm looking at what I want to look at right. Just referring to my thing here, that definitely goes from the cathode to the grid. All right, so this one is going to go pretty much like that. And we're going to cut it just a little bit on the long side. Might not have been long enough, but let's double check. Yeah, that'll be more than long enough. Okay, cool. Now this one I'm probably not gonna solder in and then strip it off. I'm gonna cut it where I want it to be and go from there. Now this one I have to be careful again with as well, because this one does have 2 wires that goes into it. So there's a wire that comes down over the top and shoots into that point there. So I just want to kind of get it laid in there. The grid I'm not as worried about because the grid is just going to be a resistor. So there's a resistor that's going to jump from there to the other grid. Makes sense? I hope it makes sense. It has a name. Johnny. It does have a name. Alright, so you dirty mother, get in your home. Okay, let's see here. That's gonna go there. And just trying to get a gauge on it. Okay, so I need to basically strip it just a little bit further back of where that little knuckle is that I created. And I say little knuckle I created, you can kind of just see where it's kinked there. I need to strip it back just a little bit behind that. So I actually got to make a pretty deep little strip here. And this 22 gauge stuff is a bitch. But that one worked pretty well, luckily. Okay. So this one here, I am gonna, well, let's just see how it's gonna fit first. I know it's gonna fit. It's just, I don't want, so you're gonna end up with something that looks like that and kicked in a little bit like that, right? So I know it's kind of tough to see, but that's what we're kind of working with here. So I want to make sure that that's going to fit first. It looks like it's going to be just dandy. Yes. The one I'm going to be kind of concerned about is that one there. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that one is a 1 megger. Let me confirm that. Almost positive that is a 1 megger. It is a 1 megger. So I need to get some stuff out here. Here. And I believe that is not, this is. All right, sorry, I'm just a little off the side here. 1 meg. All right, so this guy here is gonna go in, ow, that's sharp. That's gonna go in there like that, right across this top side there. Make sense? Cuckoo. All right, now this one, it would probably be wise. I know if I go to the top of the thing, I'll end up with enough space. I don't really want to create like a little U shape out of it, but let me see how that's gonna work. I think I can make a little U shape out of it, but I kind of want it to be similar to this other one here. I'd have to have one here that jumps as well. So there's another one that jumps from anode to anode in here. And that one is 100K, but yeah, I think we can get it just to the top. So why am I talking about that, or why am I asking about that, is because these heater wires here run pretty close to it, so I want to have at least some amount of air. We don't want them like setting on each other. That's my way of getting around that problem, I guess you could say. So what do we got? All right, so we're gonna go like this. So that needs to go to at least here. I'm gonna cut it there. I'm gonna cut it right there. And I'll hold on to that for a minute. Now I want this to go in this orientation here. And then I'm gonna cut this side just a wee bit on the shallow side, like so. I'll put that there for just a moment. Now, that does have a wire that goes into it with it. So that one, this one will share a wire on it. So this one we need to be a little more careful. I do not like wrapping my leads. I do not. So this one I'm not gonna wrap around 10 fucking times, sorry. But there will be a wire that goes in underneath it to complete that connection there. So we're gonna get this one kind of soldered up here on the top side. We'll come back later and do the bottom side, but I want to get the top end done first. Okay, so this is gonna go in this orientation here, And I think I can get this in by hand, to be honest. So if I did this right, I should be able to push this over. And it looks like I will be able to. And if you wouldn't mind, there it is. Ta-da! Alright. Then what I want to do is center it. So we'll get it nice and centered like. Which is going to be like right in there. And then I like the thing pointing up. Does that make sense? So we're going to get it right there. Now I'm going to solder that side and get it done. I'm just going to get just the top. Right. Done. All right, so now on this side here, we're going to kind of do the same thing, except for I want to pull it up. And the reason I want to pull it up is because I want it to suck to the top of the turret, which will give me the distance that I need. There it is. Pull it up real nice like. There it is. And then we're going to do the same thing over here again. Very nice. Okay. Now I'm going to get the bottom there. Should have done the bottom first, to be honest. Now that I knew it was going to work, but it's okay. We're going to be okay. Actually, you know what? Let's be nice to myself if you're going to do this side. Come on. There it is. Ha ha ha! It's eating up a little more solder because the wire itself is not pre-tinned. And now, of course, I pissed it off because there it is. Sort of. Okay, that'll work. Do. Okay, that is in the hole. So now what I'm going to do is hold it in place, twist it where I want it. There it is. Then we're going to take this one, pull it out, and cut it short, because we don't need 5 feet hanging in there, right? So we're going to cut it a little bit, get those out of the way there. And I am going to pre-tin this one this time now, because I don't really want to work on it too much. There that is. Ta-da. Okay. Get over here. All right, now we can solder in the bottom half here. Come on, baby, melt. There it is, all kinds of stuff. And then I want this to go to the bottom, so I'm gonna hold it there now. There it is. That just boop. Oh, dang it, I missed. There we go. Okay. Now we can work on the looks. Yeah, it's still fucking hot too. So see how it's kind of got like this little bow to it? I don't like that. We don't want the bow. So now what I want to do is kind of work that out of it. So we're gonna make it look straight. That's pretty good right there. And it's not bad. That's not bad. Okay, now that we got that, we can tighten up the edges there. And we are doing pretty good. We've got some space. What I think I'm gonna do is this. So I'm gonna come down. There it is. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. There we go. All right, so there is actually air underneath there now. I pulled that up a little bit. We're probably gonna have to do the same thing over here, kind of push it down a little bit and get it so there's more air. So sorry, I'm not looking at you very much. I apologize. So now what I'm gonna do is cut off the excess here and over here. I think I need to cut off just a little bit more, to be honest. Yeah, I'll cut off just a little bit more. Click. Bounced around, and then we can make sure this is thing where we want it. There we go. All right. Now, I just want to do some cleanup on this. And clean up on this. I want this to go that way. There we go. See? Nice and that. It's gonna be about 50 to 60 watts, solid 50 watts. We're shooting probably closer to 60 to be all honest, in all honesty. It'll probably be a little over 60 watts. Balls out, but I don't really want it to be any more than that, to be honest. I'm not shooting for it to be. How's that? All right, so now I got another resistor that's got to go across there, and if I'm not mistaken, that is the one that is 100K. Let me confirm. I'm pretty certain in my brain that it is. It is. Let's get 100K. Where are my 100Ks? That's 150. All right, no, that's 82. 100. All right, so let's see here. This one is going anode to anode. So let's go ahead and just beat that one to the punch. We're gonna get that pushed down a little bit here. Ah, darn it. There it is. There it is. Now it's down a little ways. So we know it won't be in the way there. Let's make sure I'm not crazy. Am I seeing what I'm seeing? I think I am. I think I want a little more solder on that one. I think I'm going to add just a touch more solder. Yes. There it is. There we go. Now I know it's well soldered. No argument there. Sorry, say it, don't spray it. Okay, same thing with this one, except for we're going anode to anode, so it's going to go across this way. And it is in the orientation that I want it. So we're going to do the same thing we did on the last one. Cut it a little bit long. Just a little bit. I guess you probably don't need to keep that. And then we do the same thing here. So we're going to push it in this side. And we're going to cut it a little on the short side. Actually, yeah, we'll cut it just a little on the short side. Right in there somewhere. Just going to do that. Okay. So now, we want this one. This one is going to have two wires that go into it as well. So there's a wire that comes off of each side of this one. So this one we do kind of got to be semi-smart with. So let's go ahead and do that now. Oh yeah. Okay, now we got that. We're gonna put this in the orientation we want it. Except I want it to be in the middle. Stuck in the middle with you. Is that how it goes? I can't remember how it goes. I went the wrong way. I want this long end over here. And then out and in. Oh, I missed it by that much. There it is. Stuck in the middle with you. Okay, let's see if we can do this here. Right in the middle. There we are. Okay, this guy, we're gonna pull it up as we do this now. There it is. Nice, and we're gonna do the same thing as we come back again to this one. There it is. It's loaded all the way to the tippy top. And we're gonna just double check on this one and make sure it came all the way up. Yes, it did. And then we go back to this one, do the same thing. Up, 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 up. Okay, this one needs a little bit of love. Actually it doesn't. It did not. It just looks off because I got so much hanging out. Got more hanging out over the edge than we need. Oh yeah. And that is pointing exactly the way I want. So when I say exactly the way I want, that means that the 100K is pointing up. So I like it to make it so you can see all the values. I'm not trying to hide anything. Main reason is that if you are gonna copycat my crap, we're gonna know, because I think there'll be an obvious difference between who built it. And you know, obviously if you're just looking at the board from the top side, you're not really gonna know why I chose the values or what they are actually connected to. All right, so that's done, that's done. We don't got anything to do there. That took care of all of that fun stuff. There are 2 grounds that need to come off of this guy that are going to come up. One is going to be for the effects loop, and the other one is going to be for the bias. So let's go ahead and do that. I think this one is going to be long enough to do our... So we're going to use this one just for the effects loop, I think. This one. Damn it, I have to go to the bathroom. You guys might get to go to the bathroom with me. What do you think about that? I bet you're just super excited. I will turn off the mic so you don't have to hear me whiz. Alright, where's my black? I want my black. Are you my black? I think you are in my 22. Nope, that is my 20. I don't think I have any more in those small rolls, so I think I'm relegated to going with this stuff here. Pretty certain. We're busting into a new roll, ladies and gentlemen. We'll end up with a couple small pieces left out of this. But for now, excuse me, goodness. Okay. Just trying to tidy it up a little bit here. So we are going to fit 2 of these guys in the remaining hole that's left there. It's probably not ideal, but that is how we're going to do it. So this one needs to be able to make it to basically where this is all at right here. But it's going to go to the top board. So I'm just going to cut it a little bit long yet still. I don't, even though this stuff is damn near $1 a foot, it's just not worth trying to penny pinch over and make it the exact length. Especially when you don't know how long it's going to be. Again, once you do 10 of these amps and you built it 10 times, you know exactly how long everything is. By the 10th time, you've gone through and you've measured each piece when you cut it, and you put it down in your BOM list, and add addendums to your as built or something like that to let you know, like, hey, you need a 10-inch length of wire to make that work, right? So that way you can just cut a 10-inch piece of wire and not worry about it. And then you just kind of go to the closest common denominator. You're not trying to sit there and go, well, I need it to be 10 1/16 inches long. But you know what I mean. Stuff like that. So we're going to do the same thing to this. Because yes, eventually you don't want to get to a point where you're wasting wire, especially when you're doing these en masse. But for the one-off builds like this, or at the boutique level like Andy and I are playing at, yeah, I mean, I can't sit there and worry about a 1-inch length of wire extra or 2-inch length of wire. I'll find a place to use them somewhere else. Somehow, some way, I will figure it out. So, I am going to tin these because I know they will both fit in the hole. At least I'm pretty certain they will. If not, well, come back around to that. But I will have to cut that zippy tie that's down there for shizzle. There's actually 2 zip ties I'm going to have to cut. So out with the old. And let's see here. I don't want to cut anything I don't want to cut. There it is. There's 2. Alright. So these guys are going to go in that little hole there, and then they're going to make an immediate right-hand turn out. So let's get these things kind of semi-bent into place there. And yeah, darn it, it's going to make me work. Might have to do this one at a time. I don't think I'm going to be able to get both in at the same time. And there they go. Ah, I got the one. No, we got one. Alright, I have an idea. New plan. New plan. New plan. We're going to shape it so I know that it'll fit in the hole. And I'm going to just send one of them down the direction I know I need to send it. Okay. There's one. Okay, so the other one's going to bend the other damn direction. So I'm going to just kind of do the same thing. I'm going to ziggy-zag it the other direction. It's good. I don't want to fight with this thing all damn day. And let's see here. There it is. Now it's in the hole. And you just stay. Nope. See? Yeah, it doesn't want to stay put. Oh, you dirty mother. Okay. So the problem we're having now is that the wires want to bend the wrong damn direction. You can't win sometimes. So it seems. All right. Come on now, share some space with your little buddy there. There it is. All right, now they're both in there at least. Let's see if I can get these things to clean up a little bit. I want them to be just outside of the hole. That's actually going to work right there. I need to bring some beans on this one, so I'm going to turn the heat up a little bit. And I think I'll actually go back to that thicker wire on this, because this one we do need to lay some down. So we'll bust this out this time. There it is. Come on. Suck it in. There it is. Come on. I know that you want to play. There it is. There it is. All right, let's see here. Let's turn that back down a little bit. So what it is that it's a lot of heat right there to try to get through the large area. So what ends up happening is that you end up losing all that heat that you need to get the part to frickin' stick to that thermal mass that exists there. So that's what I'm having to defeat in some of these instances, is thermal mass. And I want this to go all the way down to here. Dang it, not there. Okay, there's that one. Okay. And then we're gonna get this guy to come down to here a little bit. Go that way. So that's a pretty good little wad down there. And we are definitely soldered. Alright. So now I'm gonna get another zippy tie. And I think I want to do this one from this side if I can. But I don't want to do that. I want to get this to go on the other side here. This. Am I going to be able to do this? Maybe not. Am I the king of wishful thinking right now? No, I can do it. I know I can. Do-do-do. I'm being picky about the angle of the dangle here. That's what it is. Okay, let's see here. I want to get this in just a little deeper. I don't mind crushing the grounds up together. Okay, then what we can do, drop tools on the frickin' floor. And let's see here. So this one's gonna end up going up in here somewhere to get to the whatchamacallit. So I don't know if I'm gonna redo that one or not. I might, probably will. And then what I want to do is decide think I'll put one right here as well. So let's go ahead and do that. I want to go this way or that way? I'm going to go this way. I think I don't need to do anything else in this zone right here. So I think I can get away with this one being on its own. I think. We'll find out. May have to redo this one. We'll find out. Okay, I want you to be coming out the tippy top. I want to split that difference there. Click. And Kizut. There it is. And then we're going to put another one there again. Which is this here. I think I want to go the same direction. Or do I want to make it so it goes down the other way? No, I want to make it so it goes up the same way it was. How are these ones going? Yeah, same way. Come on, baby. It sucks because it starts off nice and thin on these zip ties and then it gets thick. Alright, let's get you sucked up right there. Sorry, again, if my head's in the way. I need to be able to see, though. See? Alright. Again, all that will be pretty much hidden. Alright, so... I gotta clean up some schmoo. Okay. Okay. There we go. Pretty nice. Clean there. Time for another drinky. 60 watts is half an amp. I honestly don't know how much it is. It's just 22, like a piece of hair. Yeah, right? No, it's more than that. 22 gauge. It's sizable. For what we're doing, it's more than enough. Because it's literally, it's not quite, I mean, it's milliamps. Even if the power transformer was putting out all the beans that it had for the power supply, it's 575 milliamps, which is just a little over half an amp. All right. So I'm not that worried. All right. So this one here, that is more or less where this is going to go. It's the only reason I don't like doing the screens the way we're kind of doing them now. It's really difficult to make that thing lay straight, right? Because it's technically coming at an angle. So it's really hard to get it to bend around in such a way where it stays kind of straight, but we're going to work it. We're going to work it somehow. We'll see, we'll kind of figure it out some way or another. One way or another, we'll figure it out. Really doesn't matter that much, to be honest. I mean, we can probably zip tie it to be honest. All right, now let's see here. What else is there that we need to get in this general vicinity? We do need to get the screen. I'm trying to think if there's any other wires that we got to get while we're down here. This one, this is the ground for our bias network. This is the ground for our effects loop. I'm going to run this one kind of up into here for now. Aha, that's what we're going to do. One more zippy tie. And come to daddy. There we are. So, there it is. What do you know, I got one more zippy tie sitting right here waiting for me. Okay. I know this seems kind of like jumping the gun or whatever, but it's honestly just helpful to kind of get this dealt with. Keeps the wires kind of out of the way, so you don't, I don't know. I like doing it as I go along, and I invariably end up changing them out. I've mentioned it before, probably at least a half a dozen times, if not more. Just is what it is. There. And maybe I'll put one more in here or something like that later on, but you're never going to see that anyway. All right, we need to get this guy done now too, so let's go ahead and get that going. I want to cut it a little on the long side. I think right in here. And that's going to be more than long enough. And then we're going to... Do I pull it? Nah, we're going to be alright. This stuff is generally a little bit nicer. Alright, I'm going to... There it is. Let's see, did I get enough pulled? No, I need to pull just a little bit more off. Oh, of course. Okay, there's that. Oh yes, that was definitely perfect. I like it a lot. Now what I'm gonna do is bend that in there. And we want that to bend like right there. And we're gonna put it in the hole. But I want it to stay kind of bunched together, see? There it is. It's a little bit longer than we need, which is okay. There it is. Alright. I do not need... Go back up to... Probably not that high. Don't need this. I'm going to use this one for this one. This one we got a lot to do here. Okay. I'm going to hold it from this side for now. Come on. Ow! That's hot. And that is very much in there. And now what we're going to do is cut off the excess that we know we don't need. Click. Alright. Output is done. Alright, that makes sense. Output is done. I got those three. This is the negative feedback loop there. That's good. Alright, what else do we got here? Let's do some cleanup here. I got some flux that we don't need sitting around in here. Alright, so let's just get back down in there. Alright. So another thing I also did too was this guy right here. If you recall, I went straight out and then down, and our turret board wasn't going to fit there anymore. Obviously, I kind of went through and redid that so it goes underneath and clears it, right? So I did do that. I'm sorry again without you guys. And everything's looking pretty good right now. Let's get some more zippy ties over here. I think I'm going to put one more there. Where did I put that little thing? There it is. Alright, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm going to do this. Shoomp. And there it is. Certainly likes his zip ties, right? No, I'm not. I don't do purple zip ties. Maybe white. I have other colors, but I don't know. I like black zip ties. I like zip ties, but I just like them black. That didn't come out right. But you know what I mean. I like my black zippy ties. Click. Alright. There it is. There's that one. Okay. So those are going to bend up and go inside there. Now let's get this pair of wires here kind of done up as well. And we're going to do the same thing. So I want a small one here. I'm just going to do this. Did I go around from the top? Yes, I did. I'm going to do this. I'm going to be an asshole. Click. Okay. And then we want that to land right up the middle. And I already kind of know whereabouts I need to put that zippy tie. Whereabouts, anyway. Right in there somewhere. So we're going to do the same thing. want it to be in line with that one. Because I'm persnickety like that. And I need to stretch it out this way a little bit, but for now, I'm not going to worry about it. We're going to just do that because it'll move. Makes sense? All right, going to go back just a little bit there, like that. So you'll never see that because it's going to go underneath the cap that's going to be in there. But these are going to go in a little bit later, but yeah. Then I'll go in there kind of like so. You'll never see it. These will just pop up. I am going to go to the restroom. I know that, well, how many of there are you anyway? Probably not too many of you in here right now. Can't imagine. Let's just get some stuff going on. There's 11 of you. I'll be damned. All right, you enjoy my background music. I'll turn it up just a little bit here. There we go. I'm going to mute the mic. I'm going to go to the restroom. I'll be right back. My apologies, everybody. Sorry. Bye-bye. Oh, joy. That wasn't too bad, was it? Hey, I even got more people now than I did when I left. Holy cow. Definitely hold music. So we're going to turn that down just a little bit here. All right. Where were we? Okay, we're making some pretty good progress here. We got most all of our downside, connections made. I'm just doing some thinking over here, making sure we're happy in that regard. I think we are ready to start thinking about what we're going to do with our board, and we also got to put our screen grid resistors there. I'm going to turn off the iron for a second, and I want to do a quick little search-a-maroo. So mind me for just a second here. We're going to go, was it EL34 pinout? I don't use EL34s a lot, so I want to be sure that I am not crazy. So let's see here. All right, so this is pin 1 and 8 there. All right, so this is pin 1, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see here. Let's do this one here because I think this one actually shows it from the bottom. Yes, they do. All right, so this is pin 1. This is pin 8. Those get jumped together. Yada yada yada. The filament goes there on 2 and 7. They always do. All right, this one is indeed the plate. This one is the screen grid. This one has no connection. No, that one is our grid, excuse me. So this one is null. When they mean null, they mean there's just no connection. So there's no connection on this one, so that is correct. And then that's our other filament. And then this thing here is our cathode, K for cathode. So the screen suppressor grid and the cathode get jumped together. I don't know why the EL34s don't do it internally. So that's like what one of the things that the 6L6s kind of do, just like internally. It's just already done. So you don't have to bother with that. All right, so my worries are not worries any longer. So let's go. Do I want to put the screen grids in now or later? I don't know if I want to put them in now. There's a lot of activity to go still, and I don't really want to bonk these things around too much. So I think I'm going to wait on these for a minute here. Let's keep on keeping on then. So I think we're kind of done with this guy for now. I think we've gotten all the kind of the low side stuff figured out. There's no more connections over here that need to be made. This section here is done. So let me clean up a mess over here so I can move this thing. I think we're ready to start getting to the fun stuff, the real stuff. I am going to wait on doing the screen grids until a little bit later. But we have all of our low side stuff figured out, so yay. All right. Moving on. The bias supply is also one of the last things that's going to end up going in. So that's another one of those things where we'll come to that in a little bit. All right, let's see here. That's going to go there. I do want... I think I'll use these. Let's see if I can do this here without... I don't want to damage the board. This is the orientation that goes. We need this stuff. Hopefully, let's see if I'm lucky. Let's see if I'm freaking lucky. We are lucky. Black RTV. Yes, ultra black. Okay, cool. We got that. Let's get some capacitors. I usually start with those, but I'm going to get all the other small parts over here too. And I just threw everything in a bundle over here. So guess what we get to do? We get to work through this all over again. But they're all pre-bent at least, so we don't have to do that crap. I probably should have just sat all the parts in the board, but it was like one of those things where we knew we were coming back to this. So, all right. I get to sit down now for once. So I'm going to do one thing here. I'm going to bring you down to my level. Boop. Hi, everybody. Oh, finally I get to sit for a little bit. It's been go, go, go all freaking week. Like, oh my God, it's been just go, go, go. So I'm just going to kind of clean things up a little bit. So now I'm going to get to my layout over here. Let's take a quick gander. What's going on? Your wife calls me and you abandoned the channel. Sure. Sounds like we're on. Okay. Suppressor grid for negative feedback. I've heard about that. I'm not going to do that this time. I'm going to stay pretty true to the high watt output section on this one. I'm really not messing with that one too much. The only thing that I'm doing differently is that I have significantly more filtering than they typically do. Almost double. So we're pretty heavy on that regard. Okay, so that's enough of this. Let's go over to here. So we get the fun joy of starting to lay these parts back out again. The 4.7s are going to be easy. Now, one of them I am not going to put in. In fact, let me pull this up and make it a little bit easier for me here. Click. So there was one that was going to go here. I'm not going to put it there anymore. All right. So that one is going to be a 2.2K, in fact. So somewhere I've got a 2.2K. And that is this one. And it's pretty long. That isn't the 2.2 that I'm looking for. That's a 22. I know where that goes. That's a 56. I know where that goes. This is another 22K. I have a pretty good idea of where that one goes. That's a 220K. I'm pretty certain that one's going to be my first node. There's another 220K. I'm pretty sure that one's going to go here. Nope, not that one. Are you my daddy? No, probably not. That's going to go there. I think. It's centered enough. All right, sorry. I'm kind of doing some back end stuff here. This one goes over in this section there. 223. I think that's the one I actually want to use here for the first node, but that's not where this one goes. And then this one is also, this one's a 103. I think this is the one I initially was going to use in the front end. I'm in debates about that. Part of me wants to go with that value just because it's like a known good value. The other part of me is like, nah, put a 2.022 in that spot because that's what most people would do anyway. But I don't know. Let's see here. Sorry, just moving stuff around so I can see it a little bit easier. I think I did put a 0.022 there. Part of me wants to continue with that. Part of me does. Is that what I put there? That's a 103. I'm gonna put that there. This is a 472. I know that this is later. I know that I grabbed a 0.022 out for this purpose. Yeah, here's one here. Here's a 223. 0.022. No, that's a 223. That's not right either. That's not right either. Or is it? 103. 103. That's a 472. You know, sorry, I'm having some internal fight with myself right now. I'm not confused. I'm not confounded. So I'm doing a slightly different circuit off the front end here. Now, in reality, in the amp, normally you would have a 0.022. So the question is, do I want to go with a 0.022 there? I know that I'm going to end up with probably more bass than I need. So that's why I'm having this internal fight with whether or not I want to go with a 0.01 or a 0.022. Because it does matter. And let's see here, is you 47? You are 47. So that's kind of why I'm sitting here hemming and hawing with myself. Like, is that really what I want to do? Is that really what I want to do? I don't know. So we're going to sit on that for a second. We're going to get these guys put in. That's what that stuff is for. So let's go ahead and just do that real quick. So historically, what I would do is not spit on everything, but I get just a little dab. It's all we need is a little dabaroo in the center aisle there. And you want to make sure you put it in the center aisle. You do not want to mess that up. This stuff is stinky and sticky. So we're just going to get a little blob out here. There's one little blob. There's another large blob. And come on, baby. There it is. Another large blob. All right. Suck in just a little bit there. Thank you. Okay. So you go away. Now this is RTV, so it does dry pretty quickly. So I just put a little bloob. Point it up where I want it. So, yep, just like so. Just like so. All right, let's get the heater going here. So normally what I will do is solder at least the one side down, and you can see it does squeeze it out the bottom. So now you know why I put the board down there, because it did squeeze out the bottom a little bit. I'm not really worried about it squeezing out the bottom. So like, maybe you can see that, like there's excess there. It's just a little bit of squeeze out. You don't need a whole bunch, but you do want to be somewhat mindful of how much you put in there. 'Cause yeah, you'll end up wearing it. All right, so what I want to do is get at least one side like locked in where it's going to be. And that is looking actually quite well centered. So I will send it. Click. I want just a little extra heat there. And you really only need the one side soldered down, but we're just gonna get it kind of soldered down. See how it moves? So that's why you want to solder it, is to lock it in place. And then once you get the solder on there, and luckily it kind of actually landed right where I wanted it. So we'll just repeat that process a couple more times here. And then you want it to get the pointed where you want to. That's the other important part. I like mine so the values are easy to read. So I try to get it so the up is up, right? Come on, baby. Throw some heat in there. May have to come back to this one because it's kind of being a little brat. There it is. It's enough anyway. Sometimes you just need a little flux to let it melt there for a second. I'm going to throw a little bit more on. There we are. Oh, I think I got some shmoo on there. So now that we got some shmoo on there, we're going to do this. Click. Yeah, I did get some shmoo on there. We don't like the shmoo. And that is good. Bueno. All right, I'm going to turn the heat up just a little bit. Okay. What do we got? What do we got? Ooh, that one went really nice, actually. Okay, so if you do it right, you get this nice, pretty blob right there. These other two didn't quite go as nice, but those will get touched up again. So now we know that those aren't going to go anywhere, which is the important part. Now it's just a matter of tightening things up. Are we happy with where they landed? Yes. Now, sorry, no you're not. Luke, you're upside down on the cap. No, I am not. Never. You fixed it already? You fixed it already? I thought you said you were going to wait until tomorrow, Andy. Among other things. I'm never upside down. I'm always upside up. I know where I'm at. I know where I'm at. All right, so let's bring this down just a little bit there. All right, sorry. Just doing a decompress right quick. So that's a 221. I am going to go with a 221. I'm going to start with one there for my input. I really kind of want to make sure I'm not going to furge anything up. So I am going to do this. Sorry. I'm just going to let that crush for a minute. All right. Sorry, getting all the pookie off my fingers here. Pookie! Alright. Alright, yeah, that is looking pretty centered. We're going to run with it. Brrr. Now, because I go with a parallel triode, I do things a little bit differently over here. So this is a 221K. It's probably not what you would think you would use in that spot, but that's what I'm using. So like I mentioned before, I get quite a bit of gain out of my first stage because of the way that I do it. And there's a reason for that. The reason is there's a lot going on there. And I shouldn't have done that because there was something else that was supposed to go in there with it. That 22, that .022 that I was talking about. This one right here. Idiot. I'm an idiot. My apologies. I'm going to go with a .022. I'm going to start big, and if I need less, I will go down. It's just, I don't want to... I know the amp is going to be bright, or at least brighter than I like it to be, so I'm just going to try to get some of the stuff out of the way. So I am going to go with a .022, even though I initially started with a .01. So, bah. but I needed to put it there where that one is soldered, so I kind of blew it. I put a freaking carriage in front of a horse, unfortunately. So we're gonna put you there, and you go right. No, I didn't get that close to being right, but whatever. We're gonna figure all this stuff out here in a second. See, it's way too big. I'm still learning how these ones work. These ones work a little bit differently than my big ones. The way that it bends, like where your reference point is to bend it, is different. I like that. That will work. And we're just gonna do something. Okay. So, which way to do it, right? So we've talked about this before in some of my other videos. We've got these stripe on there. Not all caps have that stripe. That stripe is generally where you want the closest thing to ground to be connected to it. Now, closest thing to ground does not necessarily mean ground. As far as electrical circuits are concerned, if ground is 0 and HT is, you know, X up here, right? Whatever one is closest to one of those is the one that you want to put that line to. So that does not necessarily mean it always goes towards ground. It might mean that if you're literally connecting straight to the plate, that this guy here would go, the stripe that is, would go straight to the plate. So just do be aware that it does not necessarily mean to ground. Ground can be something else. All right, so let's see if we can get this in there. We're already making mistakes, ladies and gentlemen. Already making mistakes. And if you wouldn't mind, thank you. Oh, that fell right the fuck in. Love it when it's doing what it's supposed to do. All right, that actually looks pretty good. I'm gonna run with it. I'm gonna run with it. Running with it. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay. Oh yeah. Saw that one just kind of boop in there. We're gonna have to come back to that side. Sometimes it's just helpful to let it cool off for a second and come back to it. We're just trying to lock them in right now. There's still more to go here. We got all kinds, still more to go here. That one in the middle though, I do want to kind of get. All right, let's see if this one will take again. And poop, no. We're gonna have to come back to that one. Either way, we're gonna kind of have to come back to that one. All right, so this is our cathode here. Our cathode is a 2.2K, which I need to find still. There's an 82. It's gonna be one of these ones with the longer leads on it. I know that much. There is a 2.2K, and this looks to be the one. Now I'm gonna leave the longer leads on it still, or am I? I don't like how that one's centered though. That one might not be the one. This is a 2.2K. Let's try that. That one's a little bit better centered. We're gonna run with that one. So I had a thought in my head. I'm not gonna complete it, obviously. I'm kind of feeling like a little more heat might be in store for me today. Oh, you mother trucker. Alright, well, so much for that. Oh, it just won't play. Alright, what I want it to do is fall into the hole. There it is. And then go there. There it is. We're going to come back to that one. There it is. Come on. There it goes. So you got to get the freaking turret to tin, and sometimes it doesn't always tin very nicely for you to start with. So you got to get the heat in there to get it to tin, etc., etc. Oh, it's after work time. Hey, Sloth is in the house. You didn't miss much though. We're only, what are we, 2 hours in? We're only like a third of the way through this. Yeah, don't everybody speak at once. We got 14 of you guys watching me. I'm kind of shocked, to be honest. But hey, whatever. I'll take what I can get. We're moving on here, though. All right, so this guy here is this one there. That one's going to be a 10K, which is this guy here. So we're going to go ahead and put this guy in. What direction do I want you to go? I think I want you to go that way. There it is. I'm not getting shmoo anywhere, am I? No, we're actually doing pretty good with the shmoo. Thank you. All right, so now you know why I waited on putting those ones in. Now these two here probably won't matter much, but this one here shares a spot, so I usually, the grounds don't usually share. It just seems to be how it works out for me. I am gonna bump up the heat just a smidge, and let's get this guy going. Now you do have to be kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Smart with the order in which you do these, because it is entirely possible that you can paint yourself into a corner. And yeah, this one's taking some time to pull the heat in. There it goes. That one sucked all the shit in. There it goes. All right. So, so like here, like that one's gonna be kind of tight, right? So that one is, oh my gosh, what is that one? I didn't put any of the values in here, did I? No, I did not, because I'm a jackass and didn't put any of the fucking values in there. You know, because that would make sense. Hold on here. Just gonna get set up in such a way where I can find that value. I'm pretty sure that's our plate, if I'm not mistaken. So let me zoom in on this just a skirsh here. Okay, sorry. I need to slow down a little bit. I'm starting to get to that point where I'm flying a little too fast and I can't think, or I need to think straighter. So this is coming in from the grid. That is our grid. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that one's going to be a lower value. There's some little bug in here. Oh, fuck, get away. John's getting kicked out of his house. The amp is a monster. He might be. Okay, so that 220 that I had, there was a 220K. It's gonna go there, and it's one that was spread a little bit longer. That's a 22. That ain't it. It might be this one. So this 220K is kind of up for debate. It could be a grid stopper. Well, it is my grid stopper, but I don't know that I need it yet. Or did I not put it in there? It can't be that one. Or did I not put it in yet? Did I not plan on it? Well, of course I plan on it. I built it. But then where the hell is it? Because it ain't these. Oh, I think I was going to wait on that one. That explains why I have this spare resistor sitting over here, which is a 221K. I think I was in debates on whether or not I was going to need a 221K. It's going to be a 221K. Let's just, I can always change it out. This is our grid stopper here for our first stage. And I do recall now that we held off on that because we weren't sure. And I don't like what I'm seeing right now. Hold on while I do some work. While I rub some wood. Excuse me while I rub some wood. There it is. Mo better. Mo better. All right, now I can do this. Now I feel more confident. Let's see here. Andy, so you fixed it. What'd you end up having to fix? What was wrong with your input section and all that jazz? What was the secret to fixing that issue, if you will? I want that to be right there. We're gonna go right there. And ish. This is gonna have to get sucked up a bit here. I can already tell. All right, let's see here. Are you gonna go in the hole? Yes, you are gonna go in the hole. So I'm gonna go ahead and cut these down a little bit here. I think they might be a little on the long side. So I think I'm gonna have to suck this thing down a little bit. We still gotta make it center, right? It's gotta be centered. Must be center, but I can already tell it is not center. The one side looks right, but the other side looks off. I'll be honest in saying it's pretty dang close though. So I'm gonna suck this side up just a skirsh, but I need this side here to be a little bit on the longer side, so I'm gonna undo it a little bit. I think we ran through this the last time. I think half the work I'm doing is like off camera here. My apologies. I'm trying not to do that. All right. Oh yeah, that's more better. Okay. Okay. Now we got that. I can do this, and I can get it to be mo better. Yep, that was it. That was your spot. That did a thing. That did a thing. All right, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna cut it just a little bit shorter because I don't need that much length on it. All right, 221. Oh yeah, right up the middle. All right, I like that. We're gonna put it in. What do we got here? Still got to do input and negative feedback. Is 100 watts now. I bet if you try to actually get 100 watts out of that thing, that output transformer is going to say sayonara in a hurry. I could be wrong though. But yeah, I don't. If it's actually a 30 watt output tranny, that thing is going to be very upset with your decisions to try to get 100 watts out of it. There it is. It's nice when it just bloop. Okay. I know I'm not focused in on it, but this can be, yeah, it is ice cold. So the cool thing about doing what you're doing though is that as you turn it up louder and louder, it does bias hotter and hotter. But since you're already biased cold when you're at lower volumes, I mean, you're well in the safe range even as you get to the upper end anyway. All right. These don't have any connections in them. These are our jumps here. So those are the ones that are, I believe that's, so this is our grid. I think that's our plate or our cathode. I can't remember. I don't know doodly. So the two in the middle are our cathodes. So this is a cathode, that's a cathode. That being the case, that means that we got two of these guys. And these are all the same. These are all 4.7s all the way across. Now those are pretty big. 4.7's pretty big. But that's what they call for, so that's what we're gonna go with. I'm just the dude. Ooh, I don't think that's the one that goes there. I'm gonna try a different one. I don't like that. I want this one, I think. Yeah, that's what we're gonna go with. All right, so now, yeah, those look very nice. See, whoosh, nice little row right there. Everything's all, oh yeah, very nice and lined up. Okay, now, that means one of the cathodes is probably 2.2K because it seemed to be the way that most all of mine went this time was, dang it, I pissed it off. So my first one actually is a 3.3K. My second one, so it's 2.2 and then 3.3. So here's a 2.2. And I'm pretty sure I have a 2 point or a 3 point something K somewhere. One of these is bound to be a, well, no, these are all 2.2s. Are you 3.3? 3.3, mother sugar. All right. Okay. All right, like that. All right. Nice straight row. Now you know why this takes so freaking long, because I do everything I can to make these things like as super straight as I can possibly get them. And it seems that Come on. There it is. So these ones, it's usually smart because you got two components that kind of stack on each other to just kind of get it tacked into place, and then come back around to it, and just kind of, you know, you don't have to get it the first shot. That's what I'm getting at, more or less. It's a lot of componentry. Heat builds up quick, and you don't want to build heat needlessly, so just kind of get it tacked into place, and then you can work out logistics a little bit after the fact. All right, like that, like that, like that. Oh, ja. That was a little bit off, but it's not too bad. Not too bad. So I'm gonna come around from the other side to get this half of it. So the one thing I don't like about these Vichy resistors, or not Vichy resistors, excuse me, caps that I'm using, is they are a little kind of flimsy, I guess is the word. The Sprag are a little bit beefier, to be honest. Even though I know, I don't know, I think I've had trouble getting the Sprag in the sizes that I want. Is the problem, as I recall. I can't remember exactly, but there's a reason I didn't go with the Sprag, outside of their history. So if you're not familiar with the history of Sprag, well, welcome to the party. Sprag used to, at one point in time, they were making these types of caps here, but they were making it look like this ginormous cap that used to be made in the days of yore, but they were stuffing it with one that was like half the size, right? So they had this, just a shell of this ginormous cap, but inside it was just one of these little baby ones. The cocksucker. So yeah, that didn't go or bode very well for a large number of people for obvious reasons. And they kind of got put on blast for a minute, and for obvious reasons. But I think that's kind of behind them at this point. I think they've kind of learned their lesson that, you know, just put real caps. It's more of a China thing to do now. It's to load up literally like this ginormous cap that looks like this, or like these multi-can caps with smaller versions, and they just literally fold the leads around and then they stuff it inside that shell. But either case, I digress. That is just a thing, not the thing. Okay. We're not using any grid leaks. So this other one, what are we got here? All right. I don't like the shmoo that I got there, so I'm getting the shmoo off. Now, I'm gonna do a thing here. Sorry, excuse me. Shoot. Time for the next song. Both kind of the same song, realistically. I just had I had the AI do kind of like a little different touch to it. Anyway, all right, where are we? Okay. Where are we? We're here. So this one is going to our grid. So this is our other grid coming in here. So we have, that's grid, and then these last two are the anodes. Perfect, 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 perfect. That means we had a 220K going into that one. I don't know that we're gonna need another 220K going in. But I think that's what I had intended for it. Or that might be what this 82K is here, actually. I had an 82K that was longer. That's 100K, that ain't it. I swear, there's 100K. Could be that one. That's a 2.2. There's a 2.2. Those are going in the output section. I know that for a fact. Oh, you know what? The grid stoppers I held off on all the way. That's what it was. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do for grid stoppers, so I held off on them. I don't know that I even need one. Let's just do this here. Alright, this is the one I want. Please open in a new thing here. I'm trying to determine how I want to do my grid stopper here. So I know on the first one, it's that. On the second one, they went with a 68. That kind of actually sounds right, to be honest. That's more what I had in mind. So that's what I'm going to do. I don't know if I'm going to go with 68. I'm going to start with a small value. So let's see here. That's a 6.8. What are you? There's a 10K. Is this thing backwards? No, this isn't backwards. I just got to go through my other unit. And survey says, what are you? 47. That means that's 56. Which makes this one 82. We're going to go with I'm going to go with an 82K. I know I'm going to have more gain going into that spot. Realistically, I think that's what that 100K is that I have. Is that this one? I'm willing to bet that's what I intended to use was 100K. But I don't know. I don't know if I want to use 100K or not. You know what? Doesn't matter. We'll put 100K in there. Or do I not? I know that they use... We're going lower. We don't need that much. I'm not pushing that much gain in this stage here. We're using a pretty large grid leak. So I'm going to go with an 82. It's just slightly smaller. We'll probably end up going smaller than that even still. We'll probably end up closer to like a... what do you want to call it? A 56 even. Realistically, that's probably where we'll end up. And damn, my eyes are getting aged because I'm having a tough time starting to see all this crap. I hope to God I can get through this in a hurry because I want that like right there. And then you there. It's close enough to get the ball rolling. Do-do-do. Listen to my gay ass don't kill people music. I'm into the synthwave shit lately. It's literally don't kill people music. Ooh. I got it. Nailed it. Nailed it. Alright. Like I say, I probably don't need this much here, but I'm going to start with this and we'll go from there. I'm either going to need it or I'm not. There it is. Click. Oh, ja. All right. And then let's get this side here going. I'm going to swap this around. Try to keep moving. Luckily, there's not too many grids left, so I don't have a bunch of these decisions left to make. Most all the rest of this stuff's been kind of worked out. All right, we're going to stop there. We're going to have to come back and touch that one up. We're going to have to come back and touch that one up anyway. So now these two here are going to be caps. These are coupling caps. What did I go with? I went with... so the first one I went with a 0.022, and then the second one I went with a 0.01. So I think that 0.022 that I originally had was the one that I was going to use in that spot. So this is a 0.01 there. This is a 223. So this is one of them. So I'm going to start with this guy, and then we're going to go to 0.01, which is this guy here. Click. So let's see here. Is everybody going to be safe when we go with that? Yeah, we're going to be safe. All right, let's do that. Doing it, we're doing it, we're doing it well. Doing it, doing it well. Get on there. Come on, baby. Melt. There it is. Ha ha ha! Little brat. Just fighting me there for a second. Perfect. Are those lined up really nice? No, this one needs to come in just ever so slight, like that. Yes, mo better. Now, are they pointed upright? Yes. Okay, it's going around to the front side now. And let's see here. Really wish that would go where I want it to, but we'll deal with that in a minute. Come on, push around. There it is. Nah, I don't like that. So what it is that there it is. Let that cool for a second. So these leads that come out of these things aren't always, so the leads that come out of these, right, don't always come out of the center. Some of them are offset, or you know what I mean, like they come off at an odd angle, so it's really hard to get everything lined up. So I like to try to twack things if I can into the direction I want them to go. So sometimes it takes a little manipulation. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes. There, ish. All right, moving on. Where are we at here? So those two there, one of them, damn it, see, I kind of blew it. Those two there needed to have 2 resistors on them, and I jumped ahead. I wasn't thinking. I shouldn't have done those ones yet, is what I'm getting at. Those ones need to be, we're going to go with 100K for the first one and a 220 for the second one. So let's find a 220. That's this one. And then let's find 100K, which is this one. So we need to get the 220 in there first. And I see an issue here. Is this the one I want to go with? Yes, that is the one I want to go with. I want that to be bent just a little bit more better. Now these leads are a little bit longer than I wanted them to be as well. So I'm going to just bring it down just a little bit. We're going to shorten those leads up just a little bit. All right, so here's how we're going to do this. We're going to get this one bent in first, which makes sense why that one was bent the way it was, to make it so I could fit it where I needed to fit it. Right? And that's also going to make me have to work to get this to fit in there. There it goes. So is it going to go inside of? Yes, there it is. That's going to have to do, pig. But see how this is on the outside of that? You can't really tell, so I'll show you what I mean. I don't like the side that that is on. I want it to be on the other side. So we're going to undo what we just did. And we're going to pull it back out, more or less, is what I'm saying. There it goes. And then we're going to make sure that we put it in this time on the inside of that guy. So I want to push this one over to the right, like so. You little... I need my implement. All right. And we're going to get this guy, if you wouldn't mind, going in the right spot. Okay, I think that'll work. So it pushed into me a little bit, but that's fine. Maybe. Now it's fighting me. Oh my god, this is getting to be... There it is. There it went. Okay. Once it pops in there, everything's all golden again. Boom. Okay, now we're going to get this guy, because this one's going to be good. I know it is. So 220. Wait a second. Yeah, second one. Okay, good. I did a good thing. I almost about beat myself. Okay, I like that. That'll work. Now I got to do the same thing here to this 100K. And get it in there. And yeah, that one's kind of a similar story. I got that just a little bit longer than I want it. And this side can come in just a bit. All right, so we got to slip this one in there, but I want it to be on the inside again. Inside, I say. And there it went. Now I gotta get it to go up and over. No. Maybe this one wanted to go on the outside. We're gonna make it work. It's gonna be just dandy. There it is. Titter. So now we're gonna apply some heat. There it is. Boop. Get this backside going here. Come on, melt. And we get this one again. All right, what do we got? What do we got? Hey, instigator and the DV. Well, it's not DVII, it's D7, but a little over halfway through on this thing right now. Okay, what do we got coming off of this other one? This one here, this one jumps across. That is this guy here, but I think I want to get that one first. So what is that one? That is the Q mark. So let me find out. Let me recall myself on memory what that is. That is the cathode. That is our cathode. That being the case, if that is our third inline cathode, that is going to be a 2.2K, as most of them are. And if that is also a cathode, that also then therefore means that it is going to have one of these. I will have one left over. If you recall, I told you we're not using the one in the front there, which is that one. So this one I'm going to go this way with. Click. And then I have a 2.2K to go over the top of it with. And are you my daddy? I think that will make me quite freaking happy. If I'm looking at that the way that it is now, I would be quite smitten like a kitten with that. All right, so let me do one other thing. Make sure that we're not supposed to have anything else going to that. We are not, so I will leave it as is. All right. Melt. Melt, baby, melt. Okay, that's held in place, but that's not where I want it to be held in place. I want it to be right there. Stay put. And this one, yeah, we're gonna be just dandy. Okay. Come on, come on. Okay, just a little bit more. Ow. Some heat. Okay. Now this one's gonna be less than fun because I gotta get in there, so it's probably gonna be wise for me to figure that one out first. So what is that guy supposed to be? Let's find out. Okay, so that one is on its own. That one is coming off the anode of that one because it does connect to this guy. So this one has two things going on. So what is that supposed to be? That is the one that's coming off of our second one of those. So I'm pretty certain that one is meant to be another 100K. So that will be 100K. But that's the one that lives on the freaking thing because that's getting to be our, whatchamacallit, right? No. Where are we at? So we have another. So this is stage 1, that's 2, this is 3. So this is stage 4 that we're working on here, which is going to be another 100K for our anode. So I need to find another 100K. There's a 1 meg, that ain't it. This is 100K here. That's 2.2. There's another 100K, so it could be that one as well. So where I failed is that I didn't really mark my thing out very well. So this is our 100K. Maybe that's not our dropper is what it is. Duh. That is this one. Ta-da! All right, and then that one is a smaller coupling cap. I went with another 0.01. Actually, it's going to be a 0.0047, which is this one here. This is a 472. That's a 0.0047. Click. Like that. Like that. Just like that. All right? All right. All right. You dirty basura. Why you stack them? To save space, my man. To save space. I do not need to have them on separate turrets because they're part of the same network. So there's no point in trying to reinvent the wheel. So yeah, I will stack them in order to make it so that I can save the space for other components to fit more on the board. That is it. No more, no less. Come on, baby. There's other benefits to it too. They, like I say, they're part of the same network, so there's again no point in trying to reinvent the wheel. So, and if you wouldn't mind sticking to the freaking turret. What do we got here? Somebody's texting me. Could be importante. Oh, it's my buddy. Hold on, I gotta check out and see what he's saying. What is he teasing me about? Oh. You've been So my buddy's watching the stream and he's like, Luke, people are talking to you, but he's realizing that he's texting the wrong phone. So Brian is in the chat somewhere. Watch out, everybody. Somebody's here. Elam is here. Everybody. Oh my goodness. All right, we're gonna take a little break right now. Ladies and gentlemen, in the house is the one and the only Elam's 1894. He is the designer and builder of this amazing effects board. Did that not rhyme? So this guy right here, the one I've been, talking up the last several videos. Riley's been talking about it. A couple other people have been talking about this thing. This thing is the bee's knees. This is where it's at. This is the droid you are looking for. Mr. Elam's 1894 there. Oh, man. Yes. And he knows the beer that I like to drink, too. That is the gentleman that designed this thing. I can tell you right now, there is no better effects loop out there. No better effects loop out there. So, now this one is a parallel effects loop. It is not series. Now, series effects loop is cool and all, but let me tell you right now, nothing better than a really good parallel effects loop. There's so much more you can do with it. It has so many more possibilities. So he has been building some more of those boards. I believe he says he's got a small stock of them built up again. I kind of gave him a little soft nudge to see where he was going with that, to see if I was going to have to take over production for him. I'm teasing, of course, Mr. I'm not going to say your name, but Mr. Elam. But do hit him up if you're into building your own amplifiers and you want to put an effects board in there that is top notch, like the best of the best, like all the best stuff, literally. That is the guy that you want to get in touch with. So Elam, thank you for coming by and visiting with us today. I hope I serve you well. And he doesn't charge too much either. I say that now, but I guess I haven't gotten the full bill yet. I don't know. Maybe I got lucky, but he gave me a nice offer on this one because this is a giveaway. But whatever he asks, I tell you right now, pay it, because it blows the snot out of anything else I've seen ever before. So to give you an idea, this guy right here, it's a Granger unit, so it's a good unit. There's nothing wrong with it per se, but it's got cheap components in comparison. Like the components on that alone probably cost more than this entire board did. So I don't know what he's pricing these things out. I know that he said that he spent a lot of time just trying to find all the parts to put on his board. This thing was like 75 bucks American, and I think I paid him 150 bucks American. And honestly, I'd pay him more if that's what he asked for. So just be aware that that is no joke. That other one I just showed you, that Granger unit, that is a joke. That one will work. The Granger unit will work. That one, the ELAMS unit, will kick ass. Period. Hands down. Already know it. So just saying. Don't be cheap. Give them all your money. All your hugs and kisses too. All right. Back to business over here. I need to speed things up a little bit. We're a little over halfway through though, so we're sort of making some ground here. But I don't like the way that solder joint came out, so I'm touching it up not once, but freaking twice. I'm kind of excited. Everything's kind of falling together right now. Oh yeah, there we go. All right, need to get that one. So yeah, that's why we stack them though. Save that space. And it's the same network too, so there's no point in trying to run it somewhere else. So we don't need to do, we don't got to be crazy. There it is. All right, I'm gonna have to come back and touch that one up. We got too much heat on it. All right, so what do we got here? I think there's something that needs to go there, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, there is something that needs to go there. That is the grid stopper for the input of this one. And that one might have been that 82K that I had there. Maybe not, I don't know, because I think I didn't touch any of the grid stoppers. I do have an 82K here. Is that the one? This can't be the one. This is the one that's obviously going to be for my phase inverter. But there's a problem. Houston, there is a problem. I gotta go to the bathroom again. Part of the reason I don't really drink these much anymore when I'm doing these lives. I am gonna put you on mute, and I will be back in just a short moment. I promise you it won't take long. Ah, it locked on me already. Ooh, it's starting to get yucky outside. We're supposed to get some weather here in the next couple hours. It's just starting to get there. All right, sorry everybody. You know, we've been at this for a while now, so it's time to, you know, drain the main vein. All right, where were we? That one. We got to figure out what we want to do. I'm gonna go with a 56K this time. What did they use? What did they use? When I say they, I mean what did they use? They went with the 68K, interestingly enough. So I'm gonna go with a 56. I don't have 68. It's like one of those values I just don't have. I don't know why. But 56 is close enough to 68 for me. So there. All right. All right. Slow down a little bit here. I'm all excited. I'm excitable. Happy. Happy. Happy, happy. Joy, joy. There's that. And we want that to go. Starting to get this thing figured out a little bit better here. Except for that is obviously not centered very well. Burn. Sick burn. Speaking of slowing down just a little bit. Yeah, that would be correct if it were correct. All right. So let's just get this thing done right. I think that's honestly pretty dang close. Oh, that's much better. That time I got it. All right. Much, much better. All right. All right. 56. How do we land? I like it. I like it. I do, in fact. What do we got going on here? So fingers crossed, Luke, proof is always in the pudding, of course, but I'm confident as well. Thank you so much for the instruction that you gave me the other day too. I was pretty set on putting it with the pi node. So just to kind of stop and slow down a little bit more again, this thing here is powered off of the B+, okay? So this black wire here is the ground, obviously, and then this yellow wire is what provides the B+. This big old blue resistor, this nice ohmite, it's a siliconized ohmite, mind you. It's the actual proper resistor to use in this position for that purpose. That is not a cheap part, by the way. Probably, I'm gonna say probably $2 or $3, something like that at least, depending on how much you buy in bulk or whatnot. That's pretty gratuitous there. It might be closer to 5, to be honest. But in either case, this guy here, he says, is best to be powered by closer to 400, if not more volts. I'm going to have right about 400 volts on my screens. Maybe a little bit less than that, actually. So it'll probably be closer to 395, I think, is what I'll actually end up with on the screens. I'm hoping I'll end up a little higher. We're going to see, but I'll be right close to 400 volts. That's all. So we're gonna bank on that. And then kick you in the crotch. Yeah, right. Is it optimal point to ground loop off it? Where do you get the B+ from? Okay, so in this case, I'm taking it off the screen node. I was gonna shoot for the pi node, which should be right around 330 volts is what I think I'll end up with. But he was saying to power it off the screen node, which is where you would have your choke, if you were to have a choke. I'm not using a choke, but if you had one, that's probably where you would put that. But since I'm not using a choke, I'm not going to worry about it. So, but I am using a dropping resistor there, so I will take it off that node as he has suggested. And then the grounding point, I would ground it. It's always smart to whatever's powering the unit. So, if you're powering off the screen node, there it is. I was trying to get it to scratch a little bit. Come on, there it is. If you're powering off the screen node, then you ground at the screen node, wherever you're grounding the screen node at, okay? That's just a general, smart idea. So if you're powering something from the first node, let's say, or your last node, like this one here, right? It's probably smart to also ground it there, not ground it somewhere else over here, right? So if the power from it is coming from here, don't ground it here, ground it there. Make sense? And the high watts are a little bit weird because this first node here does power something that is in part of the phase inverter. And I did separate that node. It is powered from here and it is grounded over here. So it's one of those things. It's a little odd, but that's best practice. All right, let's keep on moving here. So this is our anode here, right? Yep, that is our anode. So that's that guy. And this should jump over to there if I did everything right. And it does. Yes, it did. Okay. So that one there, what did I do for that? I don't remember. I'm pretty sure. I think that's 100K. That might be 100K. But I don't remember I don't remember. Because I don't have a whole bunch of 100Ks left here. This is a 22. This is a 56.2. This is a 22 as well. That's our master volume send right there. So that should be a 22K. That's what I did. I remember now. That is coming off what should be a .047. This is a 472. So that is going to be a 22K. Bloop. There we go. Ugh, that's dirty. Clean your tip early, clean your tip often. Treat it like a Mac. That's an old joke, by the way, if you're not into that kind of stuff. So once upon a time, there used to be a saying for Macs. Macs being Mac computers, Apple computers. And it was save early, save often. Brian's over there. Dude, shut the fuck up. And let's go. Bloop. Love it when it just does that. It just goes bloop. It's funny, a little hold over here, like hold, and all of a sudden it'll just go bloop. Okay, so that takes care of that. Now what do we got here? There's nothing going in this aisle right there. I kind of wish I'd almost laid this all out. This one is another cathode resistor. That is the cathode that is coming from our Pi network. So that is a 2.2K, as are most all of them. And with all the 2.2Ks, they have one of these, but this has to go the right direction. So this is going to go here like so. And then we got a 2.2K that's going to go over the top. This one here, I'm going to say. And I don't like how that one's fitting. This one's got some weird oddity stuff going on here. Let's see if I can fix some of that. Ooh. That's not what I wanted to do. Sorry, I'm off the desk again. Working without you. My apologies. Okay, let's see if that is a little bit better of a fit now. Much better of a fit now. Much better. Okay. So now let me confirm that is the correct orientation for that. So that is a cathode, and this other side is a cathode as well. So for the very first of those cathodes is a 2.2, and then the last one is its own, and that one's 100K. So that 100K that I had, that was its loaner, that's this one. This one's the one that actually goes here. So that's this guy. I knew there was a home for that, and then I can't remember what's in the middle one there. That one is a jumper segment. So that one's got a 22K. Let's kind of build this a little bit here. Let's spend some time and build this. That's a 56. I think that's one of the ones I was actually going to use somewhere else, but so we go 22K first. And then we should have a 2.2K to ground, if I'm not mistaken. There's a 2.2K here. Now that one's got really long leads on it. More than 82. This is a 1 meg. All right, so let's figure out what's going on in this network right here. So I've got a 560 that goes to ground. That's up here though, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to work my stuff out here. That 560 to ground is this one here. I'm almost positive of it. And then this one should be the 1 meg. You can't see what I'm looking at. I apologize. Just know I am looking at something and I am confirming to myself what's where. My apologies. It would probably be smart to show you what I'm looking at the same time, but we're not gonna. Sorry. And dang it, my nose are pissed. Okay, and then we got a big old fat 1 UF that goes over to here. It's gonna go like so, if I'm not mistaken. That fell right in there, so I'm going to assume that that's where that one goes. And then this one goes here. One of these I bent downwards a little bit, and I believe that is the one. So right there, it must be a 2.2K, but I can't imagine that's got to be this one. Because all of them, except for that 100K, has a whatchamacallit. So this has to be, that's a 22K. But that's not correct. The phase inverter, let's get the power side of the phase inverter figured out then real quick. So this guy here, I know is, so which way did we go? We went this way. So this one goes up like that. So that's our power supply there. And then we got our 82 point whatever, which I believe is our first node. And then we should have 100K actually, if I'm not mistaken. What do we got? It's an 82K. That's what it's supposed to be. Which means I stole an 82K from somewhere that it wasn't supposed to go. Where did that one get stolen to then? Well, there's our 82K, but then there's 100K. I need 100K. So I stole it for something else. I think I stole it for one of my input grids. So whatever. We're going to get another 100K out. Not a big deal. I got plenty of those. 100. 100. 100. All right. So this is going to go here. I'm going to pull that out. And guess what? We're going to do this. Isn't this so exciting? Oh my gosh. You're like, yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to do on my Saturday evening. This is what we're doing. It's going to be awesome. When we're done, it's going to be freaking awesome, okay? That's all you need to know. Burp. Scoozy. By the way, the burps are a good thing, okay? So that's how you know it's going to be a real show, all right? So if I'm not burping, it's not a real show. So that's what that's all about, by the way. So if you're new here, the burps are normal. I'm not just being rude and crass. I am, but I'm not. It's just, that's how you know it's a real show, okay? All right. And I'm out of booze too right now. So another one of my other rules is that must always have a drink of choice within arm's reach at all times. Now, a drink of choice does not necessarily mean it has to be alcoholic or of the alcoholic nature, but I'm looking for sponsorship. Somebody sponsor this guy, please. All right, let me double check on something here. I want to go to, where do I want to go? One of these has what I'm looking for. That isn't it. Let's see here. So the 82K is the first one, which is that one, and then the 100K goes to the backside. I should have the board in the chassis, but I like working with it this way. You know why I like working with it this way? Because it's just so much easier to get to everything this way. But we will get it in there soon enough. Don't you worry. And there's just so many reasons why it is so much better to have this thing out of the chassis at the moment. So I can actually see everything and like know for a fact everything's like all nice and straight and pretty like. And I can touch everything up and get in at the angles I want to get in. All that kind of fun stuff. What is that turd right there? That is my input side of things for the negative feedback loop. That is my 560 to ground. That is my 1 meg. That's my 82K, which is to my first one. That's my second one. That is a ground as well. Okay. So the only thing that's missing is that 2.2K that goes to ground there. Which I'm wondering why I made it so long. That is what I'm asking myself right now. Like, is there a reason that I made it that long? There is a cap, but it doesn't go there. So that's not it. I guess maybe I just made it long and didn't realize it. Either that or I moved it from some other spot like that I already had kind of done up. I don't know. There's no reason for it to be that long though. So based on what I can see here, this needs to get cut just a wee bit shorter. I think I know what it was. So remember this 2.2K that I put here? That one was meant to go there. This was the one that was going to go over this guy that we're not using, which would have been here. That's all. That's what it is. I've sussed it out. I figured it out. That's pretty close. I can live with that. All right. What else do we got going on over here? I think we're ready to kind of just start soldering some stuff in. But first, it's time to bust out the big guns. It's time to bust out the big guns. If you're going to do this, you have to do it right. Which means you have to have a drink of choice within arm's reach at all times. And we're going to switch up the music again. Sorry. It's the same two songs the whole time, but it is what it is. I only made two, so sorry. It's way down in there, though. You probably can't even hardly hear it. All right. The extra turret board real estate of the DC rectification and filtering did not justify itself as there was no clear benefit. Oh, okay. Wait. I've tried DC heaters. Okay. Yeah. So what Elam's talking about there is DC heaters. And I'm sure there was some other conversation that I missed, but I don't use DC heaters. Does it work? I think it does. I think there's some merit to it, but there is a bunch of real estate that gets eaten up for it. Riley has kind of figured something out. He uses a recom board, which is, let me get it. We got nothing but time here. I'm not in a hurry, everybody, so we can work this kind of stuff out. But so the recom board basically looks like this little guy right here. This one is a 12 volt, if I'm not mistaken, 5 volt, excuse me. So this is a 5 volt, AC to DC converter. So it's this little thing. Now the thing that sucks about these little recon boards like this one isn't a real recon though. This one's a high link. This is a pile of junk. I got this for testing purposes, but it does work pretty well. But the holes are not a standard, they're not standard dimensions for most of the boards that you get. Yeah, I know the music sucks. That's why I picked it. I picked it just to annoy the fuck out of you. All right, fine. I'll turn it down a little bit. I liked it. I was getting into it. Whatever, guys. Anyway, this isn't your show. This is my show. So that is a good way to condense that down a little bit. It was okay for an hour. Yeah, no, we're gonna have it for another 2 or 3 hours. No, it's all good, man. I appreciate it. But so yeah, you can get it condensed down into that, but is it worth the effort? That is up to, I guess, the end user to decide. I imagine for some it is, and for others it isn't. I haven't found a need for it yet. This might be the build that shows me otherwise. I do not know for sure, but hopefully not. I'm hoping that this, I'm expecting fairly high gain out of this build, but not so high that I have to start thinking about, DC heaters and all that kind of crap. Really, that thing's gonna make me freaking work, isn't it? All right, I'm gonna have it held there for a second. We're gonna go to work this other angle here, and if you don't mind. But I don't know. There was a conversation on the Tone Talk thing or whatever that, Dave Friedman has, and they kind of alluded for a moment that the only way to get truly quiet, preamp sections is to at least use DC heaters on the first stage or the first node. I don't know. Again, I'm doing things a little bit differently because I use parallel triodes, and parallel triodes are quieter, half the noise of any normal stage. So half the noise is half the noise, however you want to count it. But I don't really seem to have a problem with noise. So this is going to be the build that proves me wrong though. I am doing a lot of things different on this build that I've never done before. The number of gain stages, etc. Little things like that. So this one might make me eat my words. Probably will. Who knows? I have some doubts about some things, but I know it's gonna make noise. That part I'm not worried about. It's just, is it gonna work right out of the bat? That is the question I have. Damn, I did a good job on that. I'm super stoked with that. But now I want to get these things out of my way. And Andy, sorry, let me get that out of my mouth straight. Andy, I want to say thank you for hanging out with us, dude. I know that you've been building your amp all day and going through all your fun stuff. So I appreciate you coming and hanging out for the amount of time that you have so far, watching me literally do what I do. I know you're just stealing all my trade secrets. I tease. And that's why I picked the music just for you. I didn't. I wanted to do something different on this video. You noticed, probably some of you, maybe not all of you, but I did pick a different thumbnail. I wanted something a little bit brighter, a little more cheerful, jovial. I mentioned earlier that I have noticed that I am not as excitable or as uppity as I have been in some of my other previous videos, and it is not unnoticed by me myself. If anything, I am beginning to realize as I do this YouTube stuff that I am more affected by social crap than I thought at one point. You know, I'm pretty used to being in front of a crowd. I'm pretty used to that whole kind of thing, right? But it is, I don't know what it is. It's a little bit different when it's a little bit different. I don't know. So I'm beginning to notice that I do get affected by some things, and it does show. So I'm trying to be more positive and just personable. I don't know what the word is. Fun is the word I want to say. Okay, you just hold tight right there for now while I glue you into place here. That makes sense? Once I split my the power out with the yeah, no, I don't know what it is. I just don't have a problem. Never seem to have a problem. Even if I stack all my grounds together, like, just doesn't seem to matter. I don't know. Maybe I've just gotten lucky. I don't know. I think the biggest thing, or the more important thing, is just how you ground everything together. Like, I don't honestly think it matters really if you ground them all together at the same point or not. It's just when you do create these little loops, like if there's one way for this path to get back and around some other way to this other point, that's where you're going to run into a problem. So as long as you don't biff it in that regard, then it's pretty hard to biff it. So this one should be the 82. It is. This one should be the 100K. And it get in your home. There it is. Things are going to get a little bit tighter up in here, so I probably need to think a little bit more about what I'm doing right now. Because one of these I know goes here, like this. And then the other one goes up here like that. So I don't want to put this one in first. I want to put this one in last because I have all the access that I need to it. But there's a lot of other little crap going on in here. That's what all these things are for. And I think I already derp. I think this 1 meg was supposed to have something that went around it. And I'm willing to bet that I missed it. I did. I totally biffed it. That one, this one right here, that 20, no, is it that one? It's this one. Yeah, that 22K was supposed to have something that went around it. right. No, it's supposed to be a 1 meg. Yeah, 1 meg. That's supposed to be a .022 that goes over the top of it, which is this guy right here. Golly gee whiz. I am going to chop that down just a slight bit. I got to remember where it goes. According to my thing, it goes on that first one. That makes sense. That does make sense. So, but that does not make sense because that's a 22K and that's a 1 meg. Thinking here, I'm thinking, hold on, just work with me a little bit. That 1 meg is in the wrong spot. Because that 1 meg is that one that I put on the board earlier, the one that's inside the amp. So I freaking biffed it actually right now. So this 1 meg is supposed to be where this 22K is, and this 22K is supposed to be somewhere else. Did I get those things backwards? Is that what it is I did? Hold on. I'm trying to reverse engineer myself a little bit here. Yeah, why the hell did I do that? These are supposed to go there, these are supposed to go there. Totally backwards. Darn it. This is not going to make things easy for me. See what happens when you get too excited, I guess? I don't know. Like, I totally biffed it. Alright, come on now. Come on up. Okay, and we're going to come back to this one. There it is. Okay, we got one out nice and sound. Safe and sound anyway. Okay, we're going to come up just a little bit. We're going to go to this one. Damn, and that was looking so good over there too. There's that one, nice and clean and clear. And if you wouldn't mind, thank you. Alright. I don't know how the hell I managed that, but I did. Mistakes and all. There's a part of me that was looking at it going, yeah, this isn't adding up. And then another part of me is like, no, this is right. It is right. Except for it's in the wrong spot. Come on. There it goes. It fell back down again. Spring-loaded action. Okay. There it is. That one's free. We're gonna have to straighten this lead up a little bit. That one kind of got kinked a little bit. Oops. Oh boy. And oopsie daisy, just a little ways. If you do it just right, you can get them back out. Sorry, I'm not looking at you guys. I'm just now starting to concentrate a little bit more here. There we go. Then you work your way back over, get it clear, and then you can freaking get it out. Yay. Durr. Alright. Not a big... It's pretty non-incidental, to be honest. Like, it's a pretty innocuous mistake. A little bit wrong, a little bit off, but not like undoable. All right, so let's get it right this time. So in the first position, which is this one here, I'm supposed to have a 2.2K, excuse me, a 560 to ground and a 1 meg. So that's this 1 meg that's sitting here. Yes. Now I got to get those things cleaned out, so it's a little bit easier to get in there. What's that? Without being a bearer of bad news, the only possible problem I see with this build of the circuit is the impedance. He's got like 3 volume pots. So I want you to think about this for a second. All right. Think about this for a second. What is a grid leak resistor? It's an attenuation circuit, right? What is a grid stopper? Well, depending on how it's done up, that is essentially part of a network, a volume dropping network, right? So there we go, nice. I'm not gonna be fooked. So keep in mind, this circuit's basically coming out of an ODS, All right, so I've got the 2 volume pots, but what do they do between those 2 volume pots? They put a volume control. So all I'm doing is adding that little attenuation circuit into part of it. Yes, it adds impedance, that's the whole idea, except for the pots themselves are only 250K. So they're pretty low pot values. Now the first pot value will be 1 meg, but the subsequent pot values are only 250K. Same with the master volume. The master volume is essentially a 250K. So when it comes down to the maximum impedance that I'm gonna have, not that worried about it. And then the effects loop, of course, works a completely different way. I don't know that I need this, but I'm gonna use it anyway. There we go. So I'm gonna suck some solder up. Oh, gotta freaking squeeze it off first. Ow. I'm not that worried about it. There we go. That one went well. I am not fooked. Not pound, not fooked. That's good enough to work with. Ideal? No, but good enough to work with, yes. We'll come back and clean all that up. That's really yucky. All right, where were we? We got a 1 meg. That's this guy. And a freaking, we got a cap that's supposed to go over the top of it. That's this one. So we're gonna get this 1 meg buried in there somehow. There it is. Now it's back where it needs to be. And then this 22 is gonna go here, 2.2. That's gonna go there. And then I gotta get it in there with it. That's where I biffed it, was not putting it in there. There it is. Okay. Now, get all the way down if you wouldn't mind, please. Oh, I know what the problem is. This is longer than I need it to be still. Won't go all the way down because it's not enough down to go. There's a wire in the bottom of it now. And this might go down on its own now. Yeah, maybe not. Okay. There it is. I got some air down there. Damn it. All right, whatever. Shut the fuck up, Andy. I watched you all damn day fighting with your shit. Turtling it. Because goddamn, you were turtling it for there a little while. Just saying. Holy fuck my ass. That's what's going on here. I need to bend that back down a little bit. And you know what? It's not about speed. It's all about that comfort. There we go. Let's confirm my craziness here. So I got a 0.022 that's going to go over the top of a 1 meg. That's what that is. All right, cool. And then I got a 560 that goes to ground. Now on the next one, in the very last node, which is this one here, that is it. That is correct. I should have a 22K and then a 2.2. That is this guy. I'm going plenty freaking fast enough, okay? Plenty freaking fast enough. And I've been drinking. So you know that's going to slow me the hell down. Try wire after 3 whiskeys and 2. Right? Come on. Boring my ass. It's not going to be boring here in a little bit. We're getting to the good part. We're getting to the good part. Everybody just bear with me. The 16 of you that are in here right now, just bear fucking with me. And I'm going to cut that a little bit more. I'm still not happy with it. I'm picky. I am that kind of picky. All right, so, and let's see what we got here. I want that to go there. And I kid you not, I did choose this music with you in mind, Andy. Because I knew you were going to be like, oh my God, how could you? How could I easily? I pick a song. Actually, I didn't pick the song. I picked the genre and I gave the AI a directive. I told it, I want this. Now make it for me. And it's like, sure, Luke. I said, find the one song that's going to make Andy go freaking nuts. And everyone else too, because why not just everyone? And it's like, I got you. Because AI talks to me like that. It's like, I got you. I got you. I know what's up. I'm kidding, of course. That's not what I did at all. I told it to come up with something, and this is what it came up with. And I was like, yeah, this is actually kind of cool. I'll dig it. Now, if you wouldn't mind melting. There it is. Bloop. Bloop. That's the sound it makes. All right, let's confirm I'm not freaking crazy. That one there goes to my network that goes over to here, right? Right? Does that make sense? So that is that network, because that 560K and that whole freaking, yep, that's right. Cool freaking beans. Let's get this guy. Let's get this guy, I said. Aw, you little brat. There it goes. Bloop. All right. So I'm going to get this front side here. Should go a little bit quicker this time. Maybe. I want you to line up in the middle. How the fuck is that still so damn hot over there? All right. Sorry. Didn't mean to yell at you. There are some things that were baffling my mind. Like how the hell something could still be so freaking hot that I literally touched 5 years ago. All right. Is that still good? Oh, no. No, 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 no. Not good. Yeah. See, I like things facing all the same direction. Dang it. I'm trying to go too fast now. Damn you, Andy. Now you're making me try to go too freaking fast. Making me slip up here. Alright, I want that to go down. Aha, yes. Yes, good. Is good. Is so good. Alright, that is good. That is good. That is good. That is good. There's a thing that goes in here that I gotta get yet still. What is that one? That one is... That's gonna be the little baby one. So I've still got 2 left over here. What are you? You're a 103. That's the one that we weren't gonna use. That's the one that got replaced by this guy here. So never fear. I know what that is. Alright, so this one is a little baby one. This is a 103. This is a 0.01. If I read that correct, like... I want to go to here. No, it's supposed to be a 0.001. So I need a 102. It's a 103. Oh, that is a 102. Holy cow. My freaking eyes, dude. Okay. Might be time to change my glasses again. All right, how do I want to do this? The closest thing to ground I'm going to have is to run it this way. So click. We're going like this. Ta-da! Now, damn. There's nothing that goes there. I need to get that one yet still before I move on. So let's go here. I'm keeping it loose kind of on purpose, you guys. Obviously, you have to have fun. There it is. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is looking good. Okay. So I have a couple sayings in life. Some people agree with it, some people don't, but one of those sayings is that if it's not fun, it's not worth doing, and anything worth doing is worth doing right. So I really do strive to do the best work I can possibly freaking do. but it's got to follow that rule where it's got to be fun first. So I spend a lot of time and energy. Fuck off, little bug. A lot of time and energy to make sure that it stays fun. And my buddy Brian probably wants to beat me for it, because sometimes too fun and too much of a good thing is still too much, of course, but not everything is meant to be fun, of course. But there's some things I don't take as seriously as I probably should. But the reason is the rules. The rules. But I don't cut corners. That's the thing. Like, I like nice things and I like doing it right. I am a perfectionist, mind you. Even though it might not seem like it, like, there are certain things that just absolutely freaking kill me when they're not done right. Believe it or not. I will do it 5 times if that's what it takes to get it right. Put it that way. But on the 5th try, if I can't get it right on the 5th try, I'm going to stop and just quit while I'm ahead. But there we go. There it is. Okay. Yay. All right. I want to get the rest of those kind of locked in. I don't think anything comes off of that one. Nothing comes off of that one. So we're going to go ahead and get these ones in there. Believe it or not, I do think ahead on a lot of stuff. Might not seem like it, but I do. Ooh, that one went pretty well. Ooh. I will accept that. I will accept that. All right, so we got a couple more to go in here. Literally only 2 more parts. I think this one was meant to be another grid stopper, and I think I grabbed that extra 56K that I was looking at and used it there. That is the 22K that is going off to my master volume. So there's a couple of these that are just extras. There should be like a 103. That is that one. That's a 0.01. So this guy here is our 102. And I think I decided that we were going to go this way with it. But I want to hold it up off the thing a little bit, because if I hold it down, it's going to touch the turrets, and when the turrets get hot, it will melt them. We don't want that. Gotta fix more tomorrow. Okay. I fed up Riley. Celebrate my mistakes, otherwise I go crazy. You know, you have to. You have to. I mean, if you did everything right the first time, every time, then it was obviously too easy. And as they say, if it were easy, everybody would be doing it. Something's got to be going wrong if you freaking... You know what I mean? Like, if it goes that perfectly every freaking time, then something's got to be going on. What are you missing? So, let's get that guy in there. Is that how I want to do it? How is that going? That is going to ground. So I want to go the other way with that, right? Yep, that is absolutely going to ground. So remember that black line, closest thing to ground. So whether that's your HT or ground. So let's, again, to clarify what I'm talking about there, let's say this is 0 volts and this is, you know, whatever, your HT. It doesn't matter what volt it is, but this is your high voltage, right? Let's say you have a 100K resistor here and a 220K resistor here. Which side is closest to ground? The 100K. So that means that this line would go that direction, right? 100K is closer to 0 than 200K is to HT. Now, if it were flippy flopped, right? This is still 0, this is your HT. If you only have 100K on your plate, or your, you know, your anode side, or whatever you want to call it, HT side, and you've got, you know, 300K to ground over here, you know, be it through a potentiometer or something like that, whatever it might be, it would then make sense to have the line go to your HT side of things. Make sense? I think that should make sense. Pretty clear. HT is just as close to ground electrically as this is. Josh, I will get there when I get there. We're only 3 hours and 30 minutes into this. We haven't really been doing this all that long. believe it or not, I was expecting a 5 to 6 hour video out of this. It's gonna be 5 to 6 hours, but we'll get there. We'll get there. We got time. Nothing to worry about. I got you guys here watching. There's 17 of you somehow. I don't know how. I think that's like probably a peak number of watchers for this late in the game. And considering my level of sobriety. But we're moving. We are getting shit done. And we're talking and we're learning and we're talking about amplifiers. And that is freaking awesome. Freaking awesome. And thank you. It almost freaking did what I wanted it to do. Oh my god, that's exactly what I wanted it to do. You couldn't see it, but I saw it. It just, and then bloop, it goes like perfect. And then you end up with this nice little ball right there. See that guy right there? Nice little ball. Just bloop. Happy. Okay, so this one here, we need to hold up off the turrets a little bit. So this one's gonna be a little less than fun. So I'm gonna try to do something because I can't do two things with my hands at the same time. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna get this thing loaded up. And then I'm gonna put it in there. Sorry, squirreled for a second. There it is, held up a little bit. Ooh, that is so freaking cool. That is so awesome. You guys can't see what I can see, but if you can see what I can see, that's at the same height as this guy, and those are all at the same freaking height, more or less. So these guys are still taller, if you will, than anything else. So these are still the tallest thing in the chassis at the moment. Bueno. All right. So I'm freaking awesome, okay? It's all you need to know is Luke is freaking awesome. Luke is so freaking awesome. You don't even know how freaking awesome Luke is. And sorry if you don't like my voice, but that is where I'm going with it. So there. And if you wouldn't mind, there it goes, sort of. Oop, there it is. There it is. There it be, yo. There it is. Okay, cool. All right, so now I just need to push this kind of over a little bit. There it is. And then I need to bring this side down just a little bit to make it more level. There, ooh, that was it. Just a touch. Oh my god. Oh my god. That. All right. So I need to decide which direction this one's gonna go. Again, we're looking for closest to ground. So let me look at my circuitry here and see. This is my big old 0.1. So ground is, this is my 0.1 coming off the thing here. So 0.1, so 100K that way or 470 the other way. I wanna go to the one that's going to the 470. The 470 is coming from here. Yeah, it's coming from there. All right, yes. No, yeah, there's this side. Yes, so my 470 comes from here. So we want it to go like this. Makes sense? Mallory's not good enough anymore? Oh. No, not Jupiter's. I've never really used Jupiter's, sorry. Oh man, excuse me, goodness. So I've always just kind of used the Zozos, whatever. 3 reasons. One, I think price-wise, they're priced right where they should be. They're not uber expensive like the Jupiters are, and they're not uber cheap, right? They're like kind of in the middle somewhere. Quality-wise, they're inarguable quality. Okay. Like nobody's going to sit there and go, oh, Zosos suck. They're the world's greatest pieces of shit, right? Nobody's going to say that. They're not going to say they're the best. They're certainly not going to say they're the worst. And then the third thing is that value wise, they're pretty much spot on. I haven't had any problems with them. They're reliable. They do what they're supposed to do. And that's all I can ask from them, right? It's not too much to ask. So The Jupiters are kind of, from my understanding, a little all over the place. They're not exactly super accurate, which I cannot confirm that. That is hearsay, but you know, some people say that they're really not what they say they are. They are also the most expensive option out there. So that means they're not cheap and not being, they're just expensive for the sake of being expensive, I think. And another reason I'm not a super fan of them, Jupiters that is availability. So the thing about the Zozos, whatever the hell you want to call them, is they are pretty ubiquitous. You can find them all the time. They're not hard to find, right? Well, the Jupiters, there's a value that I want because they are the only ones that seem to make that value. Can't get a hold of it. It's out of stock. They don't have it. So what the fuck good is a part if you can't freaking find it? This is done. That's what that was. I gave it the shake. It's done. And you can see my little pookies pooped through the holes. It's actually starting to harden already, if not already hard. So those are never going to move. I'm super duper stoked right now. Everything is in its place. What is that? How does that saying go? Everything has a place and a place for everything or something like that. What I am going to do is move this guy here a little bit. I think there it is. That's more better. Sorry, there's a squirreled out there for a second because I wanted things to be right. Now what I'm kind of doing is just doing a little bit of general cleanup to make things look good. Mainly because nothing is going to move anymore and everything's in its place. So that's like an old grandma saying, like a place for everything and everything in its place. I'm sure you guys can remember that one. That's kind of what I try to do. Place for everything and everything in its place. I'm just looking to make sure I haven't missed anything that's importante. And I'm kind of doing work that doesn't need to be done because these we're gonna have to touch every single one of these again. Just because. But that is looking pretty dang snazzy, if I do say myself. Right? Does that make sense? Right? What we got going on here? Everything's looking good. Would you concur? Yeah? Everything's nice and centered, right up the middle. All that kind of fun stuff. Right? I think we done good. These things are a little bit off there. It's hard to tell, but yeah, this one's actually centered. This one's a little bit off, but I think I can actually fix that. Yeah, they are a little off. We'll come back to that one. These two are gonna bug me, but they're pretty freaking close. I'm gonna turn off the iron. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit as well. We're going to, all right, I'm gonna do you guys one solid here. We're gonna turn off the background music for a little bit. All right, we're at a good place to take like a small little break. For V1 bypass cap, I started using Nichicon Golds. Okay, I didn't know that they made them that small, to be honest. I'm not against them. Obviously they're meant for audio purposes, so you know the Nichicon Golds are A1 in my book. So these guys here, these are extras we're probably not going to use. We'll see. That bypass cap may or may not get used, or we will use a different value. But let's kind of tidy things up a little bit here. And what we're going to do is some cleanup. So I want to get all the splatter off of my board because I don't like splatter. So I literally go through and do what you're watching me do right now, which is get rid of the splatter. Again, I'm probably doing this a little prematurely because by the time I put all the wires and stuff and all the other connections and stuff on here, we're going to end up with more splatter. But I like doing it as I go along. It just helps keep things clean. Another thing is too is keep in mind the flux is technically an acid, so if you let it set on there too long, it will permamark. It will leave a mark, and it will be permanent if you let it sit on any one thing too long. Just food for thought. The flux is meant to etch, you know, nickel or brass or steel or whatever the heck it etches. So what's to make you think that it won't etch fiberglass resin or something like that? So just food for thought. So I do go through and do that. And then, oh, I've got it out already. A little brush action. Never hurt nobody. And then what I can't get with the brush, I'll usually get with some other implement. Sorry, I'm not paying any attention to you guys as I sit here and think about my actions. And this one, so you got a little bit of time on these things to get them kind of straightened out where you want them and all. This one here, I just give it a little twack, if you want to call it that. Just a little twack. Which is to say I just moved it out of the way is all. Come on, baby. Get out. Get out. All right. If that's not snail enough for you, then I don't know what is. Andy, where you at? Let's go. Oh, okay. Yeah, fine gold. Stop making them. I thought the Nishikon was still, because you can still get the Nishikon gold caps, but I didn't know that they changed manufacturer. I thought all the Nishikons, to the best of my knowledge, were still made in Japan or whatnot. Now, I don't know what it is about Japan, but if it comes out of Japan, not a problem in the world to me. It just seems like every time something says it comes out of Japan, it's a little bit better than anywhere else. Generally speaking. Not always, but generally speaking. So, I know that the Nishikons are pretty much better than anything you can get your hands on. Now, the F&Ts, they are technically German, but I don't know if they're actually German made. The F&Ts are good, and they're priced like they're good, but I don't know that they're actually made in Germany. I'm still on the fence about that. Now, I won't argue with them in their quality, because they're certainly better than some of the IC stuff that's out there. Now, there are different levels of IC chip, or not IC chips, IC capacitors that you can get. I can't remember what IC stands for. It's something Chicago or something like that. But IC used to be the bee's knees once upon a time. But they've kind of gone away of the dodo bird for a lot of stuff. And I'm sorry I'm spending a lot of extra time on this, because this is about the most intimate I'm going to be able to get with this thing for a long while. Well, probably forever, because this thing's getting sent away to somebody. And I will never see it again. But I want... yeah, that thing is... those leads, I'm going to have to bend those leads a little bit. I'm happy with where the cap itself is placed. What I'm not happy with is how the leads, I've mentioned before that the leads don't always come off the center line of the thing. You shut the fuck up. Sorry, my screen was telling me that it's going to shut off. Yeah, profits, you know, things, capitalism. It is what it be. All right. I think we're ready to put this thing in to a box. So let me put this thing down. Everything's looking good there. That's fine. I'm going to move some stuff here. My apologies. Well, you know, we got some other work to do yet still. we got some underboard work to do yet still on our other thing. So I'm gonna move that over there. My kid has some friends over right now. You can hear them in the other room. They're having a good old time. I don't mind. I'm just saying. They're over here having a good old time. All right. Excuse me. So our other board, I should say, has some underboard turrets. And they need to obviously do some stuff that's different. Now, what I'm going to do is going to be brave. I know that this is done. This is done. Like, this thing is done. It's going where it's going to go. That thing has gotten significant, too. It's hefty. That is where it's going to go. Just like that. Talk about some short runs. You want to talk about some short runs there, Andy? Where the hell are you at? Anyway, you've taken off. I can tell already you're freaking doing something else, you squirrel. So these things are some short runs. That's my finger right there. So, you know, one of these is about the thickness of my finger. Like, most of these runs are going to be like really, really short. And some other things that have worked out really, really well is when you really look at it, all these things are going to line up pretty well with these pots that come across here. So this is our pot for the presence control. Like, the presence control is here, and the center of the pot, or the center of my thing, is there. Like, it's so freaking close. Like, we're talking like 1/8 of an inch or something like that. Most of these are all within about 1/8 of an inch of where they need to land. So pretty cool, I think. One thing I know that I nailed it, is this. So this guy's going to go in here, right? That one straight across from it. This one here, yeah, it's still too long. But that one there, that's our ground. Or that's actually our ground. That's our HT. That's our ground. That's our pi 1, or pi 2, excuse me, pi 1. Right? Nothing's going in that aisle. And then right here, right there, that aisle right there is where the jumper for the phase inverter will go. Or phase inverter. Negative feedback, excuse me. NFB. So like everything is like lining up just deets, man. Right? And then, so this guy right here, this is going to jump literally to right there. So that post right there is where it's going. So it's like literally 1 inch. It's going straight across. This one here is going straight down to here. Like, it's just literally going bloop, like straight down. So it's like 1/2 inch, like super duper close. Like, we're pressing our luck on how close and how short these runs are going to be. This series is a good replacement for the FG series. Oh, okay. Made in Japan, and they are the high temp one. Ooh, damn. Yeah, but let me guess, they're like hard to find too. That's the downside, is some of these are just a brat and a half to freaking source. Digi key is pretty good, but not always. Like, I don't know. It's hit or miss with DigiKey. So now I got to stand back up again. So hold on a second here while I move to a new preset. Boop. There we go. All right. So you can kind of get what I'm getting at. So like this guy right here, this is our NFB. Where is it going to land? Like literally right freaking there. Like, it's just going to go right there, but it's going to go on this side of it. So it's almost not even going to have to bend to get in on there. Like, it's just going to go straight across, right into it almost. So things like that. Most of these things will fly from the board straight to the turret, or to the, whatever the lead is. These guys right here, they come out of the board. I'm super stoked with how this is kind of landed, right? They don't come out of the board, by the way. What I mean is that they come out of here and they literally just go bloop. Like, they're going literally right there. You get what I mean? Like, this thing is right here and they're literally going right freaking there. It's just, everything was thought out in such a degree where it's just going to pow right in. This is the input right here, right? So this right there, that guy implements. excuse me, not that one. This is the grid right here. This one that goes over the center here. That grid, if you look, is right up the middle there. It goes right up the middle, straight into our input. Little things like that. It is going to have a little bit of a kick to make it all come together and all that jazz, but you get what I mean. Like, it's just all the little things are made specifically to fit, like, right? So let's do a thing here. I'm going to bolt that thing in because I know it's not going anywhere anymore. So I'm going to get some screws that I already have out. At least I have most of them out. Unless there's one missing. I got 1, I got 2, and 3, and 4. Yeah, that's all of them. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yay! Boop. And now I need a tool. Tool. I think this is a tool that I'm looking for. Yes, it is. All right. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do do. All drilled by hand, and all done. Awesome. All right, so click, click. Actually, I'm gonna get this one first. I like going in kind of a cross star, but I don't really have that much click. So what I'm doing here is literally just torquing it, right? And if I have to take this thing out later, you'll find that that is all the tight it needs to be. I'll show you what I mean. In fact, we'll go back to this one here. It's gonna click when I go to undo it. You hear that snap? That's how tight that was. So now you know why I don't really worry about it too much. They don't got to be super tight, but they got to be tight. But they are so tight that they will tink when they go to get undone. That's how confident I am of that. All right. I've lost some people here. They must not think I'm interesting anymore because they don't understand like where we're at with this guy right now. We are in awesome freaking land right now. Whether you believe it or not, we are in awesome freaking land right now. We do need to do some more underboard stuff with these other turret boards, though. There are some underboard connections on here that we need to do. So let's get ready to do that. We're going to need some red. We're going to need some black. Where is that black that I had earlier? There was that little strip that I had that I said wasn't too long enough. Or did we forego that one? I can't remember. I know there's a little piece here. No, that was a 20 gauge. That's what it was. All right. Well, we're moving on then. I must have used it all. So we're going back to this stuff. All right. Anyway. Okay. So let me get to my other thing here. I'm going to have to go to the restroom here again here pretty quick too. But I did turn off the music for you. Of course, Andy's not here, so what the frick difference does it make? So I got to pick one of these. It's going to be that side, and I got to pick the other one. It's going to be this side. Once I choose that, I cannot change my mind. So how do I want to do this? Which one do I want to be? So I'm trying to think now, like which one of these is going to look more appropriate where. Because one of them is going to be hidden more so than the other one. So I want to find the one that's going to look the best, that's going to be most visible. And the one that's going to be that is going to be this one. So this one's the more appropriate looking one, the prettier looking one. This one's going to be the one that goes out there. Makes sense? I think it does. All right, so this one, we need to have a jumper that goes from here to there. And we need a jumper that's going to go from there to, no, there to there. So I'm going to make a couple little jumpers. They're going to be underside jumpers. So I just need to make it a little bit longer than what it's going to be. And I'm going to call it right. Yeah, there's fine, I think. Oh boy. Oh boy. Haha. So, again, just thank you guys for hanging out with me as long as you have. I know this is not exactly the most exciting stuff that goes on. Andy, freaking little bastard, It's not that late for him right now. He's up till 4 in the morning anyway. Motherfucker, he should be here right now. It's only 9 o'clock our time, my time. What does that mean? It's 9, 10, 11. It's like 12 o'clock their time. What time is it for you guys over there in the UK and all that jazz? Out of curiosity. That's probably going to be a little bit on the long side there. I can tell you, yeah, we're going to suck just a little bit more off one side. Sure thing. Oh, no, we know it's going to work well, dude. I already know it's going to work. It worked well in your amp, so that's where I'm confident. I am confident. My only fear was the voltage, which we kind of sussed out at this point as being like not a non-issue. I am shooting for just about 395, 390 on my screen grid. My minimum, my low side voltage that I'm shooting for is 400. 395 on the low side for my primary HT. So anything above that's going to be peachy, which means I'm shooting for about a 10 volt difference, maybe. I'm going to shoot it a little bit tighter than I normally do for my screens. So with that being said, I think we're going to be right on the money, to be honest. So I'm going to put that up to there. Still a little warm. Okay, where do I put my boards at? I moved them. I moved my birds. Where did I put the little fuckers? I know I got them somewhere. They didn't go far. Oh, I know I sat them down. I moved a thing or two. I'm not crazy. I know I'm not freaking crazy. There they are. I couldn't see them. There they are. That's what I was looking for. I don't need both of them, though. Okay. I'm listening to something. I apologize. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, okay. So my kid, my son, he's got some friends over, and one of them's on the phone, and it sounds like something like crashing out, but I don't know if they're just like, I don't know. It's none of my business, but I heard it. That's all that matters. You guys probably couldn't hear it, but I heard it. All right, I like that. Oh, you dirty mother. So apparently it didn't cool off all the way, and it ran around in a circle. There it goes. But we know that it's working. That's the important part. Muy importante. All right, come on, baby. Just trying to get flow. This is where that bigger wire sometimes helps because it just gets a bunch of freaking solder in there, but more isn't always better. All right. No, not bad. I was trying to be cool with those on the other side. Hey. Oh my God. There he is. Andy. You been on the weights, Luke? Looking ripped? No, I'm not ripped. You know, like, no, I don't do weights. I can't stand that shit. I've always been yoked. I was that little fuck in high school that, you know, weighed 145 pounds and could put over 200 pounds over his head like nothing. I was that little turd in high school that could do all this stuff in gym classes like nobody understood. So I was just, you know, I got it from my mama. I got it from my mama. Says, how about hitting England's up with a mod, you miserable bastard? What mod, though? What are we looking for? Oh. Hold on. I get what you're going. I read you. I read you. Hold on here. There we go. Add as, and we're going to make him a managing. There you go. And Riley, let's just make sure that you're set up correct. Like, I'm going to remove you for a second, and then I'm going to add you back to make sure that you are set up correctly. You are now set up correctly. Leaderman, same as you. You motherfucker. I'm going to remove you for a second as I go through to make sure that you're set up correctly. You are. There. Everybody's happy. The world now has balance. Just so you know what's going on there, Mr. Elams, I have added you as a managing mod, but not just any managing mod, a very special type of managing mod. You are special. No, I'm kidding. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm just trying to be fun, but all right, so we got this one. So this one needs a totally different jumper on it. So we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, and then we need to link 4 and 5, which 4 and 5 are these two there. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Those are gonna be grounds though, so I'm gonna go with black. So we're gonna go with black. I'm gonna try to keep moving pretty quick here. I'm not going like hyper fast, but we're gonna try to keep moving semi-fast. I'm gonna talk a little less. You have the power. You've had the power. I'm pretty sure you already had it, but the unfortunate thing is on the thing here, it doesn't let you know like what level that you had. It just says that you have it. So now I know what you have because I took it away. I have the ultimate power. And don't know me. Don't you know me? Don't you know me? I think I'm going to go with that. That's enough. Okay, so I want that to be on 1, 2, 3. I want to link 4 and 5. So we're going to bend it down. We're going to bend it down. And then I'm going to cut a little off because that's a little long there. I don't need that much. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. You get linked 4 and 5. Click. Come on, get in your home. You mother trucker. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Try not to snail it here, but we're snailing a little bit. My bad. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 get linked. Yay. Yay. All right. Somebody's biffed it. I can hear the sirens. They are outside and somebody has fricked derp. Ow! You dirty little... I moved it too quick. Literally moved it too quick is what I did. What did we learn? Not to move it so quick. Okay, let's go this direction with it now. And do the same. I really wish I had my music back, Andy. I only turned it off because of you, you know. Just saying. All right, there's that one. Do I have any other jumpers I need to do on that other side? I do, in fact, that those are not going to be black. Or red, excuse me. They are going to be black. So what is this? Bloomy. I don't know about that, Joshua. I don't know about that. You've been pretty freaking cool. I'll give you that. And because you have a son named Luke, excuse me. Is that correct? I'm pretty sure. I'll add you as a moderator. But you're only getting standard. You're only getting standard for now. For now. We'll see how you do. I know that you're semi-new to the channel, but you got a son named Luke, and that's the coolest name on the planet. That's the coolest name on the planet. Just saying. He is the light of God. I am kidding. If you think I'm even half serious. We got one. All right. Anyway, moving on. So we need to do some other jumpers on this first board, this one here, but I was waiting for that to cool down so we could scrape off all this crap. And as you can see, it kind of just scrapes off. I'm not going to go crazy like I did in that last video where I freaking literally sprayed it with all the stuff. That was insane. That was insane. That's all I got to say about that. That's not the one I want. Somewhere in here. Where art thou? No, that's not it either. This will work, maybe? No. Where is it? Where art thou? I might have moved it. Ah, found you. I found you. This one. I wanted that one. Haha. There it is. Ooh, there, we don't need that. There it is. All right, there's that one. Is this stuff? Nope, nope. We're going to wait on that one a little bit longer. All right, cool. We got this. So now we need to jump, but I got to be careful on this one. So on this one here, we got to jump like this one here to that one there or something like that. And then this one here over to like something over here. So that one's going to be a little less than fun, but I'm going to use black for those. Or do I want to go with white? No, we're going to go with black. I use white for everything else, so I want these to be black. I want them to be hidden is really what it is. Slow hand. Look, shut the frick up. It's not that freaking slow. What do we got here? Hey! They made it nice. Cool. So the house that I was babysitting, all the animals, they are home. They have made it home. And they are half an hour ahead of schedule, so that's even better. So that's really good news. Drinks to that. The animals that I was babysitting are alive. And the owners are home, which means I am off the hook. I hope that makes sense. For those of you who babysit animals, you probably know what I mean. All right, so this is the part that's kind of challenging. So I did do some updating to my thing to try to make it a little bit easier for me to understand what's going on. These Californians never done hard. Dude, that is a bullshit lie, and you know it, Riley. You take that back. No, I work hard quite a bit. I do. So I got this jumper here. And I need one more jumper, in fact. So I need red for the third to fourth one. And then this one, yeah, that was fourth, fifth. So I need another red one to go from my third to fourth. I don't know why I didn't catch that before, but whatever. We need one hole. And we're going to go like right in there. Yeah. We're going to put it right there. All right. You got to stay up with me all night, Andy. I literally watched you all freaking day. I got up this morning at 7 something. My time, thereabouts. 7:30. I had a bird that woke me up. Like, there is no sleeping in when you got a bird, as you probably know. So, Tootie, she was up bright and early, letting me know, Luke, it's time to get up. Ferger, get up. So up I was. And I think you started like there shortly thereafter. So probably, 9, 10 o'clock your time-ish? Thereabouts. Emissions? Dude, don't freaking talk to me about emissions. Like, California's got a problem, dude. Our shit is bullshit. Like, literal bullshit. Like, we have bull honky going on over here. It ain't right, no matter how you freaking cut it. I think even you guys have it easier than we do. I'm just saying. I don't know how it is in other parts of the countries, or other countries, I should say, but I know that Europe has some pretty high standards, but it's kind of already done over there. Like, you guys are super screwed. But, yeah. California's bull honky. like literal bull honky. No, I need it to go from the third to the fourth one. So I need it to move over one. So what's happening here, to let everybody know what's going on. So this one here and that one there, that is my HT. So that's diode 1, diode 2. This one here is my third diode. That is from my bias supply. So that's jumping to here to make another thing happen. So that's all we need to know. All right. Eric Super Strict 2. Yeah, it's out of line. That's not solder. Like, I don't... Okay, put it this way. Taylor Swift. How the frick is it that somebody like her and her boy toy don't get, like, literally sent to prison for the amount of emissions that they put into this world? Right? You get what I mean? Like, that chick alone probably makes more emissions per year than the entirety of the city that I live in. And she probably owns a half a dozen vehicles, because why the fuck wouldn't she? But, you know, the freaking 2 or 3 jets that she has running around the goddamn country. Like, how is that allowable? And it's you know what I mean? And she's a lefty. She's a straight up lefty. I thought the lefties were freaking save the world. She's a different kind. All right. But it's justified because, you know, you can't get from, you know, this country to that country without flying, right? Yeah, freaking must suck. Must freaking suck. I don't know. There's just certain things that are just baffling to me. It's like, we talk about all of our housing problems and stuff like that, but then you let, you know, companies like BlackRock and whatnot, and this is an American problem, maybe not so much for Europeans, but we have, you know, BlackRock or whatnot that owns 25%, I think is what the last measurement was on the number of houses, like single family homes that they own. Now, I'm of the mindset that a single family home is meant for single families, right? People like you and me that go to work 8 to 5, and we bang out we bang a chick, create a child. We need a place to live. Everybody needs a place to live. That's like a thing at this point, like driving a car. Everybody needs to drive a car to go to work. Everybody needs a house to freaking lay their head down on. So why on earth would a company, a corporation, an entity need to own so many freaking houses that are meant for people like you and me? That is the part that baffles my mind. How is there no regulation for that? That is the problem with the housing market, I think, at the moment in America. Now, if I were president, I would fix that in a freaking heartbeat. But I know that BlackRock would have a totally different idea about how that was going to go. But I'm just saying, I'm obviously kind of half talking out of my ass, but it's little things like that that just baffle my mind. So she's in a different tax bracket. Yeah, right? She's in the free tax bracket. She makes so much freaking money that she doesn't have to pay anymore. I wish I could do that too. There's just a bunch of things that baffle my mind, like just how it works in essence. But, you know, as they say, he who has the gold makes all the rules. Anyway, what else do we got to jump here? So this lower board, this is the upper board. So this is the lower board here. This one doesn't have that many jumps on it, but this is cool enough now. I think I can actually scrape this stuff off. Yes, it is. So again, I don't know how it is in other countries, but I know that some of these other countries are starting to wake up. I think England is finally starting to realize, like, its immigration policy starting to become a problem. Am I not mistaken there, Riley? Do tell me if I'm out of line, please. But my understanding is that they're finally starting to close off some immigration over there. And it's not that I'm against immigration by any sense of the imagination. I love culture, period. Like, I love culture. I love things that aren't me. Because it's interesting, it's fun, it's different, all the above, right? So it's like, I love the fact that, you know, like most Mexican families, like Like the way the family, works for them is freaking amazeballs. When they have a freaking, reunion, it's a freaking reunion. I have a buddy, he said he went to one, there was 140 people at that reunion. I was like, what? I don't even know if I know 140 people that I want in the same space at the same time, let alone all of them being family members. That sort of thing, you know what I mean? So I love that kind of stuff. So it's not about coming in and whatnot. It's about what you do when you're here. I think that's the big thing that they need to focus on. It's not about coming here. It's about what you do when you get here. If you're just here to get the free benefits and all that other crap, there's no country on the planet that can tolerate that, period. And I think it's starting to become noticed. But whatever. So, all right. So we want to go. So this is the one I'm looking at here. This is my bottom side. This is the negative or the ground portion of my bias circuit here. So don't get me started. I knew it. I knew it. No, I understand. It's the same everywhere. Like these first world problems aren't first world problems to only us. It's an everywhere thing. It is everybody. It's just who's making the most noise. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. So, all right, I'm trying to visualize here what's going on. So this one here is my HT 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 6. So this is my dropper there for my HT side of things. And then we got this one here, which is nothing. That's 7, 8, 9, and there's 10. So 8 does jump to 9, 10, 11. So this one needs to jump over and around to that one. So that one's going to be black. So 8 needs to go to 11 here. And this is just, this actually isn't known for fact whether or not that's the truth or not, but there's 10, there's 11. So we need to go from 8 to 11. So 10, 9, 8. So I want to try to go around like that, I think. Okay, we're going to just create a little longer. I prefer a little longer. Just in case. Thank you, Phantom Boner. I appreciate that. I think it looks great myself. I've kind of slowed down a little bit. I haven't really been speeding up as much as I'd hoped I was going to speed up, but we've been talking about stuff. Things. We've been talking about stuff and things. So here in a minute, we'll start to speed back up again. The reason I slowed down is because these underboard connections, once this thing goes in there, I can't undo it. Like it's going to be the world's biggest bitch and a half to get those undone. So we kind of need to make sure that we do them right to begin with. Otherwise, Luke's going to be in a world of hate. And Luke doesn't like being in a world of hate. Doesn't mind being in a doghouse, but doesn't want to be in the world of hate. Just saying. Yes, if you didn't know, I am freaking married. And do I want to go this way or do I want to go the other way? So I'm looking at it this direction when this is the direction that it's actually going in there. So I should probably, you know what I mean? I should probably look at it like this. There it is. That's the way I'm going to do it. Yep. Because then the next one here, so this one needs to go to the other side. And now I know why I went around other directions. And then I want to keep them nice and tight, but not too tight, because from downtown over here, we're going to have one that comes into this one right there. That's coming. Thank you, Zeppy. Yeah, we're trying to do some clean work. That is a fact, Jack. So, we're doing it. We're keeping it clean. Keeping it clean. Come on, baby. Melt. Melt, baby, melt. Like the freaking glaciers of Iceland. Melt. Raise the ocean level. Melt. Ow. Yikes. Stuff takes a long time to cool off. All right, there we go. It's cool enough. Ow. That's hot. So hot. All right, what's the yellow thing you're dipping the solder on? This is basically a it's called tip cleaner. Got to clean the tip. Always clean the tip before you know what I mean. So this is basically just a Brillo pad, but then underneath that Brillo pad is, hold on, let me not make a mess here. So underneath that Brillo pad is flux. So all that shiny honey looking stuff down there, that's flux. So that cleans the tip, and then this stuff here like abrades the tip a little bit, making it so that it cleans it, right? It's kind of like a wet sponge, but a wet sponge is not ideal. So what it does is it creates a nice, sorry, bumping things. It creates a nice clean tip, right? So you can see where all the nice shiny stuff is there on the tip. That's what we're looking for. Want a nice clean tip. Multitude of reasons why, but that is one of them. All right, so we're gonna go back to this here. So that was 10, 9, 8. So 9 needs to go over to 10, 11, 12. So if that's 10, that's 11, that's 12. So 9 needs to go around over to this other side over here, like so. All right, kind of like that. That makes sense. I'm gonna go like so, I think. Yeah, a little shorter. Yeah, we'll do that. That's fine. That'll work. You can learn something new. So, do you watch Mr. Carlson's Lab at all? If you guys don't watch Mr. Carlson's Lab, he's probably one of the foremost electronic engineers on the interwebs right now, I would say. He recently started even a new series where he's kind of giving you like the basics, like the 101s. But he's giving away some pretty cool little tricks and tips and like secrets. Not really secrets, but need to knows, like things that really should be common knowledge but aren't. And one of those things that he recently kind of did was about solder and the, what you should do with your tip and how often you should clean it, wet it, and all that stuff. A lot of the solder that you put on the tip of your solder gun is going to be sacrificial, because you want to keep it so it's always wet. You don't want it to always be cooking away doing nothing. So he talks a little bit about that, and then he talks about how you clean your tip. You want a clean tip, and how it will help, increase the lifespan of your iron by doing some of these little, tips. It's always about the tip. So, just FYI, if you're not already subscribed to his channel, it's probably a channel worth subscribing to. Just saying. So he's got other things too. He talks about capacitors. He talks about diodes. He talks about like all kinds of electronics, like little doodad like project things and stuff like that. Need to know stuff like where noise comes from in a switch mode power supply and how you should abate it and whatnot. Like all those different little things. He's got all that kind of stuff. He is that guy, I think. He tells you the stuff that real electrical engineers would know. How's that? I'm not going to ever claim to be an electrical engineer. I am not. I have a friend who is. The gentleman that I was babysitting the house for, he is an electrical engineer, actually. But, there's lots of lots of little things. There's more than meets the eye to what makes an electrical engineer an electrical engineer. It's not just like, if my friend who is an electrical engineer went to just build a guitar amp, he doesn't have the practical knowledge of the actual building side of it. He can tell you all the math. He can tell you why you would choose this cap over that cap, why you would choose a Schottky diode over, a Zener or something like that, right? He can tell you all that stuff, but when it comes to actually applicating it and doing the work, I think he would admit that that's not where he has a strength and not an ability to pull that off. That's where I come in. I built his guitar amp for him. And it's not that he necessarily couldn't do it. He can solder, but he just doesn't, that's not where his skill set is. A lot of electrical engineers are not really electrical engineers in the sense that they build this stuff. They can design it and they can problem solve. Like, they can tell you why you're having this kind of issue. You're getting oscillation somewhere. They can hone out and figure out why. Down to the thing like why the color of this wire is red, right? He'll look at it and be like, okay, we're having this kind of a problem. What is the dye that they're using for this color of wire, right? And the manufacturer of the wire will go, oh, well, we use iron oxide. And he can go, okay, that is the problem. That wire has iron oxide in it, which is reacting XYZ, right? And that is causing this problem that we're having. We need to switch that wire out to something that doesn't have an iron oxide, dye in it to get the color. And let's see if that resolves it. Lo and behold, they switch it out to some other freaking wire coating and the problem goes away. Shit like that. That's what those electrical engineers do. And then beyond that, they also, it's kind of like the sum of all parts, right? Like, to get this thing CE classified or certified, or to get UL listing, or to get ROHS and the, ISO 95, 93, all those other different whatever it might be. They know all the little things, all the little legal rigmarole that makes those certifications become what they are. So they can look at a product and they can tear it apart and they can go, okay, you need to change this because that's what it needs to be ISO whatever certified. And to get all these different certifications, they can look at all this and tell you this is what it needs to be. But tell them to actually put it together and solder all the parts together, they don't do that. That's not what they do. So electrical engineers are a different kind of breed. So it's not a bad thing. It's just a different thing. That's all. So anyway, enough of that. We need to move on. So I have another jumper that needs to go. Let's see here. I did that wrong, didn't I? No, I did not. Because that is on this one. No, I did it wrong. These ones here were supposed to be on that one there. Because I'm an idiot. I was only supposed to do one of these, not the other one. But guess what? I got to go to the restroom. I'm going to put you on mute for a second. I'll be right back, and I will undo my goof up. Oops. Oh boy. All right. All right, so now you've kind of seen what happens when you spend too much time focusing on other things than what it is you're actually supposed to be freaking doing. So one of these is right and one of these is wrong. Okay, so this is my jumper here for my grounds for my bias supply, and then we come across, and this this one here is nothing. Well, it will be something, but this one here is nothing, and then this one is nothing. Well, no, that's not true either. How the hell did I do that? So 10, 9, 8. So 8, 10, 9, 8. My 8 is correct, but my 9 here, this one, is not correct. That one is supposed to go down over to here somewhere. So I need to undo that one, unfortunately, and take that whole piece out. So luckily we're only going to have one that's kind of wrong, I guess, if you will. Again, you'll never see it, but oops. So we'll kind of work that out, whatever. So this piece here is dust. Well, maybe we can use it on the other side. We do need it for the other side. It will work for the other side. If you wouldn't mind coming undone. No, please. Thank you. No? There it is. All right. So to clarify what I was talking about, that one does need to go to something, but it needs to go down over here. Oops. And the one over there that it needs to go to is... it's going to go down to that one. So when I say that one, I'm pointing to that one there. So that's where it needs to go to. Oops. Doop, 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 doop. Sometimes you just furk up, and sometimes you just furk up. So that's going to go kind of more or less like so, and like so. I'm going to make it a little bit longer than it needs to be. It's kind of a long run, but we'll get one side in and we'll fine tune it from there. Never mind. Is that me with voice change? Me voice change? I hope not. I have to bail. Elams, thank you so much for coming in anyway. If you haven't already bailed. I know this is torturous. I knew it was torturous from the get-go. I told everybody, if you're in this far in the game, the 10 of you that are here at the moment, I told you from the get-go that this was going to be freaking torturous. You know how I knew that? Because I freaking do this stuff. Andy can tell you the same freaking thing if he's still freaking here. But this is not just something you do. Like, it is not quick, easy, and everything else. Like, this is a freaking job. So I know how long it takes. It's not like I just freaking come in here every now and then and go like, oh, this is gonna freaking... No, it's not that quick. It's not that simple. There is a lot to it. That's not a complaint either. Like, just, you know what I mean? Like, it's... I don't want that long. I don't need that long. I'm going to cut that down just a little bit more. It's not a complaint. It's... I mean, when you think about it, we're like trying to turn this into entertainment, right? So how do I entertain you with something like this? Like, what level of work is it going to literally take that you're going to be interested in to watch this kind of crap? You know what I mean? It's a hell of a freaking job. As you can see, there's not much excitement in it. It's something you do. It's not necessarily fun to watch. So everybody thinks this stuff is like an over-glorified freaking, you know, job where everything about it's just freaking butterflies and rainbows and like it just goes together and everybody's having fun. That's not what this is. This is still a job when it comes down to it. There's thoughts and brain power and all that other kind of crap that goes into this. And it's not necessarily easy by any means. It should be. Oh, what do we got? Hold on here. I want to make sure we got this right. Oh, you bet. Of course. Of course. Hold on. For a joy. All right. So, I mean, there's just so much more to it than meets the eye. It is fun to do, it's cool to do, but the predominant reason for this entire series was to kind of try to build some appreciation for it. That was my predominant goal with doing this particular giveaway, and the reason I did it the way I did. I know that there's a little bit of drama kind of surrounding the whole thing. There's really not that much drama. It's kind of playful. It's playful. It's playful. That's all I can say. Like, there is a little bit of drama, but it's playful, and there's a reason for it, if you want to call it a reason. But what it really comes down to is that the objective for this series, this giveaway, was to try to build interest in and garner appreciation for the craft. The craft being what we're doing right here, what you're seeing in front of you as it progresses. This is not a fast job. And I go and do something like that. Right? Like, you can see, it's not just something you do because it's cool. Like, you kind of have to want to do this kind of stuff, because it's a bitch and a half to freaking do for a multitude of reasons. So, there we go. I like that. We're going to go with it. And you get in your home. There we go. I'm going to hold it there for a second in hopes that it doesn't plop out. It did not plop out. All right, so dang it. Okay, so we want to go up. All right, so this thing right there has a thing on it, so we want to go up. Does that make sense? So you can kind of see what's going on there and see how it's straightened at. So you kind of got to get this idea of what it is that you're going to do. So again, just the objective of this build series was to build appreciation for this kind of crap. Lone Dog, what's going on, dude? Been a while. Coming through. Good. That's what we really, I mean, I don't know if the appreciation is a lot to ask for. I mean, some people don't really appreciate it, but I mean, especially how do I explain it? What's the words I'm looking for? I guess what I mean to say is, like, the videography side of it, like how you present it is one thing. We're doing this live, so there's no hiding anything. There's no shortcuts being taken, yada, yada. You see the actual task that we are doing. There's no bullshit, right? That's a big part of what it is I'm trying to show here with this particular series, is that this is what we do. There is no bullshit. No hiding anything. Now, whether you appreciate that or not is the question mark. Some people don't. They just don't. And it's maybe that it's not that they don't, but it's just, you know, money is a thing. So they don't care what you spend time-wise. All they know is, I only have this much money. So it doesn't matter what it costs to build it. I can't afford it anyway. That sort of thing, you know what I mean? So, there we go. That's what I was looking for. And I understand that. I totally get that. I completely understand that. But I will say this. If I must have that part, like if that is the thing that is going to make or break a product or a project, or, you know, I want XYZ, I will spend whatever it takes. If the dude says it's going to cost $1,000 to get this stupid freaking software that's going to make my life turn into an easy breezy, beautiful cover girl freaking story, then I don't care. That's what it costs, and I will pay it. No questions asked, because I need it that freaking bad. And if it's beyond my ability to afford it, well, then I don't get to have that, period. You know what I mean? So I don't ask questions when it comes to that kind of stuff. Like, if I have to have it, I mean, must have it, then I will pay whatever is asked Take my money. I know not everybody thinks that way, because everybody's trying to get that race to the bottom. I'm there too. I mean, if I can get the same thing for cheaper, I will find it first, or attempt to find it first. But generally speaking, where did it go? There it is. Generally speaking, what are those? What's that general rule of thumb that they have? You can have it cheap, you can have it fast, and you can have it good. Pick two, right? There's like, you're never going to get it cheap and fast. You're never going to get it good and fast without it being cheap, right? You know what I mean? Like that kind of dichotomy that goes on. It's just that dichotomy, period. It's that. All right. I probably will go over with some alcohol here in a minute to rub that down, because I don't like the smudges that are on there, but that is, to the best of my knowledge, what we are going to do. Because we are going to go to there. Yep. That's going to go to there. And then this one's going to come in and go to that one, and that one's going to come in and go to that one. Perfect. All right. I think that is all the jumpers that are needed for this particular board, with the exception that we are going to have a jumper that comes in and goes to that part there, that turret right there. But it's got to come from this side of the board. So that is one of those ones that I don't know how we're going to pull that off yet. I got to figure that part out. I don't know how we're going to do it yet. That's all. Now, this other board here, this one, where I already biffed it, this one has some other things going on. So I apologize. I'm going to clean this, hopefully on camera here. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, most companies, most big companies aren't going to do what I'm doing right now, where they're cleaning this crap off the bottom here. And what I mean by that is that most of the companies would use this type of flux called no clean. Yes, they do make a frickin' flux that's called no clean. It's basically a low flux. You know, it's got like a minimal amount, and whatever it is that they do with it, it requires very little, if any, kind of cleaning. Very little cleaning, at least in the very. But that's only part of the whole thing. The major point is that they will not go back over it like I am right now and actually clean that crap off and scrape it off and all that fun stuff. They will leave it on there. And I've already mentioned that flux is an acid, and you can see that wherever the flux has been, it leaves a mark, right? It leaves a mark, even if it's not there anymore. Like, I've cleaned it off, but because it is an acid, it will eat the material, which means that it does leave a mark. It is indelible. So, yes, I do clean the flux off when others don't. So there. The little things. To me, it comes down to the little things, right? So I know Andy likes to tease that I'm slow as dog shit and I take forever to do this stuff. There's a reason. He knows it. He just loves to fuck with me, but there is a reason. Period. There's a reason. This one is done, right? Okay, so this one here, we got some work to do yet still. This one has quite a few runs left to do on it, in fact. We've got the first two major ones. We have basically to do the same thing as this one here, so I may be able to reuse this one. Maybe not. We're going to find out here right now. So I need to go from basically the 8th to, yeah, it's exactly the same. God, that's why I got confused. And then the other one, so what I did over there initially is what I needed to do on this one. All right, so 10, 9, 8. 8 is going to go into basically 11. So we need to freaking bend this thing over. And we want it to go the same direction, etc., etc. Bend it so it looks all pretty like and stuff and things and whatnot. Of course, Andy freaking bailed on me, that freaking dickwad. Where you at, Andy? I'm teasing him. I'm saying harsh things, but I don't really mean it. I hope you guys know that. But he's given me a bunch of shit lately. So there. It's not that simple, you guys. It's not that simple. It should be that simple. Like, you would, honest to God, you'd think it's so stupid easy. Like, how hard is it to just solder a wire on there? Well, you know what? When you're really trying to do a great job at it, it is not that simple. There is work to it, period. It makes zero sense as to why, but it just takes work. Okay. And I love how it did that, but at the same time, I also don't like how it freaking jumped up out of my thing for me. There. So now see how it's flat now? See how this side's all raised up? So that's what I try to not have happen, but what it did was jump up out of the thing for me. So we'll go through this one here, we'll solder it in there, and then we'll push it down, right? That kind of stuff. Little things. Little things. That's the difference. So is PCB better than turret boards? Abso-freaking-tootly not. There's not even a freaking Q mark about which one's better. Because I can tell you right now that there is no... There it is. That's what we're looking for. There's no PCB board that will have the current capability and just the level of awesomeness that this guy's going to have. Period. Hands down, no ifs, ands, or buts. So now we got to replicate that. We got to go to that other side there. If I keep this thing from falling over, that'd be great. So we're basically going to go around the other side of that box there. The freaking, not box, standoff, excuse me. And we're going to go right there. It might be a little short, but that might work. It'll work. It's going to work. Let's see. I'm going to try to do this over the top of the thing here so you can see it. Makes sense. PCBs, it's not... So you hear us bash about PCB boards all the time, okay? It's not that they sound bad. And I've lost half of you now. I had 16 or 17 of you earlier. Now there's 7 of you. So the 7 of you that are here right now, Lone Dog, Joshua, etc., like, you guys get the true treats. So it's not that PCB sounds bad. We're never going to say that a freaking, you know, a Bogner or a Friedman or XYZ sounds like dog ass. It's not that they sound bad. They sound good. Fine, in fact. You know, most all of them sound good in their own way, right? They sound fine. But it's the gilping of your money aspect of it. Like, they are literally cutting every freaking corner known to man in order to make that product for you and to make it something that is more easily repeatable to make. Okay? 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 That's literally what it is. So they are stealing your money by giving you an inferior product. It might have good components, right? They can still use good components, but if it's the sum of all parts, which in a lot of cases that's what it is, and if it literally comes down to what corners you've cut, if the corners that you cut can and or will shorten the lifespan or life expectancy of your product, then what the fuck good is it, right? And that's the thing that they do. They're balancing, they're built to a dollar amount, I guess is the term I'm trying to get to, or the whatever I'm trying to get to. They are built to a dollar amount. We need to make this thing this price. How do we do that? Well, we do that by doing this. They have a bean counter that's like, okay, we're going to buy X number of these things at this price because if we buy them at, you know, this bulk amount, that's what we get. Well, what you might find out later on, you don't know this necessarily right away, but let's say you buy 1 million of this particular type of resistor, right? Because you got a super duper discount on it. But then you find out later on, of course, because you don't know right away, right? It's hard to know, that this particular resistor now has a problem with it. You know, there was a fault in the the manufacturing process, whatever, you know, it wasn't made the way that they said it was made, etc., whatever it might be. Now, all of a sudden, you start running into a bunch of problems, right? Well, a manufacturer has an option at that point. They can recall the product and, you know, redo the part with the, you know, the part that isn't failing, right? Which we already know how well that's going to go in the guitar world. I can't recall the last time I've heard of a recall for a guitar amplifier. Now, they do have service announcements or service bulletins where if a product comes into a shop, that they should then therefore replace XYZ part. God damn it, that's still fucking hot. Right? So they will do that. They'll do service bulletins. But that service bulletin really only applies to people that they kind of approve, right? So if we're talking about like Psionic Audio here. Psionic Audio is pretty good friends with Friedman, right? He has conversations with them semi-regularly or regularly enough, right? Well, you know, he'll be like, hey man, I got one of your amps. I'm talking about, I can't remember his name. Is it not Lloyd? Lyle is his name. All right. So Lyle will call up and say like, hey man, I got one of your amps in my shop and, you know, it's got XYZ problem. You know, do you know anything about it? Like, what do you got? And, you know, Friedman might go, oh yeah. We know what that problem is. It's XYZ. So do this and you'll probably solve that problem. Oh, and by the way, there's also a service bulletin. If you're in there and this particular product has XYZ part in this position, please replace it with another part, you know, and we'll pay you for it, right? Don't charge the customer, send me the bill, and I'll take care of that part, right? That's cool that they'll do that because that's what a service bulletin and a warranty, repair, etc. is supposed to be. How often do you think that freaking really happens, though? Very little to never. But it helps to know that guy at a semi-personal level. And that's not to say that Lyle or, you know, Friedman are bad people. It's not that they're bad people necessarily. It's just that, you know, when it comes down to the brass tacks, they're not going to fix that problem until they wear out all the parts. They're going to do the numbers. When I say do the numbers, I mean like they're going to sit there and go, okay, we have XYZ parts. Did I do that right? I did do that right. Yes, I did. Okay, so this part here needs to jump over to some other part that's going to be in this general vicinity here. So now I need to fill this board with some other parts. So I need, what do I need? What do I need? I need to remove this, and I need a 10K and a 470 ohm is what I need. So I need to jump back into my board or my resistor pile over here. So what I'm getting at is that Friedman's not going to call your stuff in. He's not going to call you up personally and say, hey, we need to change this out. It's bad. Like, we need to change it now, right? He's not going to do that. So there's my 10K, and I need a 470, which I believe is in this vicinity here. What do we got here? That's a 1.5. That's too much. It's going to be 825. This is going to be 680. This is going to be my 400. There's my 470. That's a 475, but 470 is good enough. All right. Right. He's not going to call you up personally and be like, hey, man, we got to get that amp back because we got to fix this problem. No, he's going to wait until it breaks. And then when it breaks, it'll get fixed. Maybe. Only if he knows that repair company by name. So that's to say that if, let's say, your amp comes to me, right, to get repaired, I don't know Friedman on a personal level. So I don't try to bash on him as if I know him. So I want you to understand that when I bash on him only on what I can see, the things that I know. Okay? So I've seen videos of him. I've heard words directly from his mouth. Understood? Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's video evidence of it. There are some things that he says that really bother me. This is the one I want to mess with. Yes. One of those things he's mentioned before was, you know, like, you don't know, but he is basically somebody. So they do this tone cast, right? Or tone talk. I use my quotation fingers, but they do this tone talk thing. And in the tone talk thing, you know, you get to, it's basically like an AMA, more or less. That's what it is. It's an AMA. And in his tone talk, somebody hit him up like, hey, as an, you know, a new builder looking to get into the field or into the trade or whatever you want to call it, you know, what suggestions do you have? And it went about where you think it would, really freaking quick. Basically, don't do it. Make pizzas. Basically said, make pizzas. You'll be better off if you make pizzas. That was his advice. Don't do this, do that. You have better odds making pizza. And it's, to me, that's just a dick. It's just a dick move. Let me explain. I know what you're like, well, duh, because if everybody could do it, right? You know, literally, if it was easy, everybody would be doing it. It's just not constructive. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what I'm doing here is showing you how to make a fucking pizza. I'm showing you how to make a freaking pizza. That's it. That's the comparable difference. Whether this is actually a pizza or not is up for debate, but obviously we know it's not a pizza. But you know what I mean? Like, anything better than make pizzas and you'd be better off would be a better answer. So that's going to go there. Now we got a 470. The 470 is going to do the same exact thing. So I'm going to go ahead and take that out. And we're going to do this. It's 475, but 470 is close enough. All right. So you kind of get what I mean by the frustration. Like, hey, you know what? You should go to XYZ website. Go to the Valve Wizards webpage and go to Rob Robinette's webpage and, you know, just get anything you can from there because those are free resources. And those free resources are going to tell you most of the information that you need to get to where you want to go, right? Now, the remainder of it, I can't really help you with because some of it's, you know, obviously trade secrets and stuff like that. You know, I got to make a buck too, and I do it my own little way. But, you know, there's everything that you want to know is pretty much there. And what you do with that information is really kind of up to you. That is constructive, you know, constructive, whatever you want to call it. It didn't give anything away, but it didn't undermine the gentleman and it didn't freaking demean him or, you know, basically like, well, yeah, good luck, fucker. You know what I mean? Like none of that kind of crap. I should have left those a little bit longer. Those little tails that I got there, I should have left those a little bit longer, but it will work. You know what I mean? That's one of my gripes about him. And he slipped up. He said that more than once. This isn't like something he's just said once. He almost slipped up and said it again. And I think he knew when he said it the first time that it was out of line and was really just being just short-sighted, I think. Like, you're on a thing to do an AMA. When somebody asks you a question, AMA means ask me anything, right? That's kind of what this whole thing is about, right? So what do you have a question about? All right. Why do I do that particular thing there, right? Well, why wouldn't I tell you? I'm here to freaking tell you that data. I'm here to give you the freaking recipe to make a fucking pizza. So make the freaking pizza. You don't have to do it my way. In fact, I encourage you not to do it my way. If you do everything the same as everyone else already has, then you're really not doing yourself much of a service, to be honest. Like, literally, to be honest. So I need a 0.01. I need a 0.01. I think that's what this one is. This is a 103. This is a 103. This will work. Is it long enough? No, I don't think this is going to work. Nope, I need to use another one. So this one is going to get put on loan for some other date. That's a 222. That's a 0.0022. I need to get out another... Is it a 0.001? Did I read that right? It's a 0.01, which is a 103. There's a 103. I hope you don't think I'm being too harsh. I hope you kind of understand what I mean. Like, I bash on Friedman I bash on Friedman quite a bit. But it's because he's not doing you any favors. He's not doing anything for you. Those tone talk things that he does is it's for himself. Just like this video is for myself. Like, there's nothing different about my video series than his. I'm the same kind of asshole. The only thing that's different is I'm doing something I feel a little more genuine. This is a giveaway amp after all. And if you can't figure out what the values are, they're all right fucking there. If you follow this entire video series, everything is in there. Everything is in there. I am not hiding anything. Now, the exact way that I build it may not be on the surface. So there is that, but that does not mean I'm hiding anything. I don't honestly, I'm telling you right now, I don't honestly know beyond any shadow of doubt what it is exactly I need to do. Okay. So when I say that, what I mean is that I don't know 100% that resistor right there needs to have that part that I put over here underneath it, right? I omitted this part. I bent the part. I got it ready to put there, and I decided against it. It may need to be there. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it doesn't, right? It's little things like that, okay? I have a pretty good idea, but I do not know for a fact, okay? So that's what I'm getting at. There's no, like, what's the word for it? I don't know how to explain it exactly. It's not set in stone, okay? There's no, and that did not center up the way I was hoping. It will fit, but I don't like, well, see, that's the thing. It fits in there quite well. See what I'm talking about here? So I bent it, but it looks to me it needs to go that way. So I mean, I need to lengthen this side and shorten that side. And if you look at the leads, that's kind of also what I see as well. So I'm going to do just that. I'm going to shorten this lead and lengthen that one. A lot of it comes down to attention to detail. And, you know, as they say, devil's in the details. That is not a joke either. Like, definitely not a joke. The devil is in the details. And sure, I can tell you, like, verbatim everything I'm doing, right? But it doesn't do you any good to copy someone else's work. This is why I kind of say it's like, I'm giving you all this stuff. Don't copy it, because then you're just a copycat. You're not doing anything special. So what kind of service are you doing yourself? Oh, yes, that is much better. I like that much better. I will accept those terms. Okay. There's, what do they call that? You know, imitation is like the greatest form of flattery or whatever. Like, obviously, you know, you take what you like and kind of absorb that level of it, or, you know, you incorporate it into your whatever. Some of that is okay. Like, some of that is okay. Don't go too far with it. Don't go too far with it. Be your own man. That's all. That's all I can say. And to the 11 of you that are here. Grant, what's going on? John, please give everybody the what's up, the what's what about what we're doing. As we all know now, we are doing a giveaway amp. This amp is being given away. If you're new to this and you haven't already figured out what the hell we're doing here, this amp is being given away. Did I even do that right? I might be upset with myself right now. No, I'm not going to be upset with myself. I did good. All right. This amp is being given away. This amp is not for me. This amp is for one of you, lucky viewers. So yeah. so it is a team effort. What's going on here? Just FYI. John grant us glorious tone there. An expensive camera, not a GoPro. So this camera that I'm using right here is an Osbot. Well, both of these cameras here. This one that my finger's pointing at, and this one that my other fingers, that one, those are both Osbots. This one here that I'm pointing at directly is the PTZ one. I think they call it the Osbot Mini something or other. Hold on, I can tell you right now. I'm going to try something dangerous. I'm going to do something dangerous. This is the face cam. Properties are live stream. It's the Tiny 2. Okay, the Osbot Tiny 2 Lite, excuse me. Tiny 2 Lite. That one is just the Osbot Mini. Cancel, I don't want to change anything. Okay. So the down cam, where are you? Amp cam, that's the one. That one is the Osbot Meet 2. Okay, so Tiny 2, Meet 2. Meet 2. All right. So hopefully I didn't screw anything up. Click. Doesn't look like it did. Everything's good. All right, everybody happy. All right, so from this point here, I need to run one that goes to that point there. So from this point here to that point there, I need to run a wire. And I'm just looking to make sure. And then I need to run another one from this one that goes to that one, if I'm not mistaken. 10, 9, 8, 7. Yeah, that one. So I got to run 2 more wires on this board. One of them comes from the third one in that goes to 10, 11, 12, 13. Let's get that one out of the way. Let's get these things kind of out of the way here. All right. So let's get another board over here. Where are we at? We are at 5 hours. Yeah, we're going a little slower than I'd hoped. We might not get as far as I'd hoped today, but we're going to get pretty freaking far. Tomorrow's a whole new day. I was not expecting to talk quite as much about just things as we are. That's not a bad thing. I love to talk about things. We're having some, I think we're having some good conversation about, you know, just this in general, this craft. I think, whether you believe that or not is up for debate, I guess, but I just want you to know that that is the purpose of this, is to try to make it, you know, so we want to go to here from there. So we're going to cut it literally right where it's at. That's my feeling of it anyway. I hope you don't take it wrong. Like I say, I'm not trying to bash on Fryette and Friedman, Dave Friedman, and, you know, Reinhold Bogner and all those guys as being like piles of dog shit. They're not piles of dog shit. They're cool people. They are cool people. But they run a business that is designed to guilt you of your money. That is what I'm getting at. Now, there's a difference when you're paying somebody like me to build you an amp, because you are seeing in real time the level of craziness that goes into this shit. That's not what they are doing. Okay, yes, this will work. Now, the question is, do I want to go this way with it? I think that's kind of the way I want to go. So this is the negative feedback wire here. So this wire here is a very sensitive wire. You want to try to keep this thing away from things. And you got to keep in mind that this board here is going to be in here like that. So I'm going to try to keep it away from all this stuff and keep it more towards this end, where I hope it will be more safe and sane. Because we like safe and sane fireworks over here. Okay? I hope that makes sense. So I would actually like to have a beer with Friedman one day, just so I could tell him, like, dude, why? He's, okay, for an example, he's doing some things now he said he would never do. He's a big proponent or fan of the Alpha Pot. I am a huge fan of the Alpha Pot. That's what I use. I use alpha pots, okay? I like alpha pots. I think they are the correct pot to use in amplifiers. Not in guitars. Guitars, CTS works great. In amplifiers, alpha, period. And I think even Elam would agree with me on that. Okay? Okay. So he's not using alpha pots anymore in his builds. Why? Because he's gone to the mini fucking pots. Why? Riley will tell you. Where's Riley at? Riley's gone. I think he went to sleep. Probably bedtime for him. It's been a while since I've seen him. It's been a long while since I've seen him. So Riley can tell you all the jokery about some of the stuff that's gone on with the whole alpha pot thing as it pertains to Dave Friedman. It's kind of a funny thing because, you know, Dave basically stated at one point in time that he was never going to skimp on certain parts to the degree in which he has recently started to skimp on those parts. Again, it's not that he's an asshole or bad person, XYZ. It's just that's the economics of making money. And he has essentially sold out, right? It'd be the equivalent of me saying, you know what, guys, screw you. I'm not doing this thing anymore this particular way because Fender offered me a freaking deal to do XYZ and they're going to pay me some amount of money, right? A mirrorless digital camera? Fuck you, dude. Get a DSLR without me. I see how you is. But you know what I mean? Like that's that kind of mentality. Like if you say you're going to do something, do it. But I hate to tell you that a lot of the modern, not all of them. I think some of his flagship amps are still hand built, or at least not necessarily hand built, but are built using the more old school direction, you know, with full size pots like this one will use and with, you know, stuff like that, right? But if you buy like the Pink Taco or some of his other, like the miniature line, those are all PCB based, right? It's on a turret board that looks like this, right? It looks like a turret board, but it's actually an eyelet board. And you see how I'm running these wires underneath here, right? Those aren't going to be wires on his. They're going to be PCB traces. And you know what happens on PCB traces when they burn up, right? You know what happens on PCB traces when they burn up, right? You no longer have a PCB trace because they freaking vaporize. When things go wrong on a PCB trace, they don't just go wrong, they go freaking wrong. So that's the point I'm kind of getting at there. That's what we don't do over here. I do things the right way. All right, I got one more cable to run here. And it's got to go, that's the center point there. So there, damn it, I need to just put these things in, I think. That'll help make it easier to freaking suss out. Because I can't freaking remember. Okay, so that is correct. All right, that goes in the middle of those two. You don't really know, because you don't really know, but... Oh my gosh, excuse me. So we need to go from this one, which is that one there, to ground, which is that one there, I believe. Yeah, I think so. Well, pretty certain of it. But I need to go from there, and I'm pretty sure it's going to go... Hold on, I can tell you right now. Yep, that's the one. It's going from there to there. So I want to go... Hold on, I'm going to just make it easy on myself. I can't remember. Alright, so this one's going to go along the other end here. And it's going to go around the outer edge. Like, I'm just going to cut it there. It's going to be a little bit long. I'm going to cut it a little bit long. Alright. And then we'll cut it down if we need to. Alright, so what do we got? One day Luke will have a drink with AVI and Legacy will replace Morgan. No, I'm not going to be having a drink with Avi. So if you're not in the know, the person that he's talking about, Abby, I don't know what nationality is or whatnot, but Avi is the guy that owns BAD. Like, he's the primary or whatever. Freaking, he's the guy that basically has the check signed in his name, period. Okay? That's Avi. Well, he is... Yeah, no, I don't think that's the one. I think it was this one. Unless I cut it really, really long. Let's double check. So it goes to here. Nope, definitely not that one. It's going to be this one. And then this one goes to there, and then that goes to there. Yep. Okay. Goes to that one. That whole thing, Tone King amplifiers, Tone King amps, they are a shell of what they used to be. Period. Like, it's not even a question mark. Like, the Tone King that you get today is nothing like the Tone King you used to get 15, 20 years ago. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. Like, I'm not even kidding you. I don't even have to try. It is not the same amp. Maybe not a bad thing, maybe not to you, but I'm just saying it's a different company now. Synergy Amps is more or less kind of part of the parent company, I think, of Avi and BAD, the whole conglomerate, if whatever you want to call it. Oh, fucking hell. Okay, so that whole thing, and that needs to go to there, but I want it to go right out to there. So we need that to go like right there, and click. Okay, so like not the same. Synergy Amps is kind of like part Bruce Signator, part a bunch of other different things. Like, you'll notice that when you start buying Friedmans today, that they have Synergy caps in them. Why do you think they use Synergy caps? What are Synergy caps? Are they rebranded Mallory's? Are they rebranded something, XYZ? What are they? They're Synergies, right? Well, Synergy is a house brand. They were made by someone else for someone else. And that's how they do it. And that's how they're able to get the price down too, right? So, you know, we don't know who the manufacturer exactly is necessarily, but we just know that there is another manufacturer because they don't actually manufacture the damn things. But it says their name on it, right? That's the important part. Well, that's what's going on. It's the cheapification of the freaking market, I think, is what it is. It's literally the race to the bottom. That's what I call it. It's the race to the bottom. I think I got this, but I'm trying to get this to fit inside the board there and not be visible on the outside, but I can just kind of see it. You can see it's kind of tucked up there. So I'm trying to eat that distance up by stretching these things out a little bit, but it's, you know, not exactly just cut and dry in that regard. That might work. That might work. I don't like super gluing my parts down, so that would, to me, honestly, this would work. So this would go in this direction here, but you won't see it because it's going to be tucked literally like right along there. Like, you can't see it. You'll never know that it's there. So this is going to ground over here. All right. So it's not that my product is better than their product. That's not what I'm telling you. It's just that when it gets down to the brass tacks of it, it's the cheapification. So they're doing things to make the product that they're selling you cheaper. Cheaper, period. Cheaper. And that's good for the consumer, I guess, in the long run, but not good because you don't know how they are making it cheaper for you to own it. Again, that's kind of the part that I'm trying to emphasize. It's how did they make it cheaper? They put this cool name, Synergy caps. They put this cool name on their on their caps, right? And you're like, oh yeah, man, those are made by Synergy. Those are good. Those are awesome. You don't even know what the fuck it is. Nobody does. Nobody knows who actually made it. All you know is it's associated to Synergy amps and to Friedman amps, and maybe, probably, possibly to, you know, Wampler or Tone King or XYZ. And then, of course, they sell them, or they have them available for sale, at least anyway, on these other, you know, other sites or something like that, right? So they must be good, right? Well, not necessarily. That's the point I'm getting at. You just don't really know. Okay. I think that's going to be good. This is touchy right there. That might be a problem later. So those two, this is a negative feedback wire there, technically speaking. And in theory, it probably wouldn't matter if I were to take this and put it on the other side. If that becomes a problem, we will address that when the time comes. But I don't think it's going to be a problem because this is going to ground. That is a ground connection there, which means that the propensity for it to want to try to talk to this other wire is going to be diminished by a significant amount. So there are some ways around that, I think, to the degree where I probably don't have to worry about it all that much. So I'm going to try to get this thing to play nice with me, because it would be nice if it would, but it's trying to fight me, of course, because that's what freaking parts do. They try to fight. All right, this one's done. All the underside connections are done, which means we're kind of at that point now where we can start actually putting things together. That one goes there, and this one goes, I'll be able to say, yes, this one goes here. Does that make sense? Those two go together right there, and the other ones go there. So I'm going to turn the heat down on that. I am kind of getting tired. We're running on 5 hours and 18 minutes. I don't know. Part of me wants to keep going. Part of me is like, is there any point in keeping going? But I don't know. You tell me, guys. Are you still with me? There's 10 of you here. This is probably one of the better streams I've ever had in terms of participation and length of viewership, I would say. I'm quite stoked in that regard, but that's not necessarily the reason that I'm here to do this. I'm here for you. So if you're into keeping on, let me know. If you're not, I got all day tomorrow. I don't have all day tomorrow, but I got tomorrow. My friend Brian is going to be yelling at me right now if he's watching. Like, fuck you, Luke. I'm supposed to go help my friend Brian out a little bit. He needs some, he needs a buddy to kind of like just, let's go, that kind of thing. Like it's a sidekick, more or less. He's got a bunch of housework he needs to get done, and I'm kind of like the motivator, if you want to call it that helps make that kind of stuff happen. But if I'm not there, that means no motivation's going. Let's see here. 5/16 or 3/8. We're going to go with 5/16. I need 1, 2, 3, and 4 of those. Wait. I think I already have what I need out. There's one. I got a bunch of different links here. Hold on. I know that I already have these, though. I already have them out. See? Oh, there it is. I want the shorty ones. So those are all the longer ones. I don't need those. Yeah, I can't remember why I got these ones. But these ones we're not going to use. But these ones we will. And with those, I know that's 3/8. 5/16, excuse me. So let's get that. Let's see here. Am I ready to put this on yet? That is the question mark. Are we ready to move forward? That is the question mark. I think we are. There's part of me that is. This is a giveaway. I know you guys are halfway excited. Wait, did I get that in the right spot? Oh my God, I might have. I did, in fact. I wasn't really paying that much attention, to be honest. So let's see here. Let's make sure that one's going to go there. I'm trying to make sure everything's nice and straight there. I think that's looking pretty good. Click, click, click. Ooh, ooh. Ooh, dirty. Ooh, I don't like that. I do not like that. This one is dust. So this one's done. Getting a new one. Don't like that. That is a sound I didn't like to hear. And I know that this isn't bad because this is hardened stricken steel. So put another one in there. Another one that isn't stripped. That's the head that I was referring to. Yes, more better. Click. Click. All right. Makes sense what we got going on here. So this guy here is pretty much going to go right there. This guy is a ground. That ground is going to go right there. So these are actually kind of, so that I need to probably move that zip tie further that way. So we're going to go ahead and do that right meow, because I don't like it. There it is. What do you know? Let's see if I can move it a little bit further. Perfect. And that will go basically, sorry, I know my head's in the way. That'll go there. This one will basically go, I think it's that one there. Yeah. So this whole row right here is all one kind of thing. So that'll go there. These guys right here, shit you not, they do not go any, they're like literally going right there. See this? Right there. And then these two, I mean, I might as well undo them because they're both going literally right freaking there. I'm actually going to cut them. I'm not going to cut them to length. I'm going to cut them like longer, but I'm going to, you know, make sure I'm not going to hurt myself. So I'm cutting off that. Gone. I'll save that for later. We might use that. Same with this one. It's so, that's the shame of, you can just see it. It's kind of dark right there, black or whatever. That's the shame of Hammond, if you will. They use paint or something that you just can't get rid of. All right, so we're going to do that. Done. And I know that I don't need this wire. I'll never use that again. I don't use purple. I'm not a big fan of purple. So, all right, there's that. Let's see here. So those will go there. Those will go there. No. Those are all jumpers that go off onto the land of no man's land. We still need to put the screen grid resistors on. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we won't. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure things out. This is going to go there. That will probably get all zip tied right there. In fact, I already know that it will. I'm going to have to take this back out in order to get this one here zip tied down there, because we know that it's basically going to go in that same zone right there. So we'll come back to that one here in a minute. Where are we looking at here? We have some off-board parts that will jump down, so there will be some components. I don't have any free at the moment, but imagine a resistor such as this here jumping literally from there down into the part down there. So we will have some of that action going on. This, in fact, is the resistor that will go along here. So that will go, that's literally the resistor that goes right there. Does that make sense? So what we'll probably do is get all those parts bent real quick and get them kind of ready. Like these ones, I'm obviously going to need to shorten that lead a little bit over here so we don't hit the side here. And I want to make sure that we don't cut it too short. So what I'm going to do is kind of like this number here. I know it needs to be longer than that. Oop, 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 oop. Is that the right way though? So the minus goes that way. Yes, I had it the right way. Almost blew it. Almost blew it. Don't want to cut it the wrong way, guys. There it goes. So it's going to do something like that. Those are going to go right in there somewhere. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and cut this other side as well, since I know that's going to be the right length. And I know that's going to be the right length. So this is longer than it needs to be. Either way, like there's no ifs, ands, or buts. That's more than long enough. So let's go ahead and get the other one and do the same. So there's two of those. Now I am overdoing it big time with my bias circuit here. And what I mean by that is that I probably am using at least 2x, if not 3 times the amount of filtering via these capacitors here that I need to for the bias circuit. Normally, you only use the one off the first node. Normally, not always, but normally. I am using 2, so I'm decoupling it not once, but twice. So there is a dropping resistor that I got to make that goes across here. All right, we're going to do that here in a little bit, but after the dropping resistor, I am putting yet another decoupling cap. So my bias supply will be super duper stable. Oh my gosh. Brian was listening. The moral support. He heard me. Oh my God, I'm on the spot now. Now I'm dedicated. So, just so you know, I do pay attention. Yes. Moral support. That is what it's going to be. Why the hell are you working? It is freaking 10:55. It's 11 o'clock. You're not supposed to be working right now. I know you're not supposed to be working right now. Knock it the hell off, bruh. Knock it the hell off. All right, let's get some more crap done. Gosh darn it. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? Let's get some parts and start just getting them ready to go in. That's what we're going to do right now. We're just going to do some parts fitting. So those are in. Those are ready to go in, I guess, if you will. Let's get a few of these ready to go in as well. So these are my... I'm going to turn this off too for a minute. So these are the UF5408s. Blah, blah, blah. All right. Let me make sure that these are... I read that right. Yes. UF54... Really? There. Oh my God, that white balance. It's just not going to do it. Maybe this one will. UF5408. All right. So these guys are like the modern super diode for what we're doing here. All right. So if you're building a guitar amplifier and it calls for 1N 4001s or 4007s or whatever the 1N 4007 used to be. It's a 1 amp resistor or diode, excuse me, the 1N 4007. All right. That's kind of old hat at this point. You're better off just getting yourself some UF5408s. Now these are not exactly new, but they're new enough. They're newer than the 1N 4007s. Now all that means is not a whole lot. These are rated for 3 amps, okay? They're also much quieter. So when an IN 4007 switches on and off, it makes noise, right? You hear it as it's buzz, right? A little click, whatever it is. It makes noise, right? So every time it flashes through 0, it makes a noise. Well, you can hear that, and it gets, superimposed, if you will, onto your power supply. You hear it as hash, all right? It's just noise. Sometimes you don't really hear it necessarily directly. It's not like you hear it as or anything like that. It's just a noise that gets into your circuit. Well, the UF5408s do that less so. That's the point I'm getting at. It's just less so. They are just not as noisy as. Okay? So they do the same job exactly the same way, except for they make a hell of a lot less noise doing it. Sounds to me like that might be the option to use. And they're rated for 3 watts or 3 amps or whatever the hell it is. So, you know, 3x what your 1N4007 is rated for. So there's no reason not to use these. And they're not that much more expensive. You can buy them en masse for cheap. So might as well just go ahead and use these guys. Now I am going to use my bigger chonky ones for this. And here's the freaking battle of it all, is trying to get that thing so it's centered. This is going to be a fun one because I can't get the angle of the dangle, and I have to do it in this space. And the hope is that that wire right there is going to end up right in the middle. So when you're looking down, those guys will be right up the middle, and you can kind of see it's pretty close right now, but there's really no way to wait. There's nothing in there to really help me like determine that's the middle. That's kind of what I'm getting at. So I'm going to have to just wing this a little bit. And I'm going to put it right on the 4. And that may or may not even be remotely close, because these leads are freaking beefy. These are some beefy leads. All right. What I mean by beefy, I mean they're beefy ass freaking leads. And with beefy leads, they tend to bend differently, but I think I got it right. I think I did. I don't know. It looks like it's pretty dang close. I'm going to call it right there. I'm going to bend it right there. So I'm doing this on the opposite side. I'm making this difficult for myself. I'm going to push this in, which is going to be that's pretty close to center. If they make the leads almost identical, then I'd say this one's just a itsy bitsy little bit longer. But let's find out. You just don't know. This one's bent in a little bit. They are pretty well lined up. I only got to do that like 3 or 4 more times. So pay attention to the cathode line, right? So that little gray, beige or gray line or whatever they put there, that's the cathode side. So this is going to go in there like, ooh, fits right in there quite nice, like, to be honest. I will have to say that's good enough. So we got to do that 2 more times. So bear with me while we see if we can do that 2 more times. 5 minutes to join the giveaway. He is not lying, ladies and gentlemen. I am telling you right now, he's not lying. It takes 5 minutes to join the giveaway. So what is it that he's talking about? This is a giveaway amp. If you don't already know, this is a giveaway. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a second. Oh, that's going to help so much. But it's not. It's going to help, but it's not going to help. Yeah, it's not going to help. I was hoping it's going to help. This would be so much easier to do if I wasn't having to do this. Sorry, I'm trying to like catch a view here is what it is. I think right there. That's what we're going to do. On the 4. So the requirements are pretty simple. There's not that much to it. The requirements are to join, is what I'm speaking of. To join, you must do realistically only 2 things. Oh my God, that lined up so well. Oh my God, that lined up so well. Okay, realistically only 2 things you have to do. One is send in a short video of you and your guitar rig, all right? And just kind of give us the what on yourself. You know, my name is so-and-so. I've been playing guitar for 25, 30 years. This is my rig. So it's not necessarily a requirement, but it doesn't help yourself to win this amp. It does not come with a speaker, all right? So you win the head. That's all you get is the head, right? You don't get anything else. You get the head. Well, that then therefore means that you need to have a cabinet to be able to play this thing through. So if you are a guitarist and you don't have a cabinet in which to play this amp through, you got a brick. This thing is nothing to you. It doesn't do anything for you, right? It's literally nothing for you because you don't have a way to play it. So we would really like to avoid that instance, right? Is that fair? Is that a fair enough thing to ask, is to avoid that sort of circumstance? Because obviously, if you can't play the dang thing, it doesn't do me any good, because one of the other asks that we have is that you would be so kind as to provide us with a video after you win it, you know, showing us, you know, your impression of it, right? We want to know if you like it or not. Sure be nice if you like it to be like, man, this is the most awesome freaking amp ever. Check it out. Well, if you can't do that, then it serves zero purpose for me and for you. So now you've got this really expensive paperweight sitting in your guitar space, doing dick all for you. And I spent all this time, all this energy, and a fair amount of money, to be honest. We're starting to encroach on the $2,000 mark for this thing, the amount of money. Shh, don't tell the wife. Right close to the $2,000 mark, I think, is what I spent on this thing so far. So not exactly cheap to make this thing, right? Well, that's only half the battle. I've also spent a lot of time on it. Today, we're running into the 5:30, 5-hour mark. Last I checked, the total number of video hours, just the video time, is we're over 50 hours right now. And I can tell you easily we're double that. Just all the back end work, ordering parts, just checking up and making sure that all the different whatchamacallit things are here. Just all the little things, like the crap that you don't see when you're designing an amp, right? I've kind of hid some of that from you. And it's not that I'm trying to hide it from you. It's just that, you know, I can't. If I showed you literally every second it took to do this thing, you would absolutely go insane. You would never want to build an amp again in your entire life. I'm not kidding you, because there is a lot of work that goes into these things. So that's part of what this entire series is about, is trying to build appreciation for, and, you know, build like some level of, what would you call it? Appreciation, and garner, you know, some sense of what it is that we're doing here. That is more or less what this series is about. Sorry, I'll try to do this over the top of the thing here. That is lined up quite well. All right, so did all three of these line up right? Let's just see here. Do I need to do any adjustments? This one is a little on the tight side, so which one do I got to tighten up? It looks like this one. There's a lot that goes into this, so, you know, trying to build an appreciation for and understanding of what this craft is. And then I think it kind of means a little bit more too, if you win this thing, that you can see literally how this thing was built. And that did not line up very well, this one. It's a little short on this side. You might not be able to see it, but I can see it. See if this will quantify it for us. Yeah, it's just a little bit short. Not just a little bit too, like a lot of bit. So what is going on with this one that we need to adjust? Why is this one so different? We need to go that way. So I need to lengthen it on this side and shorten it on this side. Shortening isn't as difficult. I'll be honest, it's not as difficult. But lengthening it is a little bit more challenging. It's more permanent, if you will. So we're going to try to do it, not make it too permanent. Not that one, this one. So yeah, there's been a lot of work put into this thing. So we want you to be able to enjoy the amp when you get it. So yes, we kind of do ask that you have a cabinet. Now, I am not the enforcer of that, to be honest. That is Grant Us Glorious Tone's job. Bully Luke. He's being tongue-in-cheek. A little bit tongue-in-cheek there. It is a lot to ask. You know why? I understand, and I've said it before, it's like it's damn near impossible to give an amp away. Short of just picking somebody and saying, guess what? You win an amp, right? Whether you want it or not, you win it. I could do that. I could be that kind of guy and it's just like, hey man, I pulled your name out of the hat. You want an amp or not? By the way, you got to pay for the, some of the taxes and shipping charges or whatever for it. But whatever, you win a free amp. Lucky you, right? Like I could do that and that might be cool for some people. I don't want that one. I want this one. I could do that, but I want this thing to line up proper. Like I don't see why that won't work. I'm going to go with that. But everybody wants to try to bend the rules, I've noticed, to suit them, I guess is the term for it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, I don't have a cab yet, so like, can I still get in on it? And, like, if I win, I'll get one. Well, that kind of defeats the purpose because the objective is for you to not have to spend any more money than you already have to enjoy the product. But I can't tell you that is a requirement. Unfortunately, the way that the laws kind of work, I can't tell you that is the requirement. But I'm going to tell you it's basically a requirement. It's more or less a requirement. That's all there is to it. So, and let's see if I got it right this time. For God's sakes. I'm being hypercritical right now. I bent this thing 3 times and it just seems to always land a little off. Oh, what do you know? This time it seems to be right on. So now these two are right and that one's a little off in the middle there, but that is close enough. We're going to finish up this other side here. Yeah, we're going to go with it right there. It's just not that easy. I don't know what it is. Like the last time I did a giveaway, I thought, oh, like people are just going to want to play, right? Like it's just simple rules, like a little game we play and everybody gets to, have a little fun and do whatever they do. And one lucky winner will win. Yeah, well, everybody wants to try to change the game a little bit to suit their, to suit themselves. And ultimately what ends up happening is everybody's like, well, it's not fair because you changed this rule or you changed that rule or you did this or you did that. No. It's just like, oh my God. So then I got a lot of guff from somebody. I'm not going to say names, but I got a lot of guff from somebody about it. And they're being punished currently for it. They are being punished currently for it. I need to pull this side in. I want this to go that way. How are they being punished? They are being punished. That's all you need to know. They are being punished. And they are quickly learning that it's not as easy as ABC to give an amp away. As simple as it should be, it is not that simple. I don't know why. I don't know why. There's no reason why it should be so difficult. But it is. I'm not saying I don't want to do it. That's not where we're getting at here. Realistically, the point is that it is a job. This is still a freaking job. It is still a job. So all I ask from you, because I'm putting so much work that you can see into this, I am literally doing everything I can to make those freaking parts fit exactly in the middle, right? and I'm looking down, I'm sighting them, like the whole freaking nine. Like I want these things to be exact, right? Like I'm spending all this time and energy. I want you to already have the parts you need to play this thing. When it gets to your house, I want you to be able to unplug it, or not unplug it, excuse me. I want you to be able to plug it in and play it. Like no questions asked, no trickery, no nothing. Like you get it into your house, and you can spend not even 2 minutes plugging it in. That's what I want. That's all I ask. That's my only ask. The rest of it should be kind of self-explanatory. Yes, it would be so freaking awesome if you, of course, would provide us with another video afterwards. So that's part of why we do the whatchamacallit, the way we are. So when I say whatchamacallit, I'm talking about the entry. So you do have to do the entry video, period. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. You have to do the entry video to get into the competition. It does not have any bearing or weight on your odds of winning, though. Just know that it is our way of vetting the entrant, so we know that they are a legitimate person, right? A real person, a real you, and that you have a rig in which you can play with this thing. I know it sounds like I'm rambling, but there's a reason for it. One is I'm stalling for time while I'm freaking with parts right here. There it is. I think that's the one I was looking for. Oh yes, that's more better. All right, so those two will go that direction, and this one will go that way. All right, and of course we still want you to freaking put in an exit video. Like I need an exit video. I can't require you to do it. It does not change your odds of winning, but you need to be able to provide me with a video to play. Why does it change direction so bad when we do it this direction? That did not go very well. Now Luke is not happy, because I spent a bunch of time trying to get this thing centered. What it is that they weren't centered to begin with. I made them so they lined up with themselves, but they're not in the middle. They're off by literally 32nd of an inch or something. So the only way to fix this is for me to move the one that's the oddball out. So that's what we're going to do, is take this one and shift it that direction. Sorry. You know how you done it right? You done it like fucking 5 turns. At least. Sorry. Not sorry, but sorry. I want it to be right. It's going to be freaking right. So now it should be too long. It shouldn't fit anymore. And it barely freaking fits right now. So what I want to do is continue to suck it that direction. So I'm going to suck it just a little bit further that direction. We're not going to be doing this for too much longer, everybody. We're getting to that point where I'm freaking beat. I'm starting to like fry out here. There it is. That's pretty much, let's see here. It's hard to tell because the freaking gray is on this side and then there's gray on this side, so you can't really see. But that is very much centered. Now the other thing that I want to do is make it so that the 4 is pointing the straight up part here. That's going to be that way. I'm going to call it that, and then when I look at it, I got to pick one. There it is. That's what I'm going to call it. All right, so this one's going to go this way, like that, and that actually looks pretty dang good. I don't know if I can quantify it. Nope, I cannot, and it certainly isn't, because this one needs to go that way, and that one's still like way the hell off. Those two are pretty close, but that one's like way the hell off. Dang it! All right. Well, just keep on keeping on. I want this to go out. No, I need this one to suck in. So we're going to suck it in just a little bit more. So the other thing too that can be challenging with these is, are the leads even the same length? Do we know for a fact if the leads are the same length? We don't. So sometimes we're banking on something that we don't even know for a fact. So, yay. I apologize. I know that this is not fun for the 11 of you that are currently here with me right now, but this is going to be straight, period. I don't think you guys understand what I mean by that. Like, these things are going to be straight. No ifs, ands, or buts. I will do this until it is right. As sick as that sounds. And it still seems like it needs to go that way more. Let's see how far off we are. Yeah. Still needs to go that way a little bit more. Same with that one. It still needs to go that way, but this one is still off. So we're just going to keep working it that direction. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Should have made a lift at Albuquerque. Dang it. Should have made a lift at Albuquerque. What did I do wrong, Brian? Tell me what I do wrong. Why? It's just gonna fight with me. Why? It's not fair. Absolutely freaking not fair. All right. I think we can do this now. I think we're getting really freaking close. We're nearly dialed in. Nearly. Calling it. Okay. This is going to go this way. Ooh, it still needs to get shortened up, but how much shorter? So... okay, so this one and this one are now like almost identical in length, and I need to move it that way still, which means all I got to do is extend this side out a little bit. I think we can pull this off. We're getting to that point now where I think we're getting really freaking close is what I'm getting at. Crunch. All right, so we're going to extend that one out just a little bit. Okay, so we went just a skoosh, just a itty little bit. Now it's a little bit too long, right? Oh, yeah. Okay, so what did I do wrong? I think I did it wrong. I don't know. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. I really, 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 really want this thing to go where I want it to. That's what I want. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. Dun, 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 dun. Oh my God. So if I do that, you see how it's kind of going at that angle? That's about how close it is though. This is pretty dang close. Getting pretty dang close. Yes. I was able to work it with just that little tap right there, that little love tap. So to give you an idea, we put a zippy tie across it, right? And that's touching all three, and you can see it's pretty much straight. And we can kind of tweak it. I mean, that's freaking close enough. That's where we're going. We're calling it. Brah. I need a drink after that. Fuck. Zeppy, thank you so much. I appreciate that, dude. I know this is kind of painful right now. This is right on. Yeah. We all have cabs. Good. You better. I said it in a couple other videos before. It's let's just call it mutual respect. Okay? We'll call it mutual respect. Very serious OCD. But I'm going to spend all the time I can to make this thing right. You're watching me do it. The OCD, the fucking retardedness. Like, that was ridiculous. It should not have taken that long. That was ridiculous. but I'm going to spend that amount of time to do it. No expense is being spared. I am not using cheap wire. This wire here is damn near $1 a foot. Not quite, but after shipping and all the other stuff, it's damn near $1 a foot, right? These capacitors here, you saw me, I've already blasted through 2 or 3 of them that we're not even going to use. Those things average out to about $4 or $5 a piece. They're about right up the middle, $5, to be honest. All right, I'm not cheaping out on this thing. This is a giveaway amp. I'm spending extra time to make it world voltage. So I'm putting in a freaking voltage switch so it can be played in Europe and in the Americas, right? Anywhere, pretty much anywhere in the world, damn near anywhere in the world, right? So obviously if you know you're in one of those BFE countries that doesn't have any voltage similar to, you know, the Americas or, you know, like England area, right? Then you probably shouldn't put in on this thing. Another thing to think about, I can't pay for the taxes and the tariff fees. All right. So let's say you're in England. If you win this amp, I don't know what the tariff taxes are, and I don't know what the taxes in general, the VAT or whatever it is you guys have. I have to claim some sort of value on this thing, right? We're sending something we're valuing at $5 or $6 grand, right? I have to put some sort of value on this. I can't say it's free. It doesn't work that way. They're going to look in this thing and know right away that this is obviously not a $0 amp or toy or whatever. So you're probably going to have to pay some amount of taxes for it, right? If we're going to go through all the amount of work that we are going through to get this thing to where it's at for you to be able to win it, couple things. Give me that video. I want that video. And that video is really simple. My name is Luke. I've been playing guitar for 25, 30 years. Here's my rig. Check out my guitar rig. And I know I'm not pointing at anything, right? You know, we wanted to see that you got a cabinet. We just want to see that you have a guitar rig, that you're a guitarist, that you want this amp. You want this amp. Is that too much to ask? Right? Next, we cannot require you to be a subscriber to my channel and Grant Us Glorious Tones channel. We cannot require you to do that, but it serves you no purpose to not be, because all the information about this giveaway are on those 2 channels, right? So if you're not subscribed to us, you're not going to get the notifications. You're not going to know, because the only other real requirement that there is that you are present on the day of the giveaway. What does that mean? It means exactly that. This giveaway will be well notified. Like, it's not going to be hidden. It's not going to be unknown. Like, everybody will be talking about it. It will be in the forums, you know, the gear page, you know, the whatever, all those different guitar forums and stuff like that. It will be there. It will be posted in posts on our channels, both of our channels. I'm sure that Riley and many of the other channels will be talking about this. It will be noted what date and what time the giveaway is going to happen. You must be present to win. Plain and simple. Your name is going to get called out of the hat. I think the way that Grant's looking to do it is, hey, Alam's back. Woohoo! Moral support. We love it. Right? Must be present to win. You're the last name out of the hat. I'm assuming that's what he's going to do. He's going to just draw the numbers out, and the last name out of the hat is the winner, right? So you get to sit around for a little while and watch everybody die slowly inside, right? Your name gets called. You've got a few minutes to answer, 10, maybe 15 minutes. I don't know. He's the one setting the rules. Grant Us Glorious Tone is setting the rules. I am not. I am just, my job is to build this amp for you, okay? He calls your name. You've got 10 minutes to answer. 10 minutes to answer means you are on the chat saying, hey, I am so-and-so. I'm the winner. Let me email you. I will email you right freaking now. Chew! That's it. Bam! You freaking win. Cheerio, right? Well, let's say 10 minutes goes by and you ain't present. You didn't get the memo. You didn't see your name getting pulled out of that hat. I don't know how Grant's going to do it exactly, but he might go to the last person. Maybe he will go through the whole thing again. I don't know. But let's just say it was the second to last person out of the hat. Now has to answer and be like, I'm here. I'm ready to win. I am present like you required me to be. Blam. If that's the case, you win. All right. Those are the only 2 main requirements. Send me that video showing that you can play this amp, that you're interested in this amp, that's how you get your entry in. You send a thing to toshysweetstaffy@gmail.com, and Grants Us Glorious Tone will send you a thing back saying, hey, got your video, you're in the running. Psh, that simple. If you don't have a cabinet, he's probably going to give you some guff. Hey, sorry, man. You can't play this thing out of a combo amp cab. Sorry. Unless you have an actual way to just plug this thing straight into the output on here, into a cabinet that's ready to take it. Right? Fair enough? Is that fair enough? I understand that is a challenge for some people because not everybody has that stuff. That is the mutual respect that we are talking about, or that I am talking about at least, though, is that I am putting all this time and energy into it to provide this for somebody that can do that for me. Do that for you, not for me. Do it for you. This isn't for me. I don't get to keep it. It's going to somebody else out there. So just think of it like that. It's not that we're trying to be assholes or find a way to like exonerate people from the list or something like that. I want people in there. The purpose of this is to garner attention to this craft and to build appreciation for it. You can see the amount of work that's going into it, and hopefully you can appreciate it, even if you're not the winner. I want to try to make this a more consistent thing. Monetarily speaking, it's not a zero sum. I am not making enough money to support doing this, period. I don't get enough gifts. I'm not asking. That is not me asking for you to do a goddamn thing. But from the standpoint of making this like a net zero and being able to do this indefinitely, as of right now, it's not paying for itself. So there's only so much I can do. I am in the mindset currently that if I can continue to do so, which is to say I continue with my day job the way I have been able to, etc., that at least once a year, I'll probably do a giveaway of some sort. And it'll probably be more like the terms that they make us use is sweepstakes, but I'm going to call it more of a lottery. And in the future, the way I'm probably going to do it is if you're a subscriber to my channel, and that is not a requirement. I can't require you to be a subscriber. That can't be a form of entry. But if you don't know that you have to be a subscriber to enter, and I just pick XYZ name out of a hat and say, hey, guess what? You just happen to win. Well, lucky you, right? So I'll start doing one of these builds maybe sometime in the future. Don't know. It'll be well notified that, hey, there's another giveaway amp. There might not be any rules whatsoever to enter. It'll just be your name is pulled out of the hat. If you happen to be a subscriber to this channel, you might get lucky. Your name will get pulled out of the hat. And then the rest of the logistics will get handled, right? I'm sorry, man. I don't have a guitar cabinet. I couldn't play it anyway. All right, cool. No worry. We'll move on to the next person. Dude, I can't afford the freaking VAT and the tariff taxes. All right, no problem. We'll work on to the next person, right? It's one of those things, but it's done on the back end. We deal with it later, right? You don't even know that you're in the running because there's not really even a running for it. It's literally just being here is enough. I'm hoping it can go that way, but it's not going to be like every single one of these bills is going to be a giveaway. I'd love for it to be though, but it just depends. A lot of depends. More or less, all this bullshit is to go on and say that I'm freaking beat. We're just over 6 hours right now. We didn't get quite as far as I had hoped, mainly because I was yip-yapping too much. We got pretty far though, to be honest. Like we actually got quite a bit done. In the grand scheme of things. So I'm going to pull these out and I'm going to bend these last two major components up and we'll go from there. So these are actually going to go in this orientation here. So I know it seems like a long-winded way of whatever, but I hope that kind of just makes sense. I hope that just makes sense. I don't know. I guess that's all I can do is hope that it makes sense. And that you respect what I mean by that. Like, I'm not trying to pick favorites here. I am trying to do this to be as fair as possible. I think we can go a little tighter. It's just, you cannot give this stuff away. I'm telling you right now, like it's impossible. It is so difficult to do. I don't know why, but it is just so damn difficult. And I kind of think I'm going to go tighter that way. And Mr. Elam is here giving me some support. I appreciate that. I love it. Everybody who's here still currently, the 10 of you that are here currently, I love it. Thank you guys so much for your patronage and your time. Do know that I appreciate your time. I hope you appreciate mine. All right, I'm going to call it right there. We're going to go for it right there. But I want it to be type A, pointing straight up. And one of these is not right. There it is. So what I'm doing is trying to line it up so that the type A is pointing up. And if I did this right, now it's a challenge with these things because on this side here, pointer, on this side here, we've got this little dimple that's sticking out, but over here we don't. So I'm trying to center it based on the actual physical space that it takes up, not the black visible space that you see. So that's why I'm hemming and hawing a bunch about this thing. It's like, there's, obviously another way that we can do this, but okay. So we need to suck this up a little bit on one side or the other. And I'm going to try sucking it up a little bit on that side. And this is not the direction it will go in here, but it looks like it'll fit. So I'm going to cut down the leads a little bit because they're longer than they need to be for sure. And these go, so for the bias supply, it's a negative voltage. Excuse me. So positive actually becomes negative and negative actually becomes positive. So these actually end up going the opposite direction than what you would think that they do. And that fit quite nice into that space there. And let's see here. Yes, I think that will work quite dandily. And type A is pointing up. I like that. I like that a lot. So now to replicate that another time. Oh joy. So we're going to try to do that one more time. I'm going to say right there. I'm going to start with it right there. That's the plan. We're going to start with it right there. Is that it? I don't know. We're going to find out though. So I can already tell just by looking at this other side over here. I'm gonna have to tighten that up. So we're gonna just go ahead and tighten that up a little bit. So I'm just gonna kink it in a little bit more, just a little bit more. All right, I know we're close, so I'm gonna go ahead and just zip this thing off. Just a little nip of the tip. And we're just gonna kind of see where we're landing here. Are we even close to center? I can already tell you we are not. We need to suck it in further that direction. And I can also tell by looking at it here, it's pretty freaking close, honestly. Part of it is the way that I don't know. I don't know. The only way to know is to do this. So we're going to put this on up next to the other one. And see how they fall. They are very close, but they are not the same. It needs to go that way just a wee little bit. Let's see if this is going to be enough here. Ooh, that might be. I think that's it. That's it right there. We're going to go with that. All right, so now we got to replicate the other side now. Yay. All right. I'm going to say right there. I think it's raining outside now. It's supposed to rain today. kind of held off a bit, though. I was kind of disappointed. I was hoping for a little more rain than what we actually ended up getting. What do we got? Nobody is yip-yapping right now. That's okay. That is okay. There's 9 of you. Whatever. Whatever. Just preaching to the choir over here. All right, so these go like that. Actually, that is incorrect. They go like this. So, and then this one does the same. Goes like that. Now, how close are they? I think those are pretty freaking close if you ask me. Oh, yeah. Yeah, those are going to be good. We can make that work. And then this guy here is going to go in this orientation. And then these two are going to go in the other orientation. Like so. And then we got a couple of other caps that need to go in here. I believe they are 0.047s, if I'm not mistaken. I'm quite positive that they are, in fact. I'm just going to keep going until I can't go anymore. Yes, they are 0.047s. I'm over the 6-hour mark right now. If you want to stick with me, you're more than welcome. These things are even bigger still. Ooh, that's a little scary, but yeah, we'll make it work. We'll make it work. There's nothing else in that lane. It's not ideal what we're working with there, but tough love. Tough love. Yes. Jizz. All right. Any questions? Anybody got any questions for me? Anything? There's at least 8 of you right now that can plop some sort of a something out. Like, Luke, you're a freaking dumbass. Just shut up and just do your thing so we can watch you. Or, you know, if you think for 1 second that I don't realize I'm a goofy guy, then I got one for you. I already know. It is what it is. And I am who I am. But I still want this to be fun for you guys. At the very least, fun. So talk to me. Because when I don't see anything, it kind of makes me wonder. Like, who's here? Who's watching me? Why are they watching me? If they ain't got nothing to say, why are they here today? I ask. Don't make me put the music back on. I've had it turned off for a while now. I'm kind of tempted to turn it back on, to be honest. I am going to go plate side with these. So those are going to go kind of in that little zone right there. And these, I got to center these up. So we're going to have the same kind of deal where we're going to have to nip the ends off to make it so it will fit. So I'm just going to cut it right there. Will that fit? That will fit. All right, we'll do the same thing over here on this one to make it so it will fit. Click. There we go. All right. So what are you doing right now when you're rolling that? Oh, well, let me show you because it's easier to show you than anything. Okay. Here's a good one. Here's an example. So you see that lead right there? See how it looks like, you know, like a dinosaur dick? Or a freaking turtle dick, right? It's all freaking, it's all everywhere. I'm going to show you a magic trick. You ever rub wood? We're about to rub some wood. All right? So you can see how that thing kind of warbles all over the place, right? Well, what we're doing is we're trying to make it not warble so much. Now, these things are never centered quite right. And you can see here how that one is like off in the, like the one of the thirds there. Same with this other side here. It's not quite in the center. It's off into no man's land. Well, they're never ever quite square, but we're just trying to make it so that the leads themselves are pretty freaking straight. And sometimes rolling these things here will get them pretty freaking straight. But other times you just got to, you know, play God with it a little bit. But when you're done, you go from something that has some wonky, you know, curly coil penis to something that's actually straight. For lack of a better way of putting it, that's what you're doing. Thank you for asking, because that is an important question. Because a lot of people don't do that. I'm not kidding. When I say a lot of people don't do what I just did there, I mean it. Like most people, however the leads come out of the bag, let me see if I can show you. Most all of my resistors come pretty straight. Most all of them. Let's see if I can find one that is kind of what I'm talking about here. So they get a bag of resistors like this here, right? And they don't think nothing of it. Thank you, Zippy. No worries, right? So they just happen to grab this guy here, right? Well, all they do is they take their fingers and they just do something like that, right? But it's still got little kinks in there and this, that, and the other, right? It's not straight, and then they just stuff it in there. They don't care about whether it's center or not, so they'll put it off center, they'll put it up there, whatever. They'll just put it in there. Instead of taking that extra 20 or 30 seconds per side. I mean, it doesn't take long. You saw it wasn't that long. It's just, you just roll it in there, right? Flip it over, get the other side. And when you're done, you just get this really nice straight part. And if you got to do it a few times, you got to do it a few times. But when you're done, you get something that doesn't warble all over the place. It's a nice straight lead. And then I try to take the time to drop it on the flucking floor. The flucking floor. There's a difference. I'll take the time to put it so it's right in the middle. I like to align my parts so they're right up the middle. Not everybody will do that either. I do. That is a me thing. You do not have to do it. In fact, I encourage you not to, because that means I'm the only one who does it. So yeah, I just try to make all the parts nice and straight. And you can probably see if you're looking at it, like everything's a place for everything and everything has its place. That sort of idea. All right, so these guys here are gonna suck trying to fit in there, because I'm literally trying to center these things over a vast just area of nothing. So can I do it is the question. I'm gonna go right there. I'm going right there. All right, is that gonna be good enough? That is the question. Let's find out. So that's gonna go there. I already know it's close enough. Is that centered though? That is the cue mark. Is it centered though? That looks pretty freaking centered. If I had to look at it from the side, which is what I'm doing, it looks to me like it needs to go that way ever so slightly. Now's the time to try to figure that out. All right. All right. And that goes. That is scaring me a little bit though, because I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be something underneath that. We'll have to come and double check on that. That is exactly, I think, where I want it. That looks to me like it's right up the middle. All right, so now we got to do the same thing to the other side here. So we're going to line that up just so. And then we're going to pinch it off and line it up. Okay. Now, I do not need that much lead sticking out, so now we're just going to lop off the bit that we don't need. Sorry, I know you couldn't see what I was doing, but all we did was shorten those leads up. It's just got to sit in there. That's all. It's just got to sit in there. Now, this is one of those instances I was talking about with whether or not you put the line to the plate or you put the line to something else. In this case here, the plate is probably the closest thing to ground. So that's the direction we're going to put it, is like so. So we're going to put that right there. So that's where that's going to go. All right. Yeah. Let's keep on keeping on here. So we're going to cut that right there at the very least. I wonder if I can look at this and pull this off. Probably not. To be honest, probably not. That's pretty close though. Let's see what we get when we do that. I'm just taking a wild crap shot here. I just tried to copy it off this other one that's here. Ooh, That might be pretty dang close. Let's find out. So the way we figure that out is we go like this, put it on there, and we take the other one, the one that we know is right, or at least the one that we want it to be right. We pray that it is, and we put it together, and we can see those are pretty dang close together, if you ask me. Close enough that we can make it work. So then we take this other side here, and we're going to go where we want it to be. And we're trying to do it in such a way so that when we bend these things, that it sits in the middle. So that hole there is big enough that you can shift this thing left or right. You know what I mean? So objectively, we want to get it so it's close enough that you can shift one up or one back and one down so that they can both line up to be like exactly the same. That's the objective. Whether or not you get it, that's up for debate. So that is why it takes me such a long time to do this, because I am doing all kinds of things to make it so that those two things align perfectly, just like that. And that is very, 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 very close. I will take it. Yeah, that's gonna work. All right, there you go. That's what it is. We got another resistor that goes in there. So let's go ahead and get this resistor done now. Take that out. Let's go ahead and get these guys out of here because we don't need those in there either. I'm going to leave those diodes in there for the time being, but this is going to be fun. This is not going to be fun is actually what I mean. You know what? I think what I'll do is I'm going to leave this one in. We'll try to center it off of that because that's the nearest thing to it is one of those guys. So that's the one that you're going to see where you're like, man, that's so not centered at all. So we want to try to make it so it's as close to that as we can get it. And I'm going to try to get that thing to sit still. And we're going to say right there for now. Now, did we get it? It needs to go that way. I can already see it needs to go that way. So we're going to suck this up a little bit tighter here. Now the nice thing about the resistors, at least this style here, is you don't really have to worry about the writing. So I try to make it so all the writing is visible and that you can read it when you're looking down at it. Oh my, see, now that I like. That looks to be quite proper. Yes, I will accept those terms. So now we got to do the same thing over here. We just got to make it so that when we bend it down, it's pretty much up the middle, and etc. etc. All right, makes sense? Yay! Everybody happy? Yay! And you can kind of tell that we got it right because both of those are like damn near the same length. That's generally one way you know you got it pretty close to centered. Is because of that alone, but that's not always the case, especially when it comes to these types of components there. Those ones there don't always sit like right up the middle like they should. So this guy literally goes right there, and then this guy goes right here. That guy goes right here. Yay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And then we're going to go positive to ground. Oh, you would. Now I got a resistor that goes over the top there as well. So I got to do that here in a moment. I can't remember what value it was. Oh yeah. So that's going to be working real nice like. Sorry, my nose is starting to get pissy with me. I can't remember what value that is that I was going to go with there. Let's see. What did we go with? 47K. 47K. That's what we're going to go with. I do not know for a fact if that is the correct value. So you heard me talking earlier about doing the math and kind of guesstimating, and that, you know, I'm kind of just basically running with what everyone else has kind of got. Well, this is one of those instances where you kind of have to do a little bit of math, There's a 10K. I will need two 10Ks, so I'm going to go ahead and get two 10Ks out because I do need those for the bias circuit later on. I believe, what else do I need? Two 22Ks as well, which I think are in this other box that I just opened up. There's a 22, there's a 22. So I've got, what did I grab? Two 10Ks, two 22Ks, and now I need a 47K, which is this guy right there. A lot of componentry for the bias circuit in this guy. So I am kind of going above and beyond with this one. This bias circuit here. Again, it's very well buffered, if you want to call it buffered, but you know, very well isolated, if you will. How you end up building and designing amps. Let's answer this question real quick and then I'll get to you, because thank you, I appreciate that question. Okay, so a lot of buffering here, but I have, if you didn't already notice, there's two bias probes down here. That is one bias probe for this tube and another bias probe for this tube. And then you'll also notice, well, you can't really see it from your angle, but there's two holes right here. There's one there and one there. Obviously that means that there are two, count it, two bias adjusters. 1, 2. Right, so I make it so that I'm making it in this particular build so you can bias each tube separately. This is kind of an Andy Lederman thing. This is a first time for me to use it. I don't want to say he's influencing me. He's going to say that he's influenced me. I get it. Like, what he's trying to do is something I've thought about doing before. It's just, is it economical? Does it really make a difference? It's like one of those kind of things where, does it really matter if you do it? I don't think it matters that much, but it's worth doing if it's only a couple dollars more in parts. I mean, we're talking literally another $4 in pots and another couple dollars in resistors. These resistors here work out to damn near $1 a piece. Not quite $1 a piece, but damn near $1 a piece after shipping and all that fun stuff. So, you know, what is it? You know, an extra $10 worth of parts to make it so you can bias these two tubes independently. So now you can put whatever freaking pair of tubes in there you want. Invariably, the thing is it with tubes, even if you buy a matched set or a matched pair, let's say, they're matched probably within a few milliamps of themselves when you first turn first get the amp running. After 10 or 20 minutes, they're going to start to change. After 6 to 7 months, they're going to change even more, right? They'll be close enough. Like, it's not going to be a problem, but they're not exactly the same. So this makes it so you can adjust them to be pretty much the same. So they draw the same milliamp current, which will help with buzz. Now, the reason I did that for this amp especially was because if you didn't already know how this amp is laid out and some of the challenges we have with it, you can see here, that guy right there, and there's one underneath here, but that one there. That is the power transformer right there. The output transformer is those four corners here, right? So here's the output transformer. What is in between all of that? A bunch of preamp tubes in the output section. Usually the preamp tubes are up and away and out of the way. Obviously you can see our chassis, it's 8 inches deep, but even with a 10-inch deep chassis, move these things over 2 inches that direction. All right, and it's still kind of almost in line with the edge of it. So there's a lot going on in a pretty small amount of space in here. And you can see how short some of these runs are going to be. This is my finger in there, right? It's literally a finger's width. And I got some pretty meaty fingers. I mean, I got some man hands and all, but you know, 3/4 of an inch, I think is what it worked out to be between there. And yeah, it's, what is it? Just under 3/4 of an inch, but thereabouts. All right, close enough to 3/4 of an inch. So the wire runs are going to be really, really short. Some of the longer runs will actually be from here to there. I mean, we're literally talking less than a finger length. 2 inches, 3 inches at most. The longest run in this amp entirely will be probably 4 or 5 inches or something like that. But in either case, why did I get into designing amplifiers? Years and years and years and years ago, I did not make all that kind of good money. I've been a musician since I was in middle school, so I've been playing guitar for a long, long time. But, you know, when you're a kid and you're not in a rich family, you kind of get what you get. And then when you get out of, you know, high school and start going to work and paying rent and have car payments and all that other fun stuff, you don't have a lot of expendable cash. Needless to say, I didn't have a lot of expendable cash to buy just all the cool stuff. So I bought what I could. Well, I was smart enough to be able to get inside. I knew electronics. I was into electronics as a kid, and I do have some videos that kind of explain my history in a little more detail, but more or less, long and short of it is, I'm pretty mechanical in my history, and I've done a lot of stuff where electronics and just mechanics in and of itself is kind of me. Craftsmanship, all that fun stuff. So what do you do when you've got enough brain power to just do whatever it is you kind of can put your mind to? Well, that's where this comes in. I play guitar. I want XYZ amp. I don't have XYZ amp, so how do I get something like that? Well, I got this amp, and I can see that the circuit's this and that circuit's that. What is different between them? You can kind of adjust things around, and you kind of modify X amp to be Y amp. That's it. That's what got me into it. That probably started 15, 20 years ago, thereabouts. But I didn't really start getting into actually building guitar amplifiers until probably, I'd say 10 years ago, thereabouts. I actually built my first amplifier, which is, you can't see it. It's down there. But in either case, in 2018, 2019, I believe it was right around COVID. I think it was just before COVID, if I'm not mistaken, to be honest. But I built it around then, and it was more or less just like, okay, I understand circuits. I can modify an amp any way I want, but can I take a bunch of raw parts and turn them into a playable amp? Well, the answer was yes. Built it. It worked first time. Didn't have to do anything. But the bug always, it got to me like instantaneously. Like, it sounded good. There was nothing wrong with it, but it just wasn't what I was looking for. My first amp that I built was a Marshall 18 watt. And I was pretty smitten with it for the most part, but it still just didn't do the thing. So off to modifying we go. I tried all kinds of different things. Like I tried probably, I'm not even lying if I did say 15 or 20 different types of circuit topologies in there. So I'm talking like Dr. Z type circuits, matchless type circuits. I tried a Friedman type circuit. I tried a Bogner type of circuit, like anything that I could fit with the topology that would work within the confines of an 18 watt Marshall and the number of tubes it had. I did it. It did not go the way I had wanted. Every time it was some other thing about it. Oh, this circuit's cool, but it's not doing this thing. This circuit's great, but it's not doing that thing. And I finally got really, really frustrated once. And I was like, you know what? Let's just simplify this to be like this as stupid simple as it could possibly be. I am going to literally take the input and run it straight to the phase inverter. If that doesn't sound the way I think it should sound, then obviously it's not me. It's the amp, right? It's got to be the parts and all that stuff. Well, I did that. No tone control, just a volume pot. That's it. It literally went from the parallel, not even a parallel triode at that time, but it was just the triode, the first 12AX7 triode, and I went straight into the phase inverter with a volume control. And it was freaking amazeballs. I was just like, oh my God, why didn't I think about doing that before? Like, that makes it so simple. That's where the click kind of happened. It's like, okay, so this is something I can do if I am willing to just start from zero every time. Well, you do that, you build the amp. It still took a while to develop that amp into what it was. I kind of couldn't help myself, OCD and all that other fun stuff. I was like, no, I've got a spare triode sitting there. I have to use it. So I knew of parallel triodes from before, and I was like, well, let's just try it and see how it works. And that was another aha moment. So we had basically two aha moments, pretty much one right after the other. Really simple circuit, very little in line, parallel triode. And it just has this glorious, like, enveloping type of clean. It's got this nice, it's not too bright. It's not too dull. It's got this beautiful clean that's just got so much depth and clarity. Lots of bottom end, some big girth to it for an 18 watt with EL84s. It had this bottom end. It just was warm and pillowy, and it just did the thing. Like, you cranked it all the way up, it was still an 18 watt. It still kind of had that thing to it. And I was just like, oh my God, this is so awesome. I can do this. Expand on that. So now you start doing different variations, right? Here we are now into the next and latest evolution of what legacy amplification is up to. This is a multi, cascaded gain stage amplifier, 50 watts, high watt output section married to something akin or similar to that of like a Dumble ODS 183. It is similar, I say, but it is not. There's quite a few differences that take the topology away and go my own direction. I am using, you can see, one parallel triode here. You can see all the little crissy-crossy wires. And again here, all the crissy-crossy wires. So I got two parallel triodes in here. I'm doing the high watt output, so that's, again, not very Dumble-esque at all. And I'm putting in an effects loop in. This is the very first time for me to actually have an effects loop in my amp. And again, Elam's 1894. He's been in the chat today. Definitely check him out. So, I've watched him for many, many years. And again, you kind of find these channels like that just kind of inspire you and push you to try to do these different little things, right? Different ideas of how to build an amp. I don't think there's any one way, not any one way that is the best way to do it. I aim for practicality and simplicity, right? What is the quickest way to get from point A to point B? Like, how can we do this without going crazy, right? Well, that's what I try to do. Andy Lederman has a different idea for his amps, right? He has a different design characteristic or different design goal, different build, mentality. Just different. That's it. It's not better. It's not worse. It's different. He might tell you otherwise, but you know what I mean? Like, that's for all intents and purposes, it's just different. All right. Not necessarily better, just different. So we're all trying to find our own path down this road we call life, etc., etc. But when it gets down to it, I'm just trying to make one that's extremely clean, very concise, and I have a couple different isms, right? I call them isms. So to me, having superfluous amounts of voltage on the plates of your tubes is pointless. I don't like it. It seems to me that is the big thing that is killing tubes, right? These things are not finite. They have a lifespan. So you want to try to elongate their life as much as you can. So to me, how do you elongate the life of something? Reduce the voltage. Why reduce the voltage? Well, less voltage means less heat. Less heat means longer life. Makes sense? Well, with less voltage, I also go with a higher than is, so I go with a lower than is typical plate voltage or HT voltage, whatever you want to call it, and a higher than is typical primary impedance, and that refers to the output tubes. So the output transformer, higher than is typical. That doesn't necessarily mean it's like hugely different. It's just slightly lower, slightly higher. Now, why does going with a slightly higher than is typical output primary impedance matter? To me, and to the rest of the world, what it just means is that it's easier on the screens of the tubes. All right. So the screens of the tubes are the most sensitive part in the amp. All right. If you abuse the screens, you are going to lose them. And if you lose the screens, they're going to short out to the plate, which may not be the world's biggest problem, but chances are if it's already melted itself to the plate, it's probably going to melt itself to something else. Not to mention the fact there are other components in there that can fail and cause all kinds of other problems. Right? So you want to treat the screens with care. So I try to be a little bit easier on the screens, going with a higher than is typical primary output transformer impedance does ease some of that tension on the screens. That's reason number one. Number two is it sounds different. Generally, going higher in impedance induces distortion a little bit earlier, so you get more output section interaction, so it distorts a little bit earlier. And it has a softer kind of character to it. It's a little less edgy, a little more rounded. It's just softer. It's not as aggressive and mean and abrasive. Some people like that, some people don't. I tend to like it a little bit softer. I like the softer clipping that it has. It changes the harmonic content, etc., right? All those little different things. And the added benefit is that the tubes last a bit longer, tend to anyway, and things just tend to be happier. So that is the main ethos. The other part of it is just over-engineered. I'm using values that are not values, I should say, components that are more than robust, right? So this is a 500 volt cap, right? That's 500 volt cap. That thing will never have close to 500 volts on it. We'd be lucky if we breach anything over 400 on it. So I got 100 volt, almost a fifth of, headroom, if you want to call it, of the value of that thing. Same down here. This is still a 500 volt cap. It's not going to see 500 volts. Be lucky if it sees even, I think I'm shooting for right around 300 volts at this end of the thing, right? So again, we're only at 2/3 of it at that point. Same over here. We got these big blue guys. These are 500 volt rated caps, but we're only expecting 400 volts on this thing. 430 at most. All right, so with 430 volts, we're still well within the safety confines of this particular part. And it's an F&T. It is a good part. We know it's not going anywhere anytime soon. That's it. So then the other things are just over-engineering it, like doing more goodness, it's great. Sorry, excuse me. More decoupling than we need to, right? Like one of these is superfluous. A second one is ridiculous. We don't need it, but I'm going to put it there anyway. And speaking of which, there is a cap that needs to go there. That's that 47K, not cap, resistor. This is that 47K that I was talking about. So let's go ahead and get that kind of lined up. So that's going to go over the top, and that's going to be a tough ask to fit in there with that guy, but it will fit. So I will take that, but we got to get it in there. So let's keep working. I'm going to try to keep working here at the same time. And that's going to go actually right there. I'm going to put this guy. Oh boy, this is not going to be fun. Yeah, maybe right there. Well, maybe right there. We'll call it right there. We're going to give it a nice soft bend. It might work, it might not. And I'm just going to straight up eyeball this last one here because I'm almost positive I can nail it. I think I did. So if I did everything right, this will go in on that side. And this one will go in over here. And when I'm all done, it should land right up the middle. I think it will. Let me cut this down a little bit. I want to leave these a little bit longer. Because I need this to float above the, I need it to float above the things a little bit. Okay, let's see, did this do what I wanted it to do? So we're going to go on the outsides of each of these components. Well, something like that. There it is. I can tell you based on what I am seeing that it is centered well, but the legs themselves are not centered very well. What do we got? Fascinating stuff. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You're awful kind for lending me your ear. Whether or not it means anything is up for debate. It's just an ideology. No more, no less. So some people appreciate it, some people don't. I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm not telling you that my way is the best way. You'll never hear me tell you that I make the best amps in the world. Because it's kind of not the point, really. The point is to get you something that you are proud of and that you are happy to own and does that thing for you. What I can tell you is that all of my amps do the thing, not just a thing. Don't yo me. Lederman, he's back in the house. Thank you again for stopping by. Frick, it's late for you. It's got to be like 3 in the morning. But they all do the thing. Whatever that the thing is up to you. But they don't just do a thing. It does the thing. Whatever that might be. So I'm not going to say that it does the thing for you, but it does the thing for somebody. Generally, I try to make it so it does the thing for me. I am trying to get it to do something, and it has to be the thing. And with any luck, I get it there. All right, I know you're looking at this going, what the hell? I didn't do much. I got quite a bit done, Andy. Look, I got all the parts for this side almost done. There's a few more parts over here that need to get in. You never left? Oh, wow. I'm kind of shocked. You're so quiet. You're so quiet. Part of me wants to keep going, but part of me is like, we're running up on the 7-hour mark. I'm getting tired. Tomorrow's a new day. Now, tomorrow's kind of going to be the cool part, because with the amount of progress that we've made today, you can only imagine what we can accomplish in the same amount of time tomorrow. And with any luck, I'll get my amp working and running before Lederman does. Yeah, that's just it, right? Fretboard Assassin, like, you fell asleep. Yeah, I know, I put you to sleep with my sultry, sexy voice. I wish. That's just it. Like, the thing for you is definitely not always the thing for everybody, but you know what it is. My hope is that this does that thing. And I have some pretty good ideas of what I think the thing is. So those are obviously the things that I should try to shoot for. Each of these designs that I have does that one thing that it's supposed to do. For shizzle. For shizzle. They do the thing. It's just if it's the right one for you. As an example, my 18-watt design, you can see, if you watched my last video that I just did yesterday, it was in the picture. It's called the Purple Hazel, but that's not actually what the name of the amp is. But for him, it's called the Purple Hazel. That guy is the electrical engineer that I was referring to earlier, if you were watching. But basically, one of my good friends is an electrical engineer, and he's been a guitar player for 50 some odd plus years or more. And he's a damn good player, better than I am for sure. He's got some stuff on DistroKid, and he's making money playing music. So I can't say that I did that, but in either case, he got a hold of one of my amps, and the 18-watt just spoke to him. He's like, dude, it does the thing. It has the woman tone is what he calls it. So it's just this rounder tone. It's got enough bass for him, all that jazz. And he's always been kind of a Marshall fan. He's a big fan of the sound that, Peter Frampton. He's a big fan of Peter Frampton. Like, if you can get him that kind of tone, he's super duper stoked. And that 18-watt, he says, gets him the closest to that he's ever had. It gets him that sound that he wants. So, hell yeah. Let's take it and run. But I am going to call it, I think. I cannot thank you guys enough for hanging with me this whole time. Let me poke at something real quick here. 266 views, kind of lame. The average view duration is good though, 17 minutes and 33 seconds. That's an up for me. So I'll take that. That means people are coming in and out. But tomorrow we're gonna actually have to finish the wiring on this thing. So tomorrow what we're gonna end up doing is actually running all the wires out to all these different little parts. So we've got most all the hard components put in. I still got to get the screen grid resistors in, And I still got to get the grid stoppers in and the bias resistors. So I got a couple 100Ks left to put in there, and some, I believe it's 22Ks. So I'm going to be burning through quite a few 22Ks. I got some in here as well. But, so I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more hard components to put in on this thing. And that kind of is it. And then everything else is just wires. We got to put these caps in, of course. Those will be quick to wire up. So maybe, you know, half a dozen. This is the resistor I'm going to use for that. So we got the nice old ohmite here, 10 watt, 200 ohmer. That's going to be our screen grid. That one's going to be fun because it expands well into each of those guys there, but that'll get done. We got one other part that we got to wire in. That's going to come off the top of this guy right there. That'll go literally just straight into this guy. This is going to boop, just like that. So yeah, it's just coming down to like the little wiring stuff at this point. So I'm pretty stoked. Like that's going to go right there. Like, I mean, come on, freaking nailed it, bruh. Nailed it. I'm quite smitten. Maybe tomorrow what I'll try to do is spend a little less time yippee yapping and more time doing. Trying to walk and chew bubblegum sometimes is a challenge, but yeah, you know what I mean. So luckily I can do all these parts here without touching the faceplate, because I can take all these parts out here and put the faceplate on later. But so hopefully tomorrow we'll have a working amp. That's the plan, is to have a working amp tomorrow. We'll go through the whole process of what would you call it? The whole startup process. Now for this one, it's going to be kind of a challenge because of this guy right here. This guy right there is a thermistor. Andy has a feeling about him. I like him. Riley likes him. There's many of us out there that like them. They do a thing. The thing that they do is they make a nice, soft, nice, slow startup for these amps. The problem is they don't do very well when there's no tubes in the amps. The reason they don't do very well when there's no tubes in the amps is because there's no current draw. These things require current draw in order to, you know, allow the thing to draw heat, right? You need current flow through this device in order to make it conduct. It's an inverse temperature coefficient device. So the more current there is, the more heat it creates. The more heat it creates, the closer to ground it becomes, or the closer to just a throughput connection it has. In its normal state, the way it is now, it's got like this, you know, it's separated from ground by X amount, right? The hotter it gets, the closer to ground it gets, right? That's kind of the idea behind it, even though that's not what's actually happening. So the hot comes in over here. The hot angry pixies come in on this side, and it goes out into the switch, and from the switch goes through the fuse. Actually, I should do that the other way. It comes in, the hot angry pixies go through the fuse, and then from the fuse they go through that guy. That guy goes to the switch and then back and around, and it powers the rest of the amp. Yada, 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 you get it. Well, if there's no current to draw, that won't get hot. If it doesn't get hot, it won't allow the amp to run at full voltage. So I may need to short those two outer lugs here. So this one here and that one there. You can see why I kind of put them there. I put them there because there's a possibility that you may need to short those out, which is to say that you got to put a wire around it that shorts it to make it so that way you can fire this amp up without any tubes in it. We'll see. It may have enough current draw in and of itself to pull that off. We'll see. But once we can get that thing up to temperature and we can get this thing running and we can get our full HT voltage and all that stuff, we can see what our negative bias is going to be. Then we'll set up and make sure that our bias circuit's going to work. We'll find out what our range will be. I'm shooting, I believe it's for minus 36. I think that's the voltage I'm shooting for. Somewhere in there. I think it's going to be right around minus 36 volts. I'm shooting for minus 20 on the low end, which is more than hot enough. At minus 20 volts, this thing will be smoking hot, to I think like minus 50 or 40 or something like that. If it's minus 40 volts, I highly doubt that this thing, it'd be too cold, I think. But I may need to play with that dropper, this guy right there. That one there is going to be one that will adjust how much actual negative voltage we get. So the bigger this resistor is, the more negative voltage we will have, I should say. And then the smaller that one is, the less negative voltage we will have. Or maybe it's the other way. I can't remember. Maybe it's the other way. Maybe it's bigger, we get less negative voltage, and smaller, we get more. Could be either way. Whatever. We'll play with that. And then the last one are those two 10Ks I was talking about. So I have, well, there's technically two. There's 22Ks that feed each pot. So that's the primary dropper. And then the 22Ks are the ones that actually separate the two pots from each other, right? The 22Ks are what makes it so this pot and this pot act independently of each other. So I use that one to produce the full negative voltage that we will have. And then those 10Ks that I was talking about, those ones are the ones that set the maximum high voltage that we will have. So that's to say that when I go as hot as this thing will go, it'll be the closest to zero that it will get. Those are the ones that set that. So I'm not really worried about how hot it will go. I'm more worried about how negative it will go. So if I need it to be minus 50 volts, we'll have to adjust that so we get minus 50 volts. And if it just so happens to be that minus 20 is the hottest it will go, that's fine. That means I've got, 20 volts to work in, and somewhere in the middle of that is where we'll land. 35 volts is hopefully what we'll shoot for, that sort of thing. So that means the pots will be kind of up the middle. That's the idea behind it. This guy here, this little HT thing that comes out of this spot right there where my finger's poking through, that is so we can measure the HT that is actually on the tubes while you're biasing this thing. So what a lot of people forget is that you can measure 36 milliamps across your bias resistors there. That's those two that are down there, these little blue ones right here. Those are 1 ohm resistors. They are attached to the cathodes here, right, on each of these tubes. So each one goes to each one of those, right? And then those go to ground, which is this guy right there. And that one goes obviously to ground there. Easy. Well, you can measure the voltage across that as milliamps. Okay, that's the way you look at it, right? So if you have a 36 volt drop or 36 milliamp volt drop, whatever it might be, I think it's whatever it is, you measure it in milliamps. But whatever that voltage is, it converts directly into milliamps because those are 1 ohm resistors. Well, that doesn't tell you the whole story. It might be 36 milliamps, but is it 36 milliamps at 400 volts? Or is it 36 milliamps at 350 volts? That is a difference that is important to know when you're biasing these things. It's not just as simple as 36 milliamps. So you need to know what the plate voltage is to really know. So I put that in there. It's a brave thing to do. That's why I'm going to supply it with this little black cap right there. Inside of there, you can see that shiny area. Those are angry pixies sitting on there, 400 volts worth. So this cap will be there to keep you from putting your stupid little fingers in there. But I can tell you right now that when this amp is on, you can put your finger on there all day long, every day. So long as you don't stick some implement like this in there. If you do that, you're in for some hell. Let me tell you, you're in for some hell. So obviously, when you get this amp, there's going to be some instruction as to, it does not look anything like yours at all whatsoever. Not even freaking close. Mine looks way better. Look at how perfect all those things are. You see that? See my tone board? Did you see my tone board? This is a tone board here, by the way. It's not a turret board. This is a tone board. It even comes with aeration and ventilation built in. That's all the perforations are for. Same with this guy here. It's got all the perforations in there for ventilation. This is a tone board. And we're doing very short runs. Very, very short runs. So that is my finger right there. That is my finger. See that? My finger is less than the length of the cable or wire, if you will, that needs to go from here to there. Imagine that. It's going to be a very short run. Very short runs. Lots of very short runs. That's all I can say. Down memory lane, right? So over here is the input side. Let's just kind of talk about the topology of this thing a little bit. I'm fucking with Andy a bit here. He's fucking with me too. So, but input is coming in right here, right? Let me get the jack for that. Do I have the jack for that? Yes, I do. I got a jack for that. You know I got a jack for that. Jack you up, mother trucker. What? In the hole goes that jack. Part of me wishes I'd move this over a little bit more because it isn't exactly in line with these, right? So this is the center here. So this is the grid actually, in fact, on this one, but right here is where the tip is. So if this was over just a little bit more, I could have gotten it so it was in line directly with that and we could have gone in. But in either case, we're going to come off this bottom one here. It's going to go over and it's going to go boop right there. We are literally going to do that with a resistor. We will put a 10K there. There will be a 10K resistor that goes literally right in there. So that, I mean, we're talking an inch thereabouts. Let me see how far that is. An inch, literally an inch. 1 inch. Andy, you want to talk about who's got the shortest weenus of them all as it relates to shortest runs of them all? I got the shortest weenus of them all because I have the shortest weenus of them all. I'm kidding. I'm teasing because this distance right there is about an inch, right? So normally you'd have a cable that runs, and a lot of times the tubes are in the back of the amp, or let's say the first tube is right here. So you'd have to run a cable that goes from here all the way over and around and into that first tube. Well, in this case here, I got the first tube up here at the front, right? So it's got to go all of an inch, maybe an inch and a quarter to that point there, right? The ground for that portion of the circuit's right there. It's literally going to come off of this guy. It's going to go right freaking there. I mean, it's just coming off and going right there. Period. It's just going right. Same with these guys right here. All right. So this guy here, that's the cathode. It's just going to go right down into there, like just straight off and then down into there. This is the plate that's going to come off of here. It's going to go, well, anode, I should say. This is, that's the cathode there. This is the anode. So it's going to come out and in. Like it's what, inch and a half, maybe something like that, inch and a half. It's going to come over and in. Very, very short. This guy here might be the longest run in the whole of the amp. All right. And it's literally going to go from there to, I think, this one right there. I mean, that's maybe 2 inches tops. One of my amps being built by another person. You're in a nightmare. This is better. This is better. This is a Mexican made version of your amp. Better than well, never mind. So this might be the longest run in the whole of the amp right here is this guy, which is going to go to there. And then this guy will, everything kind of just folds in and goes to these different spots. So all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these connections here all go to this first tube right here. So all of those connections right there go to this first tube. This second tube here has a couple of different connections that'll go to it that are a little bit on the long side, but it's not crazy. One of them literally comes from here and it goes down to there, right? Another one comes, it's gonna be ridiculous. There's one that comes up to here. That's the only one that's kind of gonna suck. It's got to go down and around, but it's literally going from there to there, right? There to there. Not very long. And then it starts to get shorter and shorter as we go along. Again, a couple of these are going to land over in here somewhere, but then this guy here, this is the phase inverter. The phase inverter, again, it's very short runs. Everything else is going to be pretty much just a like direct component. We're almost going true point to point for a large majority of this amp. And you can kind of see here, we got this one there, point to point, that one there, point to point. Like a lot of this stuff is damn near point to point. And some of these other things could be technically point to point, but some of them will be. So once we get to here, So just to give you an idea of what's going on, this guy here connects right to there, and then this guy here connects to this one there, if I'm not mistaken. And we'll confirm all of that, and I'll show you what I mean by confirm all of that. We get out our little multimeter here, and we put it on beepy beepy mode, which is right, beepy beepy. All right, so this one goes to there, and then this one goes to there. And boy, yeah, that's about right. That makes sense, right? So that's how far that one has to go. Like literally a half an inch. Same with this one, right from there to there, literally a half an inch. It's ridiculous how short many of these runs are. That, my friends, is 4D fucking chess. So that, my friends, is 4D fucking chess. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna freaking call it a night. It is 12:34 for me. That means it's really late for most of you, because I know most of you are on the East Coast or some other point or part in the country. Most all the freaking connections are ready to go. And I think we've explained away just about every freaking thing possible. So, with that, I will bid you all adieu. Stupid thing. I want to thank you all so much. We'll see you in the next one. Take care. Goodbye.